Hello, everyone. You are listening to the second episode of the Super Ultimate Podcast. My name is Dan, and I am joined by Yalinca.
Hello.
And Riccio. Ah! And today we are going to talk about games of year/decade. We're going to go through random lists that we made and just talk about stuff that we remembered from the last 10 years and maybe how our lives have changed since then.
I played video games. I don't know about you guys, an overwhelming amount of video games.
This is very insightful.
I don't feel like I say it enough that I play Saints Row. I'm not too sure that you guys
Did it come out in the last decade?
I'll tell you what, 3 Saints Row games came out, 3, 4, and Hellman Goes to Hell.
Get Out of Hell?
Get Out of Hell.
Oh, that's right. That game did come out.
That's what I learned.
Yeah, I guess 3 was in 2011.
Yeah,
Wow,
boy.
that was a long time ago.
Yeah, buddy.
That's the name of this podcast.
Yeah,
that
buddy.
was a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Buddy.
I would have been okay with either, actually. Yeah, buddy.
What about
buddy?
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
This is a long time.
Semicolon, dash, apostrophe.
Just get it out your eye.
Quote.
All right.
There's a fucking... I'm being attacked by allergies, dude. Listen, we got a cat, and now the cat is always inside my eyes.
We had a cat.
We did have a cat before. We have more of that cat because it grown.
This is true.
It grown so much.
There's something about the way the water
right,
just
listen.
dripping out of that fucking thing on your eye.
I
Okay,
thought I
listen.
was the only one who could see it, but
for,
yes.
for lack of disgust over audio, I'm going to explain. I have a small square of a paper towel, drenched in water, squeeze pressed against my eye, and that's it.
And it's just
Okay.
It's,
All right, I'll put it away.
It's just sloshing, dude.
It's because it's actively leaking
Yeah.
somehow.
I just don't understand how my eye having a bit of an issue is a part of the past 10 games that came. No, past decade. The past decade of games.
All right. I want to on 3. We're all
Okay.
gonna say our front runner that we think is the best game of the last 10 years.
What the fuck? Okay, I'm not.
For whatever reason.
Okay.
For whatever reason.
All right, I'm gonna give you the easy answer, but let's. Are we
Okay.
yelling over each other?
Yeah, we're yelling
Yeah.
over each
Yeah.
other. 3, 2, 1. Dark
Last
Souls.
of Us. I did it really loud.
I said heebie-jeebie.
I know. I figured.
That's why I looked at you.
I know.
I feel like I wanted to delay it so that Of Us was the one that
You
came
do you
out on
not have
top.
one?
If I'm being
Ready?
honest, like I don't know which one's my top. I
No?
just don't know.
Honestly, I said
Okay.
Last of Us, but I feel like there might actually be some other stuff that like could be crazy. But Last of Us is real good for me. So
We know you've played Last of Us. Well, maybe listeners to the podcast that might be new to this don't know that you've played approximately.
I think countless times.
Is it
doesn't mean-
150,000 times?
No, see, it's. I would say countless, but it's probably somewhere around 13 to like something plus. I don't know, man.
A lot of those on Grounded
Actually,
Survival.
we
is that
talked
what
about,
it
we
is?
talked about this
Yeah.
last podcast.
Did we?
I called out Addie having played a.
Oh, that's right. That you just went through Grounded Survival.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So
yes.
calling out Addie twice. We're keeping it up. Cool. Well, what's up? Episode
This is like
2.
the 4th time now.
I don't know
Addie
why
get
you're
fucked?
saying calling him out. It's just talking about him as a person.
No, but it's more of the unlocking of the trophy without I won't explain because now it's just a mention. So never mind. You can go back to episode 1. It's pretty far back there, but you guys can find the first episode.
So you said Last of Us.
Yeah,
That's your first instinct to say a game of the last decade.
yeah, I think so. Yeah, yep, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
I picked Dark Souls because I think it's the most influential thing over games that have been developed since then.
Okay.
The thing that I technically was gonna pick makes Riccio a liar because he should be picking it
Huh?
and he didn't.
Which one?
Destiny.
It's Destiny 2.
Oh, Destiny 2 is not on even on my top 10 type thing. It's gone.
What?
Yeah, Destiny 1 is, but
What?
not the second one. Yeah.
Like
We'll
if
get
I
in-
had
we'll-
to pick the game I liked the most out of the last 10 years, it's Destiny 2.
I feel like after the
I
conversation,
just picked Dark Souls because I don't know, I was being smart about it or something. I don't know.
I feel like after a conversation I had with you via text this week, talking about Destiny 2, I think I enjoyed Destiny 1. Destiny 2, I'm just playing it to play it type of thing.
Mine is the opposite.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I'm genuinely enjoying all the little things that they add into Destiny 2 and the way it like changes up my playstyle, gives me new things to do.
I feel like I feel the same way, where I really enjoy playing it and all that stuff, but I feel like no matter what content comes out for it, I'm always excited to finish it and enjoy it so that I can get to other stuff.
You just need to not see. Here's your problem
Yeah.
though, is because ever since The Taken King came out way back in 2015, you have taken an entire, let's say, 3 to 6 months of new Destiny stuff and jammed it into 48 hours.
But it helps because then I can play the other stuff.
Who is it helping?
Me, because then I can play the other fun stuff.
Oh.
Because then I can play the other fun stuff.
Do you know the amount of times Riccio has like grouped with me or fire teamed with me and he's like, okay, let's get this done. We can knock this out, get this out of the way. And I'm just sitting there just like, I'm not enjoying this. I just want to slow down and do this at my own pace.
But there's 3 bounties you can do at the same time while we complete this quest. It's going to have the scorn in there. You got to get the scorn bounties. You get all the bounties.
That's why there's times like even recently when you, me, Riccio, yeah, all of us.
It works. It was a sentence, yes.
It made sense. The 3 of us have done stuff together. And I think it was a lot of the moon stuff.
Yeah.
Where you guys would be like, okay, this is done. And I was just like, I don't even have that quest. I don't know what happened. Because I kind of just zone out when everything's kind of like speed running, get this done, it's just like, I kind of just like, I'll get it when I get it. Like, I don't care.
And that's an attitude that Alice and then now Liz that she started playing has when approaching the new content. Because especially from Liz's perspective, she's just starting this game for the first time. There's
so
3 years worth of just random stuff in that game. And so it's just sort of like, like whenever I'm playing with her, it's just sort of like, you pick what you want to do and we'll go do it. I can lead you to some like cooler missions and stuff if we want to do that. Or we can just, chill around on Earth and do patrols and that'll get you progress on like a million random things. So at this point, there's a quest for like every weapon type in like every mode or there's just playing that game gets you progress on any number of things right now.
Oh, yeah.
So it's, you can just kind of do whatever you feel like having fun with and it's fine.
I feel like the reason why I said heebie-jeebie at the start is I didn't want to say Destiny 2. I didn't think Destiny 2 would become my game of any year. But that is, and I think I've said this before, I don't know if it was in the first podcast or just other casts and stuff, but Destiny 1 burnt me. It burnt me.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I think. And I know Riccio always says like, oh, they did say it was an MMO, but that game wasn't really an MMO. Like it was, but
No.
that's the.
It's like it has like
wasn't an
MMO
MMO.
aspects in it. It wasn't really built out like that, right? It was sort of just like a.
I was saying
it's like closer to Diablo, I guess.
Sorry, yeah, you were
Yeah.
saying it wasn't.
Yeah, it's not an
But
MMO.
someone on their team had hardcore said it was an MMO.
Yeah.
It was advertised as an MMO.
They kept
the
calling it a
fact-
social game.
The
but
fact that they took that back didn't stop the point that
That
they
it-
said
that's what
it.
they made,
Like,
yes.
yeah.
But yeah, the dropping from that game and loading times and just like
They had a whole crap ton of server issues.
I don't think I had fun playing any of Destiny 1 because it felt like I was missing out because half the time I would be with you guys in a fire team and then just drop out, and that would be the rest of my night just dropping out constantly. And it's just
Or
like,
you get sucked back in time or
yeah,
something.
and it's
then-
just like, shut up. And it's just like, wow. So Destiny 2, it definitely made me hate the game less, but
The thing is, I don't think I've ever played any video game as much as I've played Destiny 2 at this
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Oblivion and Skyrim are definitely up there, but
I think
point.
World
For
of
me,
Warcraft-
those aren't even close.
really,
Yeah, because like if I look at my playtime in Destiny 2, it's approaching like 1,200 hours or something, and that's
Yeah.
just like in-game time. It doesn't count
Yeah.
like tower or orbit or like
Yeah.
loading or anything. Like that's a lot of time to spend in a video game,
Yeah.
and I don't regret any of it really. I can't think
No.
of a time that I like wasn't having fun playing Destiny 2.
No, I've enjoyed all my time with it mostly, except for maybe some times here or there with like. I'm trying to think of what parts. Like whenever like last season, I guess was my own fault for trying to grind stuff out at the end. Like the kind of points
yes,
where
the
I try
last
to-
week or whatever.
yeah, where you're just like, oh fuck, I really care about this one thing, kind of whatever. I'll put a bunch of time in for no reason, and then you pass. You're still having fun, and you pass the point of having fun. You're like, but I still got to do this for 6 more hours. But yeah,
At least they scaled back the like progress needed to actually like unlock the the FOMO title.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think the raids, I'm definitely always going to be a bit stand backish when it comes to raids. the fact that I'm going to bring up another game, which is technically one of the games that I enjoyed this year and this decade. Overwatch helped me to aim when it comes to the mouse and keyboard. Because I was a control queen. Like, controller was everything. Like,
I am that still.
Yeah.
I cannot aim with a mouse and keyboard.
Though now I don't think I can go back to controller. There's some games where it feels more comfortable, fine. But Destiny, again, there was one mission in Destiny where you had to quick draw and shoot an enemy and like
the last word quest. Yeah.
There's one guy you shoot and you have to aim at the gun or his arm or something.
It's like Western type thing where you shoot like the gun as they're pulling out.
There's one guy, you do it once, then there's two, and then there's three, and it's like I couldn't get the two well, and then when it got to three, it's just like this is fucking impossible on a controller. I was just like, gotta learn how to play on mouse and keyboard. Like there was, and then Overwatch kind of like was the.
So that's interesting. That was like the moment when you decided.
Yeah.
Okay. See,
like I
was playing on PS4 still at that point.
Okay.
So I just had to power through it. How many ever attempts that took me, and just try and get it done.
I think recently I've been playing a little bit of the new Call of Duty, and I hope if that game has created something that other games take, it's their matchmaking. Because let's say if I'm on PC and I plug in a controller, you're matched with people who only use controllers unless you do like you opt into other stuff.
Oh yeah.
But it's really like I wish you could do that for Destiny on PC. Like if you plugged in a controller, then it just match-made controller.
I mean,
not that it really matters, but
no,
you know,
like
you know what I mean?
I do okay in Crucible, and I use a controller against PC people.
I think Destiny's like not like an easy one, but like that thing just works.
There's a lot of aim assist and like
But like stuff like Overwatch or like if you want to play anything else on PC, like sometimes you'll just get fucking annihilated.
Yeah, but
you
in
know
Overwatch you can also just play like Mercy or whatever, and it's fine.
Yeah, it's true.
So,
but I just mean I hope like more games do that at some point because like I don't know, it'd be cool.
Well, crossplay seems to be like the new thing that's in everything, right? It's
So I hope with crossplay that comes in as well. So that's some good shit. But yeah, so we want to start. Cracking along with some.
Well, we've talked about a couple things so far. We talked about Destiny. You said a sentence about The Last of Us, and you talked about Overwatch, and I talked about Dark Souls and the influence it had on lots of games after it.
We kind of had started discussing how we wanted to kind of not structure this, but
we just started talking about it. I said it would be better to talk about it on the podcast because we didn't really know how to do this because it's sort of like. I don't know that we just want to go down the list that we made, which I find it funny that I was like, I'm going to make a list. And I went through Wikipedia and like got all the dates for everything after writing down everything that I thought of off the top of my head. And then my list is the shortest of the three of ours somehow, even though I was like, man, I think this is 20 games. And I thought I was like, oh, this is too many. I got to cut this down. But
mine looks like an extended song lyric sheet or something. It's just like, what is this the chorus? What the fuck, dude?
The list I made is a lot of stuff that actually surprised me that ended up being stuff that stuck with me. And then a big list of funny things that games had or games that were just not actually
all right,
don't have to be good.
What's the funniest thing that happened in the last decade of gaming?
Dude, what's the funniest shit?
Yeah.
All right, well, let me just scroll through this list and pick out something random. How about pushing and pulling arrows out of horses in a Kinect game?
Is that Journey?
Yeah, Fable the Journey.
Ugh.
You played a lot of video games.
Dude, I played a lot of video games. I'm trying to figure out where the hell... Fable the Journey. So yeah, 2012. I wrote weird horse shit. So two things, because we streamed this, and that game was the weirdest thing. Because one, there's the thing that people talked about where you could push in and out of arrows, or arrows in and out of horses. If your arrow got hit by a horse, if your horse got hit by an arrow, and then there's also that like when you ride a horse, what's that called? Where you like you don't whip the horses, but you have the
reins,
and you're kind of whipping them or whatever.
I mean that's whipping them, but
So it was just doing that for like half an hour or whatever to get through levels. Anyways. That game was weird. I wrote that down because that was weird.
Can I just add to your thought?
Doesn't mean good.
I don't know how you can say we streamed that game when you tortured us with it.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
You guys were in the room.
I was in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were
exactly.
You were passed out kind
of.
of.
Yeah, you fell asleep pretty much eventually.
Another one on the list. We did Steel Battalion as well, which is a Kinect game. Remember that shit with like the big ass button you get hit and they could blow up a whole tank?
Did we actually ever stream that game?
Yeah, we did.
I had to be here and present because I'm married to him.
We streamed it twice. We streamed the demo where you did the controller stuff and I was doing the Kinect standing thing.
I remember that, but I didn't think we actually ever
bought it.
No, we did. It was on cast and he just went and I mentally was just checked out in London. Yeah. I was just gone, dude.
So that was
was out of it.
those are some fun Connect games. Hey, how about just the Connect? No.
Oh,
No.
That doesn't even rate anywhere on my
No.
No,
list.
yeah, no, for sure. There's no. I think somewhere I would have liked to mention maybe like Dance Central because that was like the
literally,
closest thing
that was
to
the
being
only
something.
thing that was a video game on the Connect, and that's
Yeah.
just because it worked.
Yeah,
Like that's not. Yeah, no.
yeah.
But is Dance Central a game of the decade?
No, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't
Yeah.
go on these lists. But if I had to
It's-
choose something that was actually worthwhile to Connect, it would probably
It's
be Dance
Dance
Central.
Central. It's
Yeah.
the only game that I've gone back to, and it's just like, I could really play some Dance Central, but everything else was just shit, which is why it's the only one that kind of stands out.
Actually, I mean, wait, I don't know if Dance Central came out in 20. Let's say Dance Central 2,
I
2
think-
and 3
I think
and
2, definitely.
whatever the Xbox one
I
was.
think 3, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh,
about
right. The Connect came out on the
Yeah,
Xbox
man.
360.
Yeah,
With that VCR shaped console at launch.
so good.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah. Checked out some wild shit, dude. There's
I guess there is 360 games on this list.
yeah, that's
though.
I think that's
Yeah.
what that was the most surprising thing is as I was going through stuff that came out like in the decade. It was crazy to even have like Dark Souls, like that was clearly a PS3 360 / like PC after
Yeah,
type thing. And yeah, like was it Mass Effect 2?
Mass Effect 2,
Two.
January
Which-
2010.
Which is like the beginning of all this,
Yeah.
which to like
Mhm.
put that as how far back the decade was, which obviously is 10 years, but you know what I mean? Like
I mean, it's not. I mean, it kind of. If you, from a certain point of view, it's all downhill from there,
Mhm.
right? Because Mass Effect 2 could be a game of the decade, and then that's it. You know,
Well, I don't know about
everything else
that.
after was.
that's weird because let me just I'm looking at the list. It's weird because Last of Us came out after it, so I just had to double check. I had to double check my list there. Yeah,
I like that
And-
this is like Destiny 2, Destiny 2, Destiny 2 denier.
Yeah, which is surprising. That should be me.
That you just don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have said like Fez
Oh,
just
I'm
to
not-
be
I'm
like,
not saying I don't-
fuck y'all.
I'm not saying I don't like it. Like Destiny 2 would be on this list if I didn't prefer Destiny 1 more. Does that make
What?
sense?
But like, what? I've always tried to figure out when we're having our text conversations,
Oh,
like,
shit.
why?
Why? What? Like why?
What in Destiny 1 is better than Destiny 2?
I'm sure it's like a nostalgia thing at this point,
I
where
was gonna say
I
that.
think my time with that game felt more fun and
Mm.
new, and like it felt more
Have
like
you ever looked at how many hours you've played in each one?
yeah. Destiny 1 is like 400 and something, and like
Uh-huh.
Destiny 2 I'm at like 1,000. Like across like PS4 and PC and like
Yeah.
Stadia. You know, like
In less time that Destiny 2 has been out, you've put like 3 times as much
Oh, yeah.
time into it.
but like I feel like hour wise doesn't mean I had more fun with it. I was just more
No, but I think it attributes to the fact that you're like always sort of vaguely burned out on Destiny 2 right now, right?
Yeah.
Because you're putting so much more time into it.
yeah.
But I don't know if that means that you enjoy putting that time in much more. If Destiny 1 had seasonal stuff every few months, would you feel the same way about it?
I think I probably would have started hating it as well. Because like I think the reason I play so much Destiny 2 is just the amount of time I've invested in Destiny 1 and 2. And even though my character didn't carry over, because fuck the PC version, I guess, at launch. But
My character's on the PC. Don't
yeah,
worry
now
about
it is because you took so long. But no, like I don't know. I know. I think it's because I know Destiny 2 and into 3 or whatever the hell it's going to become at some point, or unless it's just 2 forever and they rename it. I don't know what the fuck's name. I feel like an investment into Destiny because I want to. I know I'll still be playing it a long time from now.
Yeah.
Or forever long it goes. So I want to make sure that I have stuff along the way that I keep. And I still enjoy playing it, but I feel like more of it is making sure that I have like mementos of the journey, even though I don't know.
But
'Cause-
then your mementos are just going to be of times you got frustrated and
So-
annoyed with the game.
But I'm not frustrated. Like that's weird. Like when I think of how like earlier in 2019 when I tried to play a bunch of the PvP, like finally getting invested in the competitive side and like trying to get on all those crazy unlocks and the ranks and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Was the first time I did it, and I did that out of like, okay, there's nothing fucking left to do in this game. I'm just going to do this, and I had fun with it, and it was awesome. But like, I don't know. It's like that was fun, and it was a good time until I like burned out, and I was trying to play it too much because I was like, okay, well now I'm so close to getting like so many of the little guns that you can get from competitive that I don't know, put a lot of time into it. But there's probably other stuff I could have played along, like instead of that or
Yeah.
something. Like I don't know.
I just, more than anything, don't understand the fact that you had said Destiny was over The Last of Us. And now you're just lying. And
I think there's definitely times where I get really excited during the launches at the start of the year. Like Forsaken was like when Destiny 2 Forsaken came out 2018 was fucking nuts. And that game felt like it was a really good spot. And then like Shadowkeep was good. But I think Shadowkeep feels like, I know it's what they were saying, but Shadowkeep feels more like it was the Rise of Iron type thing where
the little the smaller scale expansion.
Like, okay, this year's still fun. I'm enjoying it, but it's not as crazy as it was with Forsaken and the changes and all that stuff. But
so how do I not know that now that Destiny 2 and its content has been out, the anticipation you have for The Last of Us 2 is not now kind of like tainting your game of the decade?
I just try not to think about Last of Us 2
Okay.
because when I get excited about it,
You would
like,
just be, that's all you would think about?
yeah, because then they'll be like, oh, it's out in February, and I get excited about that, and then they push it back to May 29th, 2020. You know, you gotta wait. It's gonna keep going back or something, and I can't keep getting excited about it. No, but I don't know.
It's weird because like The Last of Us is just sort of okay.
Nah.
Story-wise, you know what? Story-wise, I do enjoy it. And there's times where...
gameplay-wise, too.
I mean, we sat down and we played it in Texas with Atty, even though it was like... Was it the whole playthrough, or did you...
It was the whole playthrough from the start, from the get-go.
And we were...
And I was going to skip cutscenes, but I didn't.
But you didn't. We were watching Troy Baker and Nolan North play it as well.
Yeah.
There's some story beats in that that's just like, okay, I forgot how much this was a game. Good.
Yeah.
But I've never played it myself. I don't feel the need to play it. It's kind of just like it's enjoyable.
It's a tight game, though.
Yeah.
That multiplayer was tight.
The multiplayer was really good and really conveyed the idea of like, because you had that kind of camp aspect of like, I have to get the food and I have to bring this back, or like, why am I even out here in this multiplayer match? So you kind of had to make risks with your character to like go out and grab stuff, even though maybe you were going to lose the round, but there was a bunch of food out there.
I hate that I tried to go for the platinum for that game, and I'm still really close to it, so I might still do it before 2 comes out. But when I paid attention to that multiplayer the second time through, when I tried to put a bunch of time into it, how I like gamified it and realized that stuff's really cool, but it doesn't matter to the point where... so the way Last of Us multiplayer works is that every match you do is a day that goes by.
Yeah.
And is it every week something happens, like an event happens, and you have like the next 7 matches to try and do like...
I don't remember.
It's only like that. I actually can't remember exactly. But the way it turns out is that, let's say it's every 7 days, every 7 matches, you get an important thing. It's only every 3rd one that can actually wipe out your camp. So you can lose like 21 matches in a row. And then as long as you win that one that would have wiped out your camp, you can just keep going. Like there's no... I don't know. That broke it for me at some point. I was like,
sure, but it's also interesting because cool. You still need that like food upkeep and stuff as you're playing, right? Like that's
the funny thing. Also, is you connect it to your Facebook, and then you'd have like these terrible things where it would just be like, "Oh, Devin has died from like hunger," or like Dan came back from hunting animals or something. You're like, "What the fuck? This is so weird, dude." And then you have like your parents get mentioned and stuff. You're like, "I'm gonna disable my Facebook integration right now." Yeah, no, Last of Us' gameplay, its story, the look of it, going through it, the playing on grounded and all that stuff, which is like, had I played that game on easy, I think first, I don't think I would have really enjoyed it. The grounded and survival playthroughs, which I think I pretty much went right away, although you couldn't play survival.
That sounds like something you would do.
But it was like, whatever mode I had no HUD and stuff, and it was just kind of like, you really had to scrounge for things, and it was, I don't know, just...
It was what I wanted. While it might not be the most like realistic survival game, it conveys that feeling very well, and I think that's the height of its success. I think the story has some emotional moments, but I don't think it's anything special to write home about it in like overarching plot points or anything.
It's so human. There's a pun book, and like
there's a pud.
Right,
but that's my point. There's good like moments between characters, but the overarching plot of the game is just sort of we have to get across the country.
When I went for the platinum, which was getting all the trophies, the only one I have left is a multiplayer one, which I'm taking my time at some point. So I've played that game like, I'm gonna just say like let's say 15 times. Like I played like a fuck ton of times, PS3, PS4, then I did it on PS4 Pro. So I was like, oh, what does it look like with all 60 FPS? Like,
you've played it on other people's accounts.
You played on other people's accounts, yeah, whatever. I've watched playthroughs of it from other people to see like, oh, how are they gonna enjoy this? So I've seen it and played it a lot. And last year was when I tried to go for that platinum, And some of the trophies I didn't have were like, hear all the side conversations, find all the mementos or like textbook things, hear all the pun jokes, hear all like everything. And I was going through it. I'm like, I've played this for so many years, like, and over and over and over. And I can probably like remember every beat of this game. And to hear new dialogue and stuff that I never heard was like, this is fucking crazy, man. Like, what is this? But no, yeah, Last of Us. I can't wait for 2, and I hope they don't fuck it up.
Did they
I don't
say
think they will.
2
But...
wasn't going to have any multiplayer, right?
So it will not have multiplayer as part of the thing. However,
Are they making like
they're
a
making a
multiplayer
multiplayer.
game?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think it'll probably be a side thing that'll come out, or they'll
Okay,
add
well, that's
it.
good actually. 'cause
Which I'm
then
okay with,
Maybe it'll
yeah.
be free to play or something.
Because they said they have ideas or something that they want to do with it, but they just don't want to focus on it
Yeah.
for now. Like they'd rather.
I mean, look, they just make the same thing, but then sell food for $4.99 microtransaction, and then there you go.
Yeah. Okay. If I have one complaint about Last of Us 1, it's that the multiplayer DLC that was like, hey, buy a crossbow and stuff, and the crossbow's overpowered, but it's $6. That was kind of annoying. But
I don't remember
Anyway.
that.
Last of Us is a good game.
It was a good multiplayer moments out of that game.
Yeah.
But the funny thing is that when did that come out?
Last of Us.
Yeah,
2013.
Okay.
June.
Destiny came out in 2014, and I feel like the need for any other thing multiplayer vanished from my life.
I think that's another reason why I don't like Destiny 2 as much, is I feel like it's such a weird not a balancing act, but like I enjoy playing it, but the other time and I've for so long I've wanted to have that like main game that I play that's like not defines me, like for a long time there was always people who would play stuff like Counter-Strike and be like always into it. World of Warcraft, you dedicate your like self to it kind of, and you'd like become so good or like enveloped in it. And I've always wanted that for a while. And then when Destiny hit, it kind of...
I wanted that too. Like, was jealous of my wife Liz. She would just play like
Skyrim
or
right?
Sims or Mass Effect series, and she would be so engrossed and know everything about those games.
Yeah.
And I was jealous because I didn't have a game that I could just keep going back to.
It's like, oh, well, I'm going to play like something else in like a
Nothing
week
had
or a
hit
month
me
or something.
like that. Yeah.
So when Destiny came out and I got wrapped up in it, I was really excited about it, and now I'm still really enjoying that, to be able to say like I have like a main game or like something that I really enjoy. But it's like, while I'm excited about that, especially because so over the holidays that just passed, I got sick and I didn't feel like doing anything, so I was like, I'm gonna sit down and play a bunch of games from like 2019 or 2018 technically, also if you count Ashen. I went through a bunch of single player games that I'd not missed out on, but just hadn't gotten the time to play. So I played like Ashen, I played Void Bastards, I don't know, some other stuff that I kind of went through, and it was just like, those are really awesome games to play through. And now I'm scared. It's like, oh man, I really love Destiny. I like putting all my time into it. But then it's something you could easily play all year and always have fresh things to do or things to chase.
Yeah.
But I'm scared to do that now, because it's like, okay, that's why I got to get everything out of the way. So it's like, okay, so I still have time to like check out games like Ape Out or like do all this, like, you know what I mean? Like,
right, but I feel like you don't have to get them out of the way.
I know.
There's time to do all that stuff in every Destiny season.
But it's not even that there's time, it's that I know I'm going to dedicate the time anyways.
So may as well do it all at once.
Might as well do it all at once so that I can then relax. And I never do that. Like I always say I want to, but I never do it.
The funny thing is that I play Destiny to relax.
Yeah.
So none of that time ever feels like... I know I've seen people echo this on the internet, that they think it feels like work, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, here's a bunch of tasks and you have to get them done by this deadline. But like, those people need a break from the game, really. Like, just don't play for 6 months or something and come back to it, and it'll feel fresh and alive again, and there'll be so many things to do that you don't even have to focus on, and it's just fun.
I think that's like almost by when this past year of it started with
It's
Shadowkeep.
healthy to take breaks from things.
So one thing I was excited about with Shadowkeep was there was gonna be a whole other year of content. But I do like the idea that the story goes forward now, but I'm scared that things disappear, which is why I kind of still have like, when December started and that new season started, I was excited to play a little bit and then actually not even play this season. Like just take the December to February off. And then with them adding like a character like Saint 14 and like some story stuff going on, I was like, okay, wait, no, I want to see this through instead of taking my time off.
Right, but now see, you have seen it all, so you could just...
But I'm already so close to the other stuff. Might as well put the time into it.
All right, but what does it really matter? You have 6 other titles.
Yeah, but Savior. I'm a support boy.
Yeah, but you have like really rare titles
Yeah,
like
but
Chronicler and
what
stuff.
about like next year? Let's say they put out like
Then Chronicler will
but hold
still
on,
be rare.
Hang on. So next year when like September comes around, they're like, oh dude, we added some new subclass supers. You can now self-revive, and then I can bust out with the name Savior and then start throwing heal grenades everywhere and shit. And I'm just healer boy from the fucking
What if you just
future.
change your Steam name to Savior?
Oh, some fucking icons, laser beams and shit. God damn it. Fucking Steam release. Anyway.
I think you just need to find a better balance.
Yeah, probably.
Because I don't think your way of speedrunning stuff to get it out the way to play other stuff is really like it works maybe, but you're getting burnt out on the game.
That's
that
the
you
thing is
should
I'm
love.
not getting burnt out because I'm still like, dude, like we could just I've played a shit ton and I don't feel like playing it to whatever because I want to play some other stuff. But I'll love some fucking Destiny 2 and still have an awesome time playing like Gambit for a whole night or something like that.
Yeah, just to
like,
play
I'm not
Gambit because
like
it's
I'm not
fun.
burned out. It's just like I don't know. I think if I were to keep have doing I can't remember the sentence, man. If I would have just kept playing through all of December and all this and like only done Destiny and done the whole season intensely, I think next season I would have been like, oh, dude, I don't want to do this.
But the secret is that it's actually not that much time.
Yeah,
like
it still is a lot of time.
It is, but
it's still 100 and something plus hours or whatever.
Stretching that out over 3 months is makes it all way more fun than trying to jam it into 2 weeks.
I think because I do have a lot of time to play stuff, but a lot of time that I feel like playing stuff will mostly be weekends. And now's a perfect time because from January to like March, there's like a few little things dropping, so whatever. But as it gets further in the year where there's other stuff that I want to play, so like let's say I'd rather play like a whole week. Let's say Death Stranding just came out. I'd rather spend a whole weekend messing around Death Stranding than playing Destiny. And then probably the next few weeks, like maybe there's an indie thing that comes out. Like there's always going to be something that eats up my Destiny time.
Sure.
So if I just say like this week is Destiny and then just fucking get rid of it.
So I guess that's the difference in
the
reason why I'm enjoying Destiny so much over a longer period of time is because I don't really have a ton of money to spend on like random other games, you know? Like my game of the year list is like 8 things long because that's like the total amount of stuff I played this year, and one of those things is Destiny 2. So it's like, you know, I love having the ability to have a game that allows me to put that much time into it and still feel fun and rewarding. Because then, you know, if random indie stuff comes out, I'm not going to buy it and I'm not going to play it. If anything, I can just watch you play it, thankfully, because you live stream. But yeah.
And I feel like I'm the opposite in the way that like if I'm enjoying something, I'll play it. And I won't even necessarily burn myself out, but I'll just play it continuously. Like that's what Destiny has become. It's just not really doing anything.
Yeah, I'll just play some Destiny. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But
play some Gambit or some Crystal Ashes or whatever.
There's a few things on my list where it's just like, whether it's indie or AAA or whatever, where it's just like, I kind of missed out on this, or I had it. I didn't put as much time in as I wish I had. But
I had some fun time with Destiny instead. So it's
I don't think I regret it. It's just like, oh, I got to get this quest done in the next 2 weeks because this game's coming out. My head is just like, I'll get to it when I get to it.
Yeah.
Or I won't.
Just whatever. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. And that's fine. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
I think whenever, obviously I'm not that intense with playing nothing but Destiny or whatever, but like, it probably wouldn't happen, but I'm just saying it's maybe over whatever word. But like, let's say I played nothing but Destiny, and then I would have gone to the end of the year and I wouldn't have played something like Outer Wilds through. I think I wouldn't have known that it's as awesome as it was for me or whatever.
Right.
So, okay, like, not like ignorance is bliss, whatever. Like, I wouldn't have cared. But then, like, looking back at it and having played something like that or having the time to, it's just like, oh man, I'm so glad that I took the time away to see through like that type of game.
Yeah.
So,
well, that's what breaks are important.
Yeah.
Like my list isn't just Destiny.
No,
like,
I know.
I have other games that I've played because they take breaks. That's fine.
But there's a lot of games like that. I feel like, especially like that's what I mean. Like that December, like 1 week and a half, where I just played through a bunch of stuff. And I didn't really speedrun them. I just kept like, oh, I want to finish this. Oops, 7 hours went by.
Yeah.
Void Bastards is done apparently. Like,
I tried Void Bastards
Yeah.
because you told me that you liked it a lot, and it was on a lot of Game of the Year lists, and I find it's just like kind of floaty and weird.
Okay.
And
I had to stop playing on my console because the aiming has like some aim acceleration that is like
Yeah, I feel like I
fucked,
can
that you
barely
can't-
hit anything.
yeah,
like
you
I was
can't
aiming by
disable it.
strafing instead of.
like I got
moving
like
the
3 or
cursor.
4 hours deep on the Xbox One, and then I was like, I remember this feeling better on PC. I'm just gonna, and even a controller on PC doesn't have that shit. And I was like, oh, okay,
Oh, okay, weird. Wow.
it's weird, but yeah. I feel the same way about the console version. It was like, oh, this. I feel like I'm just kind of sliding everywhere. Like movement and aiming was like not. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's weird. Oops. Take that
Um,
microphone. I'm
But
attacking
anyways,
you.
it's fine. I just probably won't play it, and that's okay.
I'm gonna. Oh, it's fine to bring up the games now, I guess.
Yeah, yeah,
go for
whatever.
it.
Yeah.
As I was just saying, how like, oh, if I'm enjoying something, I'll just play it. If something comes up that's just like, oh, maybe I'll try that out. But then it's like, well, if I don't, I don't. There's one game series that I can't even remember what year it came out. Now I'm not really gonna
Bad
look it up.
Rats
Shut your
1 and
mouth.
2.
Wow.
Now available for
Divinity.
$1 on Steam.
Divinity was the one game that I found out about from another like caster or stream or whatever. It was like best friends. Rip. And I'm glad I found the game because it was one of those things where it's just like I was enjoying playing either like Skyrim or Minecraft or whatever at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it came out of nowhere and it has become one of my best games. Like the fact that I could have missed it. I think it had only been out for like maybe a year or two by the time I got round to it, but it's just like, why is no one talking about this? Like it's such
That's
a
interesting. I feel like I heard a lot about it, especially around the Game of the Year time.
Really?
That game came out. Yeah, and
Wow.
I've had
So-
it on my like to play list for a while.
yeah.
And I downloaded it and tried it because it must have been like super cheap or free or something on
I think
PS4.
there was a point it was
Yeah.
really cheap.
Yeah, and I downloaded it and I tried it, and it's just not the kind of like turn-based tactical thing that I
That you
want.
like.
Oh, yeah.
Was
Yeah.
it the first one or the second?
The first one.
Okay.
Yeah.
The first one.
And I've heard even better things about the second one.
Yeah.
How it's like it's basically like playing like an MMO with like two of
Yeah.
your friends or whatever, and it's
Yeah.
amazing, and there's tons of stuff to do, and
Yeah.
it's like a huge expansive RPG, and it's just like, but I didn't. The combat was like whatever.
The
so.
first one I started playing by myself. Found out that there was a definitive edition that fixed a lot of things that made the first game so bad.
Such
And
as a
feel so-
fully rotating camera.
Because
And
that's
dual wielding.
the semi-static camera literally like hurt that game. And there's so much dialogue and stuff that I think it's only the PC one that has the voice add-on, unless that is also
We're talking about for the
definitive edition.
no, they'll have voices. It's that there's the definitive edition that came out with all the patches or like whatever year, not gaudy, but like the whatever thingy.
Mm.
And there was the base one that didn't have any voices or whatever, or
Okay.
very low amount of voices.
So yeah, that's the one that I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Yeah. That game, yeah. The only thing that still is an issue with that is that because you're playing with possibly 4 characters that you have to like,
Micromanage.
you have to organize inventory, spells, like it
Is it better as a cooperative game?
pretty much.
Yeah.
Because I take care of 2 people,
And I
so
take care of
you only
2.
have to worry about yourself and then
One
the
other
second
person.
dude that you're probably
Yeah.
controlling. So
But 4 people to just organize everything is just like
that's why Divinity 2 is even better because it's 4-player co-op. So every person in inventory, instead of getting companions, can just be 4 actual
one-
people.
Yeah.
So you can have like conversations when you're having dialogue, but it's with people who are choosing the choices as well. Like,
Oh, that's interesting.
which is
Okay.
nuts.
Yeah.
and it's also it's weird 'cause it's also a type of game where like it's not Diablo, but it's like top down. You're kind of clicking through a world. Somebody can go like into a cave and it doesn't bring the rest of the team, so they can go do stuff, and then like you could like
Right. Yeah.
can get into a
it's
fight up
wandering
there.
around in a big world.
like somebody can go get into a fight and you're just still wandering around like, oh, you guys are in a fight.
Oh, it
I'll
doesn't
run
pull
over.
even into
no,
fights?
you can
Oh,
run
wow,
up, and then
okay.
when you get like within a radius, it pulls you into the fight. Like it just adds you, and you stop moving, and then everything starts taking points to move.
Yeah.
But
Huh.
no, the Divinity series was like
Yeah.
was really fun. It's still like we're still playing through the first one. I don't know if you finished the second one, but you were going through it as well. Like
We got close to. I mean, we started. Me and Gazu, one of my friends, kind of from London. We picked it up again, and we've restarted it, but not restarted. But we restarted playing our playthrough. We've gotten pretty far, but I don't know how close to the end we are.
Luck-
It's the kind of game you can't really tell.
luckily also you don't need to actually play the first one to enjoy the second one. Like
Yeah.
it takes the time difference is enough where like if you played the first one they'll mention names, you're like, oh cool, yeah, I remember doing or seeing that. But
Right, but it's a totally
no,
like,
Yeah.
there's nothing that
self-contained
pulls in
story
or
thing.
like
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
So if you just want to jump into the second one because it has more of the fixes, like that's still pretty cool anyway. Yeah, no, Divinity is pretty awesome.
It's a good game.
I'm gonna surprise you guys with a random game maybe you guys didn't think about for your cool list.
Mhm.
Coolest experience and something I'm putting on my top thing of the decade. Super hot. VR
Okay.
as one of the most craziest
Yeah,
experiences.
Yes,
Mm.
because that's like, oh, VR is like works.
you put
and
that
there's
on,
a thing.
And you get to feel like a badass when you're playing Super Hot VR. If you guys don't, I've never played Super Hot as well. It's just a first-person shooter where time only moves when you move. So it moves very slowly when you stand still. So if somebody shoots a bullet at you, it kind of slowly goes through the air unless you move, and then it kind of speeds up as you're moving or punching or shooting. Like whenever you're doing actions, time moves forward. When you do that in VR,
I think the shooter was novel, but
Yeah.
like you're gonna say,
The
the
VR
VR is
thing-
like,
you're like leaning and dodging away from the bullets, but you dodging makes stuff go faster. So you're like, you have that Matrix moment of like a bullet goes by and you're kind of looking at it with your own head as you're like reaching down to pick up like a hatchet or something to throw. And then it's like going in slow motion and stuff. And there's a lot of, you can play a lot of games. Like I've played a lot of games in the past where you'll play like a first person shooter and you'll get like a triple kill in Call of Duty or Destiny. You're like, oh, I feel like a badass. But you play like Super Hot VR and you're kind of way more into it and the situations it puts you into. And you're like, I used to say I felt like a badass, but like this
well,
is
there's
fucking unreal.
everything about it is so intuitive as well.
Yeah.
because it doesn't do. I don't think it does a lot of tutorializing. It's sort of like, here's how you grab
Grab,
stuff,
and then you kinda
here's how you
just-
throw it and press this to pull trigger on a gun.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
okay, here's some situations to get out of,
yeah,
and that is just so, because it's basically a puzzle game,
yeah.
really, with some dexterity elements to
Mhm.
it, but it meshes so well with you moving as a real person and like solving that puzzle, and then you feel fantastic afterwards, and it's yeah.
I want to say like showing that to different people and seeing how they get through certain stuff was really awesome. Like it gives you knives and guns and stuff, and all that
Yeah,
was
making
fun.
people smash their hands
And I
into
feel like
walls.
Kumar
Yeah,
came
lovely.
over at one point
Yeah.
and he just put the thing on it, and like there's like a bridge level where you spawn, you're facing one dude, but there's also someone approaching you from behind. And like I think he like crouched. I don't know if it was him or somebody else came over, but they crouched and he just kind of like crossed his fist and punched them both in the groin,
Wasn't
and it
that
just does
me?
like a shatter. Maybe it was you. I can remember it was somebody else, but it was just like people just punching groins after. You're like, okay, well, it's still really awesome and badass feeling, but it's just like it's cool to see.
It's in a goofy way rather than like a
Yeah.
traditionally like action movie.
but it's
way.
still
Yeah.
dope 'cause it's happening in
Yes.
slow motion
Yeah,
and it's
you-
shattering and like
and you did it.
and you did it.
Yes,
Yeah.
I know we're both brown, but we're different people.
Oh my goodness.
I want to say the one like craziest thing that doesn't ever really get fully explained in Super Hot is the fact that when you get like, it's not a different mission, you get moved from one spot within a mission.
Mm-hmm.
You can like throw objects
Yeah.
to where you're gonna be.
If you know about it, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
And that was what blew my mind the most out of that game.
Throw a
It's just
pistol where
like-
you're teleporting to, pick up the pistol. That is one thing is you could shoot, like it's such a dumb thing and it probably won't, you won't get the feelings from having it explained, but like if somebody's running at you in that game and you shoot him and he like blows away, 'cause they're like made of glass, so they're like shattering, and then their gun kind of starts soaring through the air at you, there's something real badass feeling about reaching through the air and like grabbing like the weapon out of the air and then using like there's like a, I don't know.
Yes.
It's such a
Yeah.
dumb it's such
Yeah.
a dumb thing that like doesn't sound.
Grabbing things out of midair is like it's
Yeah.
perfect action movie stuff.
I think.
Death Stranding has that when you punch a mule, you can grab their backpack. As
Oh
it's
really?
falling.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that. That's awesome.
Ooh,
And
The,
then you use that and
yeah.
hit people with it, and
It's the dumbest thing because a lot of VR games do it, but I feel like if one of the coolest feeling things of the last decade is just being in VR and picking up an item and just passing it to another hand. And I don't mean like just putting one hand closer, like just throwing like an item between your hands.
yeah. because
It's
it
such a
just
dumb
works.
thing that you're like,
yeah.
oh. Anyway,
VR is great,
Yeah.
yeah. If
but mostly for
anybody's
super hot.
yeah, but if you guys still have never tried VR, VR is something that like
Try
if you ever
super
have a
hot.
friend or it's set
Yeah.
up at a kiosk somewhere, like definitely try VR. It's so yeah.
People with VR headsets usually like showing them off to people
Oh, yeah.
more than they like playing VR themselves.
that's what I do, man.
yeah,
It's
absolutely.
yeah,
That's
that
why I
was the
said
point.
it. That's because I'm the same way.
can being like, okay, parents, you guys don't even really play games, but like just get over here, you gotta try this, and then it's like, what the fuck, like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's cool. Yeah,
Is it my turn to bring up a game on?
yeah,
Yes,
sure.
yes,
We can keep doing that.
How about The Witcher 3?
So the reason I didn't put that on my list,
Because you've never fucking finished it,
Yeah.
or it gotten
Barely
close.
started.
stuff like that in Persona 5 and 4, whatever, like all that stuff, like I didn't put it on my list.
I
'cause-
have one game on my list that I never finished, and it's a regret because I just started playing it when I was making the list, and I was like, "Ooh, I should have this on here."
Yeah.
Okay.
It's Bloodstained.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know you. I think you played the entire thing
Yeah.
through on your
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah, almost 100%, if
Yeah.
not quite.
Yeah. Every time I put a little, like another hour into that game, I see more stuff that's like, oh, this is like. It's not even like that. It's remaking Symphony of the Night, but it's
The closest
made
successor,
in
really.
and it's made in that aspect and that like.
Yeah.
It's not just all like self-referential stuff, although I did find a ring that makes your attack power more based on the amount of map you've explored. I'm
Yeah.
like, that's exactly the ring in Symphony of the Night that you never take off.
Yeah.
Just exploring in that game, and like there's new stuff around every corner, and
Yeah.
everything is like super weird and different. It's not just like, I feel like even in the Sorrow games where you had that like souls system that you would get in Castlevania.
The what game?
Sorrow?
Castlevania,
Aria of Sorrow, Dawn of Sorrow.
Oh.
The DS ones,
yeah.
I think, right?
Mm.
No,
One was the GBA, one was the
GBA.
DS one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dawn of Sorrow was the DS one.
Yeah.
Aria of Sorrow was the. But there's like a soul system in that where it's exactly the bloodstained shards, and it's different abilities that you can get, and every enemy can drop one.
Mm.
But I feel like even most of the abilities from those was like, oh, this one throws a spear, and this one throws an axe.
Oh, it
And
was
so,
just the
like, it was
ability.
just like, okay, it's just
yeah.
they all fit into like a few different things that they did. Whereas I feel like every single shard in Bloodstained is something totally weird and
Yeah.
different. There's an ability shard you get, like it's the first one you get. It's the blue shard that has like a glass hand that goes out and grabs stuff. Use it like twice.
Yep.
And other than that, you can just kind of punch people with it. And then, yeah, it's even everything in that game is just a delight to find and explore. And yeah. There's a whole cooking system, which is weird, but I like finding ingredients and being like, all right, I found some black pepper. I can go make that thing. Like, yeah, all right, let's go back and cook for this lady. And then
Divine Bovine.
divine bovine. Is that a thing I'm going to have to find later on? Okay, all right.
Enjoy. You won't.
So that game, I feel like it would be my game of the year if I'd played it throughout the year, but I
Yeah.
was waiting for the Switch version to get patched. And
Not
for
just
it to-
playing too much Destiny 2. No, I'm just fucking. I'm just fucking with you.
All right, well, forget it. Let's talk about Destiny 2 and our podcast over.
You know
Yeah.
what? I'm gonna take Destiny on my list. No,
But I wanted to bring up The Witcher 3 as
so
well.
before you say Witcher, before you get too far into it,
Okay.
2015 for Witcher 3. Did
Yeah,
not
I know.
realize,
Yes, yeah.
May 19th, 2015. That's fucking nuts.
Yeah, like kind of just after Taken King a little bit.
Yeah.
Or before Taken King. Yeah.
2015 though. Damn, 5 years ago almost. Forward a bit.
The thing is, I didn't realize that. So the reason I bring it up is because the Witcher series
Yeah,
came out on Netflix a couple weeks ago,
Yeah.
and I watched the whole thing. And
Oh.
Liz got into Witcher now, and she's already played through the entire second game.
Skipped one.
And she skipped one.
I don't
Yeah, she
recommend.
did-
Yeah,
No.
it's so rough to go back to.
Well, I showed her footage of it, and she was just like, okay,
No,
I'm good.
That's okay.
Yeah. And there's also a lot of stuff, like even story-wise, that hasn't like.
You just sex chicks for cards.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing I was gonna.
The
talk-
collectible. Yeah, that's a weird collection thing to have.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That was a weird
it hasn't
sentence.
aged well.
Yeah.
I had to like decipher that sex chicks for
And like a
cards.
lot of them are really.
But that's
bad.
what it is.
No,
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
But
But there was like a lot of dumb things where you'd like walk up, you'd like find like flowers, and you're like, what the hell is this for? And you go talk to someone, and you're just like having a conversation with them, and you're like, oh, I brought you flowers. Okay. Then it's like banging scene, you get a card. I'm like, this is
this is how
really
that works.
awkward. But I guess sure. Anyway,
So
yeah,
anyway,
Witcher
she
3.
played all the way through
Okay.
Witcher 2 and started a save file in Witcher 3, and I was like, man, this game still like really
Oh, yeah.
looks great and holds up. And this is even on my like base PS4 version. I've played the PC version. I assume it looks incredible. I don't know why someone would just stop playing the PC version when they have access to it all the
Several
time.
times.
Yeah, I
Hey,
just keep
two-
restarting the save
just
file
weird.
and not,
Two
yeah.
words. Destiny 2.
Actually, no. I feel like a lot, unless again the lies that you've been telling us. You had said so many times, it's like, oh, it doesn't feel good, it doesn't look
So-
great, it's lagging out.
No. So when I got it, I had an old video card, and then I waited to have like a 970.
I
at the
do actually
time.
remember that something
Yes.
about like how you'd be able to turn
Yeah.
all the hair stuff on or
so,
something.
So I could barely play it on low because
So
it was
important.
lagging. It was lagging and stuttering, and I was getting like 10 FPS. And I was like, "Oh, this is unplayable.
Yeah.
I'll wait till I upgrade." Then I upgraded, and then I was playing it, and then it was running fine. And like somebody had sent me, or I bought 2 video cards off a friend, and then first time using SLI, so I was using it, and it was running good. But then it was like still having some weird issues because SLI was garbage. And then at the time, it was like, okay, I can either deal with these issues or just play something else because I don't know what else would have been out when I bought like a video card.
And
but
the thing about Witcher, because of the way they treated the past 2 games, you could confidently say like, oh, they'll patch everything and they'll have added a bunch of new stuff by the time
I'll wait
we
a
come back
year
to
and
it.
then the like definitive version with all the
A year.
Yeah. Well, it's usually a year. They put out like a big patch and then
Yes, that's true.
But yeah, anyway.
So, because of the series and Liz playing Witcher 2 and then 3, I was like, you know what? I never actually finished the second DLC.
Oh, no.
So I went back and loaded my save file from August 2016.
Wow.
And I think there'll be some I'll keep my like main story stuff out of it, but I'll have some very light spoilers in this Witcher 3 discussion. So not even in a way that will like bother you, I know, because you're not going to play it for another 6 years or whatever anyways. You'll play it like after Cyberpunk comes out.
No, this year there's 2 things I want to finish: Witcher 3 and either Persona 4 Golden or 5 Royale. Or Royal? Ruby? What is it? Whatever the fuck
It
it's
is
called.
Royale. It's the 5th one.
It's one
5
of the
Royal. I don't know. They
So
didn't
Witcher
put an
3
E.
for sure, and one of the Personas is my that's my goal for this year for sure.
Okay.
Anyway,
that's good.
Yeah,
that's a good. I'll believe it when I
Solid
see
3.
it.
yeah.
But so I loaded up that save from 2016. First of all, didn't realize it was that long since I played it.
Yeah.
Because I remember stopping because I was like, I love Witcher 3 so much and I kind of don't want it to end. So I want there to always be this mystique of like, I haven't seen it all. There's still a few things left. But I loaded it up, and in the DLC you get a house where you can put like old armors and like you can display stuff from like kind of across your whole journey. And so my save file was standing outside the house. So I walked into the house and I had this weird moment of like, oh, this is that armor set I got. Like this weird, like accidental, like perfect nostalgia remembering moment of like, oh yeah. And then I had built this armor when I did this thing. And then like, here's this picture that I had. And here's these swords that I got from this. Just all this kind of stuff came rushing back. And then I had like a couple quests left. The first quest I went and did had, and this is the most spoiler thing I'm going to say, it had maybe a hallucinating scene where you talk with a roach.
Okay.
Like the horse.
Okay. Yeah.
And that had all kinds of weird like meta jokes about
weird
like gameplay stuff.
So wait, did you play all this after Liz has already played a bunch of it? Or this?
Yes.
Okay.
This was this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And that was sort of like weird, like, oh, it's Roach talking about stuff that I remember from the game. And then I went on, and it was just a weird because it was just like that I had left. I had like one Witcher contract left, and it was like, okay, I'll do a Witcher contract. That's fun. I'll investigate this. And so I had somehow had left the perfect tiny pieces of stuff left for me to finish. And then also, so to your point about feel like you have to restart it every time you spend distance from it. The way the dialogue is written in that game, people remind you of everything constantly, actually. But it feels like it just flows in normal conversation. So even though I hadn't touched this DLC storyline in a while, the like first mission I went on for it, I was like, oh, okay, all right, yeah, I'm totally caught up and I'm back in it. And so after all this and having seen Witcher 2 and kind of the beginning half of Witcher 3 that Liz has played and then just played all this stuff and the series and everything, that DLC ends with you talking to another character, or Geralt talking to another character, and the other character said something like, we've been through a lot, we've seen a lot and participated in a lot. I think we deserve a break, don't we? And then Geralt turns to the camera and says, yeah, we do, and then smiles, and then it cuts to black. To credits. And I was like, oh wow, like that's sort of just this like kind of heartfelt like nice ending thing to like, it took me 3 years to go back and finish this DLC, and he's like, yeah, let's take a break, it's cool. And it was just this really wonderful, nice moment.
Oh man, I don't know why that reminds you of the newest season of Always Sunny.
Yeah.
They made
someone look at the camera at some point.
It's without looking at the camera, but it's like 30 minutes of them pretty much talking about everything they've been through making the show and everything while referencing it as like them in the show.
Oh,
and
okay.
It sounding like this is done, like the series is done, like we should put down or whatever that.
That's what that conversation had the tone of.
Yeah.
And
it was just like 30 minutes of that, but like talking to you through, but like not talking to you.
When
like,
Geralt looked at the camera, I was like, what the fuck is that? What?
But anyway,
but then it actually felt like a real like heartfelt moment of like me,
High five the
you,
camera.
me, and the player have done a lot.
It's
and
perfect.
maybe it's time for a break, and that's great.
It's perfect because Geralt can look at you, he can say that, and then cut to black, and then immediately, because your TV is like a mirror, you just see yourself crying. You get that image of just you crying. We have been through a lot. But no, yeah.
It was a weird fourth wall breaking moment that actually, like, because of the way I had set up the rest, somehow perfectly, like, oh, here's my house with everything I remember about playing the game, and then, like, even the way that quest plays out compared to the stuff I had just seen in, like, Witcher 2 and the series and everything, like, I even understood more references than when I initially played Witcher 3 of people talking about stuff that happened in the past. Yeah, it was
I can't wait for them
fantastic, and it only even more cemented that game as, like, what an amazing experience to go through and actually get done. And,
I can't wait for them to announce a fourth Witcher at some point, and then someone to do like the super cut of like, we've been through a lot. Yeah, we deserve a break. Look, and then it's like la 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 la, like that song, and then it just shows like Witcher 4, and then like you go into like some shit, like I don't know, man, that song. Anyway,
Really good rendition. Thank you.
y'all know what the hell song if you guys have played Witcher 3.
I even know what song he's talking about, but it was just out of nowhere.
I don't know what song you're talking about.
It's the Howling Girl or whatever the hell it is, where she's saying la 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 la. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Then I'll show it to you at some point. You'll get it.
Param.
Can I just say?
Yeah.
I'm ignoring whatever the fuck just happened, but because my list is so long, I just want to mention one game because every time I'm looking at it, it's making me laugh, and I'm trying my best not to.
Okay, all right.
But Enslaved,
Oh boy.
Journey to the West,
Oh,
or whatever
yeah.
it was.
That's a video game. Is that from like 2010 or something?
Yes.
Okay, wow.
The fact, I mean, I fucking enjoyed that game a lot, and like,
I remember having a lot of fun with that game, and then at just some point stopping.
Oh, yeah,
and
definitely.
not continuing. Yeah.
I finished it and it was
but the mocap stuff and like the fact it was like, obviously it's not a successor, but I enjoyed Heaven's Sword a lot.
Heavenly Sword.
Heavenly Sword,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's like my dad's favorite game ever. Yeah.
And getting another game with Andy Serkis in it was just like, I'm all about it. The thing that I wrote beside Enslaved was the fact that I had a weird crush on Andy Serkis for a long time after that. I was just like, I don't want to like Monkey, but I kind of like Monkey. It's real weird.
Got monkey.
Got Monkey. But yeah, that was my bit.
Yeah, that's a game I sort of forgot existed entirely.
Yeah. That was the only one that I looked back and I was like, wow, that was 2010.
yeah.
Mhm.
Everything else I was just like, oh, I didn't realize that was that year, but okay. And Slave was just like, I kind of forgot that even was a thing, but looking back, yeah, okay.
There's the nice thing is that I didn't actually add anything to my list. I just went off what I could remember. That,
Yeah.
like,
Oh wow,
hit
smart.
with me in a way. I went back through Wikipedia and ordered it
Yeah.
sequentially so that it would have some order rather than just me typing stuff in.
I wasn't going to do that until I saw Riccio doing it. And then I had a moment of just thinking, like, I can remember the games that I enjoy. No, I can't. No, I can't. Because it's not even just I can't remember them, therefore they're not memorable. I don't always remember which year things come out.
Yeah.
Right.
So-
well, that's why I went back and I think I had
Yeah.
to take a couple things off because they were like, oh, that's like 2009
It's like,
or something.
technically, you said I wouldn't be able to put Minecraft.
It got re-released so many times. It's
But-
like 2019.
Oh,
sorry,
I have it on
2009.
my list
It's-
as 2011.
Because that's its actual...
2009 is
That's
when
when it's actually released. Like, it was introduced and in, like, pre-alpha or
thought-
Yeah, because that was the
pre-build.
first early access game.
Yeah.
I thought the
basically.
2011 was the first like console version
No,
or something.
no,
Okay,
it
okay.
wasn't.
Okay.
I went and checked and I
Was
like
it 1.0
looked.
or
Yeah,
whatever? Oh,
yeah.
fucking okay.
So-
Ender shit came out.
Yeah.
All right, Minecraft. Yeah.
So I was like, yep.
I put
Because-
that game down in the same vein that I put down Dark Souls because it's like I feel like Dark Souls, Minecraft, and Skyrim all those are the three like games that completely shaped this last generation.
Yeah.
Like Minecraft for its like early access stuff, Skyrim for its like just breadth of open world stuff,
Yeah.
and then Dark Souls for the idea of like people kind of want difficult games again.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's funny because, and I know Ultima can attest to this, but there's been a game that I've been wanting to play where it's kind of like Stardew kind of filled that void at some point, where it's like I kind of want a farming quest based, maybe like
Survival.
S-Link with
Oh.
people, maybe not necessarily fight.
Persona.
I mean, I don't think you have crops in Persona. I don't think you have to build. No, you may not. But Persona's never been
fusing.
Persona has never been a franchise where I've wanted to put that time in.
No, and to an extent you don't have to because
Yeah.
it's mostly like a story thing that you see through, and then it's like, okay, I'm done, I'm finished.
I was introduced to Lucifer's Call or Nocturne or whatever that one was when it was on the
Shin Megami Tensei?
plays. Sure, dude. When it was on the was that PS1 or I think that was PS1.
Well, I don't know. I started at Persona 4.
Okay.
I think Nocturne and stuff was PS2.
It might be PS2. You're right. And that was interesting, and this is the thing with a lot of my list. I've watched people play most of the games that are even my games of the year or decade at times.
Yeah.
And especially, I was saying this to Riccio.
I don't think you have to have played a
Well,
game
no,
a
no,
lot
I
to-
mean-
yeah.
No.
because there's gonna be something like Walking Dead where it's just like everyone enjoyed that game, but how many people actually enjoyed
not
it
on my
and
list.
played it?
So
It's on
here-
my list, dude.
I feel like I
It's
want
on
to take a second with Walking Dead. I
Okay.
didn't put it on my list because I want to mention a Telltale game of some sort.
Hmm.
I feel like the first season is really good.
Yeah.
Of Walking Dead.
That's the only one.
Yeah, that's the thing is if you honest, I've never played the final season. I have it. I just never had the time to play it.
Yeah.
But if you only choose to remember just the first season, that thing is insane. But if you take into account that it keeps going and slowly gets ruined,
Yeah,
I chose Tales from the Borderlands instead as like a
that is
that would be like
technically
my Tales thing.
and that's where
Or
I'm
my
cheating.
Borderlands. My
I tried to
Telltale.
only have
A
Border
really good first chapter that keeps going gets
Yeah.
ruined. It's just like Star Wars.
and Destiny 2.
I don't
so-
even know what.
I've put Tales of the Borderlands and Walking
They just
Dead
had
because
to take out
technically,
static rolls.
other than Borderlands 2, Tales of the Borderlands is the second best Borderlands game for me,
Mhm.
even though it's not a Gearbox Borderlands.
Yeah.
Either way, what I was trying to say about
There's only really one good Borderlands game, and it's 2.
okay,
All the other
I
ones
thought I
are
was
sort
fighting
of
you for a
like
second.
whatever.
Yeah,
Can't wait for the third one to get out of early access. That'll be
under a lot
Wow,
of
got
I
him.
know, right? Fucking
at least that first DLC was
Randy's
alright.
gonna
Randy-
come disappear you.
Oh no.
Randy Bitchford. But
Oh.
no. Under a lot of my years where it's like, oh, this came out, this was a good game. There's like a few things where it's like, fuck. The disappointment is immeasurable.
We
My
had a lot
decade
of
is
games
ruined.
that year, this year with
Yes. Mm-hmm.
that. We had Borderlands 3, which just sort of like fell off a cliff at some point. We all played Gears of War 5 together.
I didn't even put that anywhere because I wasn't
Oh, it's
even
not
gonna-
on my list either. I'm just
Yeah.
remembering it from this year of being like, oof,
I'm
boy.
really sad about how good 4 was to bring us back into it and how much 5.
That's the weird
took
thing
us
is because
out
I
of it.
feel like 4 didn't do anything crazy. It was just sort of solid.
It was
Right?
solid.
And it had a fun little end part, and it was like, yeah, okay.
4 showed us they could still make more Gears of War and make it fun. Like it wasn't just
Yeah.
you're burned out and whatever. And then
Yeah.
5 was like, all right, maybe
You're
I'm okay
really
with that.
doing
So,
finish the fight, huh? It's,
I'd be
that's-
okay with that at
Finish the
6.
yeah.
Or
Like I'm not gonna have anywhere near the amount of like enthusiasm when Gears of War 6 comes out to be
No,
like, yeah, let's play it. And
oh,
let's
it's
do a
on Game
stream and,
Pass.
like-
Okay, thank God. I
I
guess.
still don't
Yeah.
know how they're going to deal with that. Like if they're just going to choose
yeah, I
this
don't know.
is what happened.
It's
or if it's just like neither of them.
Yeah.
the
No
interesting
one's in
thing
it.
is that they probably have data of who got chosen more, right? So they'll probably just make one canon.
Spoiler,
and that's it.
semi-spoiler for Gears 5. There is a one or the other choice near the end that very
out.
much influences something.
Comes out of absolutely
And
nowhere.
and I guess
Well,
yeah.
I mean, you can say influences something, but neither one has any lines after
No,
that point. So it's like,
But I mean, if you were to go into another one, certain characters would be very much potentially different. So anyway,
but who cares?
yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Great. We get to wait 3 to 4 years to find out, maybe,
I guess.
if they even do anything with it, or if they just retcon it because nobody cared or people forgot. Or
I don't know.
I wouldn't have played this Gears if you guys hadn't have said you can be a fucking robot.
And Game Pass for like
That-
$2.
Yeah. I would just been like, yeah, guys, have a good night. Have a
Yeah.
good couple days of playing that shit. I'm out. I'm in the bedroom. I'm staying away.
The funny thing is that I think you had the most
Fun.
engaging experience,
Which is the
out
worst
of-
thing. Yeah.
Feel like a
Because-
Metroidvania style.
Yeah, with like different abilities and skill trees and stuff. And me and Richard were like, hey, it's a long shot. On
I
the
was
ground
the
here. Do you want it?
MVP of a game that shouldn't have had an MVP.
Yeah.
If anything, Dan probably had the worst experience because you were a robot type doing crazy shit. I was
Oh
getting
yeah,
like
you had like visions
visions
and stuff
and
the
shit.
whole time.
Dan just like, oh look, yeah, there's a long shot if you want
hey,
it.
hey, Kate, are you okay?
That was just the black
Like
guy.
I like the idea. No, but I like the idea that if you
Star Wars and Gears of War.
no, but I like the idea that if you would have been at home for the entire playthrough and not here, you could have just played.
Oh, I would have had no fucking idea.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen my screen.
because
And
you might
known
not
that
have even have brought it up.
Yeah.
yeah.
Anyway, let's not talk about Gears 5 because it was. I don't think it.
I don't think
I
anyone.
don't think it.
had
I don't think it merits being mentioned when there's a lot of other cool shit.
it doesn't deserve a mention. Can I mention one funny one that I put on?
You can just, yeah.
I didn't. No, it's only because I didn't realize it affected me
Okay.
until I realized how weebish I've been this year, and realizing that I could go for an anime game,
Okay.
and the one that I probably would have maybe, other than maybe Astral Chain, but no, wait, Code Vein.
Code Vein is the Dark Souls
Code
one.
Vein's the
Astral
Dark-
Vein.
Code
is
Vein
the,
was the one that I might have picked up, but it's too. I
I
can't.
want to play that. So.
It like bleeds just weeaboo blood, and I can't. It's too much. Like
Oh.
no, sorry. The one that I would have dealt with was Jump Force, but
Oh,
tried
isn't
it.
that game bad?
as you can see where it says Jump Force,
And then it says, ew.
because damn dude,
Dude, it came on Game Pass. And I'm like, I downloaded it. I didn't tell her. And I loaded up. I'm like, look, it's Jump Force. And then she tried it, and it was just like immediately like, oh no, this isn't what I wanted.
I was the black girl and
wild thing
everything.
about that game is that I got excited for it, which is unusual because they had like Yugi and like Light from Death
Yeah.
Note. Are those characters even in the fucking game?
I don't know. I
You-
think there's DLCs and shit. too.
Light Yagami talks to you at some point. I think maybe it's Ryuk that might.
But but are they
Fight.
playable characters?
no,
Well, then what the fuck?
They might
But
be. Yeah.
no.
No.
what would Light be doing?
I don't know who Light is.
He'll be writing in a
I'm-
book.
I just feel
You've
like
seen the Death Note movie.
I don't remember what.
It
the
doesn't-
He's
fuck-
the main character
Listen,
of the Death Note
that
movie.
ask me about
means
what I remember of the
nothing.
Death Note movie.
What do you
Light
remember about the Death
Turner.
Note movie?
There's a Ferris wheel and the man runs real wild all the time. Not a
No,
Yeah, it's a
yeah.
Ferris
right,
wheel.
yeah.
Ferris wheel. Okay,
I mean,
right. I was like, is
that-
it horizontal? That's a rammy round. What the fuck?
Merry-go-round. I think you've been going to different types of circuses or carnivals. There's nothing called a ram me round.
I don't know what that is, but
Right.
don't Google it. I wouldn't. Just my advice.
That's why I didn't want to put this game on, because it's like I didn't realize I even wanted it until I felt it and realized the loss that
Yeah.
this game would never be. And it's like, wow, okay.
I also sort of paid attention to Kill la Kill If because it has that like really good stylistic
Yeah.
look to it, just like Dragon Ball Fighters did, and that's why you look at that game. It's like, oh, I could just stare at this for a little bit and like it would look cool. But
Yeah.
I guess it didn't play. Didn't you play?
Yeah,
it?
Kill la Kill If was actually really neat, but it didn't. I'm sure it's way deeper than I knew, but like gameplay wise, it didn't feel that deep.
I don't know if
I would
that's-
just spam,
Yeah,
and it was kind of okay. But also,
I played the demo and it was just sort of like,
I was sad because I had just finished watching Kill la Kill to like see that before I played it. And then the whole thing that Kill la Kill If the game is that it goes like, what if this would have happened, and it changes
Yeah.
it. So it went into a different route, but it stayed so true to it for most of it. And then the small change was like not really that big of a change, and then it just ends. I was like, oh,
Okay.
I kind of wish this was a little bit longer if you were gonna.
sell a whole
Go wild,
fucking
yeah.
game.
But not that it was a budget title, but it was like cheaper anyway. But still,
Also, I read up and like was listening to people talk about that game that like when you were able to play it,
yeah.
there was like you can show it,
oh,
you
yeah.
can't show the story,
Yeah.
which you have to start the game playing the
To unlock
story in order
characters
to
to do multiplayer.
So it's like, okay, so
Oh,
most of this is being played off cast, I guess.
Actually, no. Everything was unlocked from the get-go. Because I remember that the first night that I played it off stream, because I wasn't allowed to show much of it, I got a code from the whatever
Devs.
publishers or whatever. But like, I loaded it up, played like a little bit, and I'm like, oh, it's a little bit different than the show. And I'm like, oh, let me try the multiplayer. And it like, I hit random because, of course, bad idea. And it just brought up like the last area kind of the game as the like environment. I was like, oh, what the fuck?
Well, at
is
least
this?
you'd already seen the anime at that point.
But no, it goes.
Oh, you had?
No, I did, but like
Okay.
it doesn't take place where the anime goes.
Oh, okay.
And I was
No,
like,
it does.
not in like the weird brain
No.
mesh flesh places and all the weird like.
Yeah,
girl-
isn't that where the first life fiber is?
No. This is like there's like a brain demon flying around taking. I don't know. There's some fucking weird
I don't
shit in
know
that
what you're
game.
talking about.
There's like some weird shit.
You
There's like
had
the girl. With
asked
the...
me.
They make like a big life fiber ship. That
No. That's an.
Yeah.
I'll have to show you at some point.
Okay.
It's fucking. At one point, there's like the enemies are like not even.
Spoilers for Kill la Kill, I guess.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry.
It's like it veers really wildly, and it's like a character that's not really mentioned or very little that becomes the main person because something's anyway. There's some weird. Anyway,
I feel like you hadn't watched the last like 2 episodes or something because I think there was spoilers happening kind of, and I
Yeah.
was just like, just don't say anything. You won't know because there was literally an area where I was just like,
oh yeah,
mm-hmm,
yeah,
okay.
but no, yeah. I was gonna make a
In space.
suggestion because I feel like we're getting some good combos out of this.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of potentially if you guys want to not to go faster because I don't want to go faster.
No, but we. Yeah.
But if we go via like release dates, I feel like that's the most like punchy thing of being like, holy fuck, like that was.
Are we going backwards or forwards?
I mean-
from
Start-
like
start-
closest 2010 to like. You know
Oh,
what mean?
I thought we'd go backwards and start from games this year and then.
Oh yeah.
I'd say
work our way backwards.
2010 forwards.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Like my list is set in that, so
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
also
well,
helpful.
mine is too, but then you just read it from the bottom.
I
up.
guess so. Can we start by like?
Yes, we can start at 2010. It's
Okay.
fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it wasn't that. I was gonna say, can I just like barrel off my stuff?
Yeah, say like all your 2010s.
Yeah.
Okay, let's
Yeah.
do that. Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
per year. Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
Yeah.
So 2010. There's gonna be stuff that I didn't necessarily play when it released, obviously.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I'm
for sure.
Oh,
just
hang on.
Okay.
Games of the decade, 2010.
Why did you do that?
Thank you. know. So Bayonetta 1.
Oh, okay.
Not on my
Um,
list.
Near.
Not on my list.
Very first. The worst thing is, brother played it, but it was one of those things where it's like I played or watched him play it,
Yeah,
before
they
it was
played
even a
intro-
thing.
into- yeah.
so it's just like I'm glad that I experienced this before it became like whatever it became.
Yeah, when
It's a weird thing, but I'm a hipster.
Automata got huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one made me laugh and almost want to cry. Fucking Blur, dude.
Dude,
And
I
you
had a
got
Blur to mind, dude.
Freaking
Oh,
Blur.
wow.
Blur is fucking
I remember
lit.
hearing people talk about Blur,
Mario
but
Kart for
I never played
adults. Like
never
that
played
was,
it.
Oh, it was so good.
Bizarre Creations?
it. Yeah, that sounds.
I'm
is
sure.
that
It's
the
Project
Geometry
Gotham.
Wars?
Yeah.
Yeah, and Project Gotham people. The final game before
oh
they
yeah,
got.
right. Because isn't there a Geometry Wars cabinet in Project Gotham
Yeah,
Racing? Okay.
Yeah. Oh man, Blur was so fucking good.
I used to play Need for Speeds and random other racing games, but Blur was just like, I was looking forward to that, and it was just like,
I looked up some gameplay right before this. I was like, "What is does Blur still hold?" I looked up. I was
Yeah.
like, "This still looks fucking
so good.
excellent." Like the type of thing where you could be speed boosting and then get hit by their variation of. It was like okay, Blur was fucking Need for Speed in Mario
Mario
Kart
Kart,
world. So
yeah.
you pick up things and like shoot missiles and whatever. But I was. The video that I was watching showed somebody like boosting wildly and then getting hit by something, and the car would just front flip through the air and spin, but maintaining full speed because it would always land perfectly on the tire. It was just like their way, but like it was just like it didn't give a fuck. You would be drifting, you'd do flips to the air, doesn't matter. You'd land because you got hit by something, but you'd be slower. But you know
I
what I
don't
mean?
know
Like
if it was called that. I think it was like a force
I
explosion
couldn't. Yeah,
or
it
like
was
a
full-
push.
There's
like,
the push. There was a missile that
Yeah.
you could shoot. There was like shield. There was like all this shit, and it felt so good. And it had like the perfect like. You're doing stuff, bars are popping up, telling you like things to do, and like, oh man, the
I feel like
multiplayer was so fun.
That's why I wanted to enjoy Onrush and why I enjoyed you playing Trackmania because
Yeah.
it was like that feeling.
Onrush,
of,
I still
like-
think is really fun. I want to mention I didn't put like it
Did
had some other
Blur
stuff.
come out close to Split Second?
Yes, it was a few months apart. I didn't put Split
Okay.
Second though, because as
Yeah.
much as everybody loves Split Second, I didn't really like it that much.
I
would love
enjoyed
to
it,
see
but
a-
I think I got Split Second instead of Blur.
Yeah.
Because
makes
they were
sense.
they both looked like a crazy racing game, and
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this one has like destruction.
I think
and
at the
stuff.
time there was even a like split in I'm getting Blur. No, I'm gonna get Split Second.
So
Yeah.
here's the
Pretty
thing:
sure.
if either of those games would get remade now, I think Blur would still be really fun, and it'd be a cool thing to boot up. But I'd be really curious to know what a new
what
Split Second
looks like now?
with destruction and
Yeah,
as
that's
big
true,
as like
yeah.
that would like. Yeah.
Because Split Second it looked impressive, but kind of only the first 1 or 2 times that you went through a track.
But if
Because
I
it was the
correctly-
same stuff every time.
Yeah, but I remember by the end of a level, like on the third lap, stuff was so collapsed and busted that it was really
It was
crazy.
but
Yeah.
that only.
But it's the first
Yeah.
time. But I would love to see, like, I'm not saying I would get super hyped up and play another split second forever, but like,
Well, now
seeing
with
the
like
destruction they would
technology and
do,
stuff,
yeah.
you could do way more like procedural destruction and
Yeah,
stuff like
it's
that.
really
and-
cool.
Yeah.
Bring back full auto, but then don't.
It's weird. I went through every list and I can't remember if Rocket League was something that I saw, even though it wouldn't have been on my
I added
list.
it on mine. It's
but-
2015 though.
Mm,
I don't have it on my list.
yeah.
But
I never got the hang of that game, and I guess it's just because I didn't put enough time into it.
so I will say what I don't like about
Because
Rocket
it's the same as it was in 2015.
Yeah.
So I
now,
was about to
right?
say
Yeah.
is Rocket League, going back to it now, there's a whole mess of shit that I was not like, I didn't play it enough to really follow all the monetization shit that was garbage, then good, then garbage, then selling shit on the marketplace, and then being bought by Epic, then things changed, and like there's a whole bunch of, I didn't get to experience any of that.
Right, you just
Yeah.
I just loaded it back
saw it
up,
in 2015 and
loaded it up
2020,
again,
yeah.
and being like, dude, you know what? This still plays really good. The gameplay's really great, and it's so easy to get other people who don't play it as much to load it up, and then like you immediately get it. You know, it's like pretty
Yeah.
much soccer.
you drive a car.
and you drive a car.
and you hit the ball.
If you're fucking up, it's fine. You're still flying over the place. You're trying to do aerials and stuff, and like there's and the team thing of like getting really excited and stuff. Anyway, Rocket League, I still think is good.
Rocket League is the thing I probably watched the most clips of.
Yeah.
Without having compared to the amount of time that I played it, like just seeing like wild shots happen and like
All the aerial
people
stuff.
jumping into the air and
Yeah.
like doing a front flip and slamming the ball down into the goal or whatever. Like,
Yeah, that stuff was nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rocket League.
I just want to mention one thing about Rocket League before I forget, so we probably
Yeah.
won't bring it up once we are
That
talking
was
as
no,
much.
but that was in 2010.
No, that was
No, it
2015.
wasn't,
That's
but-
2015.
Okay.
But just
Burp,
while we're talking about it,
burp.
because I figured we're probably going to talk less about it. Punch
Yeah.
the mic again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's a new mode they added, which is like, I don't know if it's new, but anyways, it's like a blitz mode where everybody has power ups, where you either like shoot a leg out the front of your thing that like kicks the ball, or you grapple to it, or you
So are you
freeze
saying
the
it's
ball.
getting closer to Blur?
It's
Is that what
kind
you're
of like
saying?
Blur,
Okay.
yeah. But there's a weirdness where like one of the power ups is just you get spikes in your car, so if you just jump, you just clip the ball, and you just drive it into the net and stuff. Like there's a lot of dumb stuff in that I was playing it, and it did remind me of Blur. So that's like anyway.
Nice. Okay.
Anything else? Mike?
This one again is cheating because it's Stalker. But
Say the month, or do you know the
this
month?
is
window?
still no, I don't have the months.
Okay, I think
Do I
Stalker.
really need to do the months?
No, I'm just curious. I was just curious because
I just
Stalker.
wrote, I wrote days because I was on Wikipedia. I may as well have done it.
They're kind of in order.
That's okay. We don't need.
But
It doesn't matter.
I
Doesn't
don't
matter.
think-
Doesn't
yeah.
matter.
No, I was for myself. I was
Okay.
curious because I like.
But
I feel like
again,
that was earlier in the year.
this one is cheating because technically it's. I don't think you played a lot of because this is Call of
Pripyat.
Pripyat. Thank you. I put cop and I'm like I can't remember what Pripyat. How you say that? Who said that?
I could be saying it wrong. I don't know. That's how I've heard it before.
I think Pripyat. Apparently, Chernobyl was 2007, Clear
Yeah.
Sky 2008, and Pripyat 2009.
But that's at least an honorable mention.
Yeah. I've always wanted to go back to them.
Deadly Premonition was.
I had that on my
Yeah, I know
list.
you would.
I was waiting for you to mention it. I was going to mention it.
I feel like I didn't get that game
Oh man.
because who would? It's Deadly Premonition, but I
Get
know.
us in purchase
Riccio
or
got
get
it.
us in get us in
No,
purchase or
as
get
in
us in you got.
both. I didn't get it and I didn't understand it.
I worked
didn't-
at an electronics store back then, and I remember seeing, let's say, 20-ish copies of
Yeah.
that game on the shelf. No one ever bought one.
Ever.
No.
Dude.
Ever. But
I-
now it's like a
I
collector's
remember
edition.
day and date that game and Heavy Rain I think came out. I went
Mm.
back home,
Oh,
played a
boy.
little bit of Heavy Rain, and then played all of Deadly Premonition after like an hour or something of like Heavy Rain. Like, dude.
I think back in 2010 I didn't appreciate things unironically or ironically. I was just I don't like this. I don't know what this is. I don't know if I was just unfunny in 2010, but there was something about Deadly Premonition. I
Oh,
was just
man.
like, this is what is this?
I-
What is this?
Why
Squirrel
is,
monkey?
Why is this on a disc?
Who is she? Like, what is happening? What?
I
I've
want
actually never played Deadly Premonition.
So-
I know very little about it.
So 2010 when this
Except
came,
some of the music, because you keep playing
Yeah.
it all
we
the
should
time.
play it at some point. But like, I just want to go through it again. But anyway, in 2010 when this came out, I was very much streaming a lot of garbage thing. Like I would go to EB Games, whatever, a lot and pick up stuff that was used and happened to be like the $5 garbage, and I knew it was shit. Like there was like a whole bunch of like beat 'em up things that I can't remember what the hell they were called, but there's like a whole bunch of crap that I would play. And when I picked up Deadly Premonition, it's because it was gonna be like, oh, this will be dumb. I remember showing it on my stream back in 2010, just like, look how silly this looks. Like one of the part of the trailers, like a girl bends backwards. I think she shoves her hand through the dude's mouth, and he's screaming. Like I was like, this looks fucking ridiculous. And I remember playing it, and the second you start and you get your handgun and you shoot like the zombie things, and he's just getting headshots and going, nice, perfect, nice shot, great. And he's like talking to himself, and then you get out of that part and you get into a car and you're driving, and he just starts talking about movies and shit to himself because he's got like Francis York Morgan and like whatever, like it's just
Spoilers.
oh man, it was just like. It's so dumb, and it was such a fun thing to stream and experience, and like the game managed to be interesting and crazy through the whole thing, but I want to go through it because I never really did much of the side stuff, and apparently the side stuff is the most wild shit, and I feel like I saw a bunch of wild shit in the main story, so it's like one day before 2 comes out on the Switch, holy shit, I want to play the first one again.
Switch only game?
I believe so. I believe it's a
wow.
Switch exclusive, yeah, but I don't quote me on that. I'm not Nintendo man.
Not Nintendo, man.
Not Mr. Nintendo. But yeah, Deadly Premonition is on my actual like hell yes list. Hell yes slice. So, yeah.
I appreciate it now. So yeah. You'll hate this one and all the sequels. Amnesia, The Dark Descent.
Those are fine.
Okay.
Is that also 2010?
2010?
Are you serious? Are you sure it's not just a console release?
No, I don't think so.
Amnesia did a lot for like.
Horror games.
We don't need to have
Oh,
combat.
you're right. I would have
Yeah.
been streaming at the time.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yep.
Yeah, that was
September 8th, 2010. Wow.
also for like
That is 2010.
it's most influential to like YouTube careers.
Oh,
Yes,
maybe.
I mean,
Yeah. What?
PewDiePie.
Oh.
It wasn't good how I said it.
I didn't
but
know what you were saying.
It was a
Beeped
okay.
at us. No, Amnesia was actually still pretty good. It was the first time that I'd end up streaming something that had penises in it that I wasn't sure if I was allowed to show on stream, and I was like, "Well, it's in the game. I'll just look down while I'm doing the spooky part." Like,
monsters, penis. Yeah, that was.
yeah.
We started that game on our old YouTube channel for me to play.
For October.
Yeah, and then I think we did it 2 episodes.
We got
and
like
then I just
4 or
never,
5. I cut it to like 4 or 5 episodes, and then we just never finished it.
Yeah, I wasn't enjoying it a lot
Yeah.
as much as I don't even
As
remember
far
what
as
those
I
episodes are like. That was like 5 years.
I think you would prefer something
8 years ago.
Like if we tried to redo that, I think I would put you in front of something like Soma, because Soma is like the
Yeah.
story is like Amnesia is fine, but the story I feel like
Soma and
I don't. It's on mine,
Okay.
but I feel like Amnesia. I don't know what the fuck happened in the story. There's like people getting
It's just
whatever.
experimentations
yeah,
gone
like
wrong. That's
just terrible.
the
But
whole
I didn't really
story,
click with
pretty
it.
much. Yeah.
But like Soma, which is another game by them as well, which was like
Oh wait, it's the same people.
yeah,
Oh,
just
wow.
like the most mind fucky thing that you think about, and like dude, Soma was nuts. I don't remember when Soma came out.
Yeah,
I put it on
didn't
this
put it
list,
on my list
but
either.
now that everything's not alphabetical like I had it, it's a pain.
I want to say it's like 2017 or 16.
You know, when you can
Uh,
see your
20
entire list without scrolling.
2015
it's
September,
pretty
so-
Are you
nice.
serious?
2015 September. Yeah.
Oof.
I know I saw it too. That's fucked up.
Damn, dude.
The Taken King release time.
Probably, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Well, see,
I
that's why I played too much Taken King, so I could play some
Didn't-
Soma.
yeah,
And,
yeah.
that's neat. Yeah.
You have anything else in 2010?
Oh, God, yes.
Oh
Oh,
boy,
boy.
I have 3 games in 2010.
Are you serious?
Have we
Or,
mentioned any?
4?
Have we mentioned
technically.
any of them yet?
We've talked. Only 3. We talked about Mass Effect 2
Okay.
Okay.
a little bit.
I've already said Enslaved, so I'm not going to talk anymore on that one because Andy Serkis makes me feel weird inside.
Hot.
Uh,
Chaud. Très chaud.
even the way I've written this on my list, this game hurt me. This game made me feel things I didn't think I could feel.
Sonic 06.
Super fucking Meat Boy.
Oh boy.
Okay.
That game made me realize.
Actually,
yes.
are you serious?
I don't know if that was a re-release, but it said 2010. So as far as
I wouldn't
That
be
was
surprised.
when they were doing like Summer of Arcade and stuff.
Yeah.
because
yeah.
there was Meat Boy and then there was Super Meat Boy, right?
October 20th, 2010.
Mm-hmm.
What? Dude, that
wasn't
feels
Meat Boy just
so
like a
old.
browser game or
I
something?
think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think so. Yeah. Dude, what the fuck?
That was one of the first like try and die games.
Yeah, I think
That I'd ever played.
Yeah,
And
same.
was just like, I had like a revelation playing that game that it's just like I never thought I'd like those kinds of games, and it was just like
But something about the way they made that game where everything is so snappy and it just
Yeah.
starts again right away and you just go
and seeing
and the controls are
replays
simple
as
enough.
well.
Yeah, and
And the
all your
slurpy sounds
replays,
of all
yeah.
the meat hitting walls. Yeah.
Oh.
No. You guys said yeah, but I know you weren't fully listening.
I kind of agreed.
But it is good.
anything.
I think Meat Boy is what made me want to eventually play things like Dark Souls. Like that's such a kind of weird,
Yeah, no,
but
that
it's
yeah,
the
it's that
trial
sort of
error
punishing but
Yeah.
fair games. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, without Super Meat Boy, I don't know where I'd be. Thank you. RE5.
Yeah. It was a fun game.
This again
Yeah, it
is
was fun. It's not on my list, but it's not like bad.
I love Wesker. I love Chris punching boulders.
Isn't
Shiver
that
was alright.
2009?
No.
Didn't it come out at the same
The
time
PC
as
version
Halo
came out
Wars?
later.
I put a question mark next to it, so maybe, but
I think
Resident
it
Evil
might have
we're
been
Five.
looking for
2009.
it. We're looking for it.
2009, March 25th.
Fuck. Okay, well, ignore what we just said. Rewind.
Do you have
Super
something to
Meat
say
Boy.
about it?
What about RE6? Let's talk about 6 then. I don't know when the fuck that came out. Wild.
Okay, RE4 was one of my favorite games of all time ish. So RE5 was obviously not the greatest, but I enjoyed the almost comedic action style of it.
Yeah. And it did a lot for like
6 and
co-op
more.
stuff.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
So the
Isn't-
co-op side was really what I wanted to add to that one.
It was definitely like, it was a fun game in its own right. But
Yeah.
it's like weirdly not the successor to Resident Evil
No.
4.
It was a
Yeah.
fantastic co-op game.
Yeah.
though.
Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was saying, like, never mind. It was a bit I was thinking about RE4, but I feel like that's a whole other conversation that I'll save for another time.
Well, just talk about it.
I feel like RE4 was good, but I don't think I liked it that much, except for the inventory management. I think if we were to take a game that's like RE4 that learned from it and made something good, I think I'd choose like Dead Space over it. From what a game that learned from it, you know,
Yeah,
improved.
I have Dead Space 2 on my list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that actually 2010 and stuff? I guess so.
2011.
Yeah, you're right. I would have been banned when that came out. It's the first thing I did on Ustream. This fucking anyway. But yeah. I feel like I don't know. Anyway,
It's such a weird comparison, but RE4 is kind of what Twilight Princess is, where it's like they changed it. And it's not necessarily that it's the best for everyone, but it was my favorite.
Well, that's the thing is Resident Evil 4 was also like, it was a revolution for like survival horror games, right? Because
Yeah.
before that, it was like look at Resident Evil 3 and Resident Evil 4.
Yeah.
It's completely different gameplay and like
Don't like it.
you don't like it.
It's too scary.
you know what's dumb is I would still I think choose like the first original Resident Evil over like 4. I don't
Sure,
know.
I
like
because
4 keeps moving forward, and I really like the learning the location thing. That's why I like 7 and the new 2 so much as well.
I definitely understand that idea also, because even like going that far back, you kind of have there's like always like a middle period of like playing older games
Yeah.
where it just feels like it's bad and doesn't hold up.
Yeah.
And I think we're in that period for Resident Evil 4 right now where it's kind of like
Because so much stuff has improved on it, right? And
yeah,
you're going,
exactly.
yeah.
And you're like, this doesn't control the way that I want it to, and like it looks kind of blurry and
Can't
like. But if
sidestep
you
or
go
whatever.
far back enough, and I had this issue, I don't remember if I talked about it on the last podcast about the old Pokemon games.
No.
Maybe.
Okay, so I played Pokemon Sword and Shield
Okay.
this last year, and I said, oh, let's go back and play some of the old Pokemon games that I, I bought them and I didn't play a ton of.
So we're free to say last year and it's 2019, but I know what you mean. But
yeah. It's
Yeah,
correct.
no, it's correct, but I hate it.
But all those old Pokemon games, Sword and Shield is like a perfect. The character moves how you want it to move in like 3D space. I went and booted up Pokemon Sun,
Okay.
and that game, that's the one before Sword and Shield, and that game is like a weird like half step thing where the character moves in like 8 directions.
Oh, weird.
And
okay.
like I was like, I cannot actually play this game. I don't like the way it looks or the way it controls, even though it's just one generation back and a lot of like theoretical improvements are in it. I cannot play it.
Yeah.
So that I feel like I get exactly what you're talking about with the Resident Evil 4, because it's just far back enough where it's like
I think even at the time I remember finishing it and being like I don't know. I think there was
especially the thing is, if you played it at that time but you didn't play it like maybe right when it came out, that game
yeah,
would have been talked up like crazy, right? Like, this is the best game of all time.
I think I don't know, because I feel like back then I wasn't checking too much stuff online-ish, maybe.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Like
I
2004
think
or something. Wasn't
I
it?
think it's a mix of when I played it. I think it was 1. It was a little bit spooked. It was a little bit spooked. It was hard to
Same,
progress.
dude. Same. Scarred for life.
2,
Absolutely.
I hated all the
Chainsaw
fucking
Man, terrifying.
I hated all the enemies that you had to shoot, and then like the head popped, and then there was like all that stuff. It's like, okay,
Yeah,
I'm
that
gonna kill
was
you
annoying.
again.
Yeah, the Plagas at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like the dogs I started doing, I was like, oh, okay, we'll do that. And then of course Regenerator was really dope, scared the fuck out of me. And then the entire second part on the island, I was like, I fucking this sucks. Like, I don't know.
There were
Like,
generators there on the island.
no, I know, but I just mean like the whole people with like guns by that point. I was like, I don't
Yes.
fucking-
Well, it's funny because you can look at the progression of Resident Evil 4's story.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, oh yeah, of course Resident Evil 5 is what it is because it's the end of Resident Evil 4. It's just they continued from that point.
Yeah.
Regenerators, bane of my existence. Like, I thought Resident Evil 1 scarred me. And I love Resident Evil 4, but damn, dude. It's probably because of that. Because it was already a franchise where I was like, I can't play that. It's fucking terrifying. And then 4 had regenerators. It's just like, stop playing games. Just stop playing games. Fuck, dude.
All video games were a mistake. I'm turning around.
I'm crying. Like, what?
I want to say like 4 years ago when I went back and played through every Resident Evil game like back to back and just kind of went through them all. When I got to 4, I got to like that icy hallway and with the generator, and I knew it was gonna happen. Like, oh man, I remember being so spooked. I fucking hate this. I hate this part. I know it's coming out. I'm gonna grab the IR thing, and then it's gonna be a fucking bunch of generators. And then I get to it, and then I'm playing. And I'm like, yeah, I was just really young. Like this isn't really that bad right now.
No, there's something about them that's just still spooky, and once you get to that hallway and you hear the glass break and you know it's finally happening, it's just like, I can just stop here.
I think a big
don't
part
need
of it
to.
is that also the way you combat them, because
Yeah.
it asks you to use a long range weapon
Yeah.
zoomed in on a small part of them, so it kind of obscures the rest of their
Yeah.
body.
Yeah.
So it's like kind of finicky to aim the
Yeah.
long range gun at close range.
It's everything. It's the fact that if you shoot out their legs, they start doing the wriggle thing and moving fast. You get the
Flipping forward
ones
a bit.
you get the
Yeah.
ones that have
Oh,
the spike
I
in them
didn't
that
actually know
basically
that.
spike in. Don't ever fucking do that.
Okay.
It's fucking terrifying,
The,
dude.
the leg thing is
Like-
the worst because they start like flapping at you in
Yeah.
like a front flippy kind of
How
like
do you even hit the?
you don't. And,
Oh,
well, you have to like
okay.
it's no you fucked up if the legs are gone.
Yeah, pretty much. There's just, I think they're also called Iron Maidens or something, but they took that name out eventually or something. But yeah,
Would those be the spiky ones?
probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because Iron Maids have spikes.
Yeah.
Iron
Don't
Man.
like them.
Didn't like them. Okay.
Don't need them. So Resident Evil shouldn't have been on there, but yeah.
Oops.
Street Fighter 4.
Oh,
That was
that should have been on my list.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I
That's the fighting game I think I've ever played the most.
I've always played fighting games like
I learned
randomly.
to play fighting games because of that game.
Tekken was my game.
That game made me feel
technically.
like I was just bad.
Maybe because you were.
Yeah, I was. I tried to learn and I was like, but no. I'd be like, okay, cool.
Dustin taught me how to play Street Fighter.
I don't remember who I was playing with. Somebody was pretty much teaching me a bit as
Insane.
well. And
Was it Dustin?
I don't know, maybe it would have been.
He was
actually.
spreading that game everywhere. He
Yeah.
loved that game.
But then it would be like I'd get decent or better than I was by a good chunk, and then I'd go back online and then still get like murdered for like 10 matches.
That's
in a row, and
the
I was
thing.
like,
I
okay.
never played online. I just played with like
Oh.
friends or whatever, right? Because I remember you played Jury, right? I played Ryu. Dustin
Yeah.
played Cody.
Maybe yeah,
Is that the prison guy?
yeah.
Yeah.
Tornadoes and the
Yeah.
knives or whatever. But yeah, I think I'm still searching for a good fighting game to get into at some point. I feel like Tekken 7 is the closest,
Tekken is, yeah.
and the new, not Guilty Gear coming out.
Guilty Glare. Wow.
I almost said Stadia. I don't know what the hell it's Strife or whatever the hell
Oh,
that's
drunk,
next year.
dude.
But
Guilty Gear Stadia.
but yeah,
It's on Stadia? No.
No.
probably not.
Guilty Gear just looks absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, the new ones. Actually, even the old ones with the art.
Mm.
But
But yeah.
yeah, Street Fighter 4. I don't know.
Games
Yeah.
like Guilty Gear and Blaze Blue,
Blaze Blue.
Hmm.
those are like too fast and complicated for me.
Mm.
It's too wild.
Yeah,
Street Fighter 4 was slow enough and like deliberate enough that like you could still do some crazy wild fast stuff, but
Yeah.
it felt like I could learn how to do like a mix up or
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Street Fighter.
yeah, Street Fighter 4.
And
yeah.
also the intro song was one of the best songs ever.
Oh, I don't
I
remember
can
it. I
feel it
probably skipped
coming
it.
over me. I feel it all around me. It's
Yeah,
just
I skipped
semen.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was, yeah.
Also, if you ever played any of the other ones, like Arcade Edition or whatever the hell, it just deleted that out of it.
Yeah.
Like, so it was
Yes.
literally only the
I
first.
think I
release of
only ever
4.
played 4.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
don't think I played the other ones.
Fucking Seth.
Well, if you ever
Emails.
played Mew using Jury, then it was definitely one of the upgraded ones.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, but
I guess I wouldn't have known.
Yeah.
Because it's the same game. Like,
yeah, they
it's
were
just a
pretty,
paid patch.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Anything else in 2010?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh my
What the
goodness.
fuck?
This was actually my longest year.
Okay.
Because there was stuff that I was just like, this one's a quick one because it's literally
I think
more...
I have at most 3 in a year, maybe 4.
No.
3 is probably my max. No, not even. Yeah, 3.
Metro 2033.
Okay.
And that's because of you, pretty
Okay.
much. But also...
Is it on your list, Richard?
No, I don't
Singing
think.
pipe? No, I didn't
Singing
put it anywhere.
pipes. Singing pipes is it's gonna stick with me for
singing
life.
pipes?
Singing pipes. There's a guy who's like semi-drunk talking about the singing pipes that the pipes in the metro like sing. Whether it's because
Ghosts or
there's
something.
people in it, there's ghosts, there's monsters, there's stuff touching it. It's singing pipes. But it's just the way he says it. It's such an iconic like singing pipes. It's just yeah.
I think I really like that series.
Yeah.
I didn't like Exodus that much, except for the final level of Exodus. So it was more like the old games.
Yeah.
I liked them, but for some reason I didn't put them on my list. I don't know. They were really good. I've played them twice each for Last Light and 2033, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe Metro kind of burnt you.
I think Exodus fucked me up too hard.
Yeah.
That I just like all the. I didn't like most of the open world stuff. It bugged out on me to the point where like if I wasn't playing on PC, my save was fucked, or I'd have to restart 12 hours. So instead, I downloaded a trainer, no clip through a wall to continue to the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a bunch of garbage in that. Maybe Exodus just burned me.
Yeah.
Is Metro the same people that made Stalker?
Part of the team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because part of that Stalker team is now working on Stalker 2, which is slowly coming along.
Looking forward to it.
All right, keep going.
Fable 3. This one it's on my list.
Is it on your list because you liked Fable 2?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Next game.
Okay. As long as you understand.
I know. Yes,
okay,
that's
good.
exactly why Fable 3 would be on anybody's list because Fable 2 is great.
I don't know if I wrote it like this for a reason or if it auto-corrected or if I'm just an idiot, but I wrote Ruffle Band 3
Oh, cool.
because
Rock
Rock
Band.
Band.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Rock Band, yeah.
That was a good amount of time playing that game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Rock Band 3 was a good time.
I think I mostly played the original one. I
Yeah?
don't think I was still into like playing those music.
I think
games
2
by
is
the
one
time
I
3
stuck with the
came out.
most.
Yeah.
3, I think
Like
I bought
1
it.
and 2, I definitely have like memories of like
Yeah.
what songs are in those games.
Mm.
I couldn't tell you what's in 3.
Yeah.
3 was a weird mix because it added a lot
Aren't they
of like
still
pop stuff.
releasing stuff
Yeah,
in Rock Band 3?
Yeah.
Not
I-
in 3, but in the,
it's-
well, maybe it's playable in that, but like the Rock Band Network stuff for the Xbox and the PS4 one.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
separate thing. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I think it's 4.
I was really happy they started adding a lot more like pop and anime songs and stuff like that.
Aha!
yeah.
Okay.
I know you weren't expecting me to say that, but yeah, it was cool that they were just like, it's Rock Band, but fuck it, throw that in, get that in there. That's enjoyable. So that's technically it for 2010 for me.
Okay.
But I've got 2 of my disappointed games.
Oh, you have bad games on
Just-
this
Jesus.
list.
yeah.
Okay.
And technically,
I
it's funny
didn't-
because both of them are Castlevanias, but it's Harmony of Despair, which was
Oh, is that the multiplayer one?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
that it just did not feel good.
No.
I
Jeez.
I wanted
absolutely
to.
right. It was like, oh, neat, this area from like Aria of Sorrow or whatever, and you can play as
Wish
I
Solo
could
or
enjoy
Richter
it.
or whatever,
Yeah.
but nope.
No,
Yeah.
No.
the zooming out stuff like
Yeah.
hurt me.
Lag on everything you
Yep.
ever did.
The worst
Yep.
thing was I had forgotten about this game until I looked it up and then instantly was just like crying because it's just like I feel what I felt back then.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm gonna say about that because damn dude. Castlevania, Lords of Shadow.
Oh, that was dog shit.
Yeah, sure.
Let's pass on that one. Let's go.
No,
Yeah.
because I went back and I fully played that game
Same.
through.
I fucking
I've
hate
played
that.
it all the way through as well.
It
For
was
some reason.
it was a guilty pleasure of hating it but loving it at the same time. I
At
didn't
that
do
point,
the
I was just
DLC.
playing it because I wanted Castlevania.
Yeah,
Like,
pretty
that
much.
was it.
I wanted the game to be what I wanted, but it wasn't.
The only
But-
reason I sat through the rest of that game is Karma donated money if I were to finish it so I could buy a new chair. Thanks, Karma.
Which chair is that in this room? Is it?
Oh,
this
it's
one?
not here anymore.
No,
Oh,
it's
it's gone.
Oh, maybe.
Is it
I
this
don't-
one?
No, I don't know.
Are you sure it was in that one?
Maybe it was for this
think
one.
so.
Maybe it was for this
That
one.
Yeah.
chair's not 10 years
If
old.
it's 2010, it must be.
Fuck, man, I don't know
Eraser.
anymore.
Oof.
Karma might know better.
Karma, no. Thanks again, Karma.
But yeah, that's my 2010 list.
All right, here we go.
Deadly Premonition for me.
Mine-
That was it. Done.
3 bangers from me.
Yeah.
Go.
Mass Effect 2.
Okay.
Mhm.
Fantastic follow-up to a wonderful franchise, and Mass Effect has only been downhill from there.
Never finished one.
You never finished any of them?
Mm-mm.
Okay, well, they're fantastic.
Yeah.
They Mass Effect, let's say 1, 2, and 3 still hold up. Might not ever play Andromeda ever again, because that game's horror garbage fire. StarCraft 2, Wings of Liberty.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that game is StarCraft 2. I still think about playing all the time. It's exactly what I want out of a real-time strategy game.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't engage, that's a game where I actually tried to play the online a little bit. Quickly realized I was like outclassed, but still enjoyed my time with it. I tried to memorize build orders and stuff to like get better, but never quite got there.
I put a lot of time into StarCraft 2 when it came out. Yeah.
And then I have Halo Reach.
Is that actually
September 2010?
Wow.
Yeah, and that's kind of relevant now because it was just re-released as the part of the Master Chief Collection, right?
Only played Halo 3.
Halo 3 is the best one other than Reach, I think. So yeah, no, that's
one and
fair.
done.
Yeah, absolutely. You picked a good one.
Yeah.
That's my 2010 list.
Mass Effect does make me sad because as much as I started one, was enjoying it, I started falling asleep so much during that game. Like angry at myself because like I want to enjoy this, I
think Mass Effect 1 is definitely a differently paced game than the other two. It's a much slower and tries to be a more like kind of like out there sci-fi. Like it's Mass Effect 1 is a lot more Star Trek, whereas Mass Effect 2 and 3 are a lot more Star Wars. It's more like big adventure stuff, and there's some character moments in there, but it's mostly like, oh, let's shoot in space and stuff like that. Mass Effect 1 is a lot more of like talking and philosophy about different races and things that came before. And yeah.
Mass Effect was awesome.
You 2010?
We were talking about we were watching Only Deadly Premonition 2010. Oh wow, okay.
He's the opposite of what I've done. He's just like, this one game. I'm like,
I was very choosy.
I thought my list was huge.
No.
Mine's I cut a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Like the last time I did make it, so it was just
I
like
didn't.
Yeah.
We were watching a video talking about like biggest disappointments of the decade earlier for a little bit while we were eating, and they brought up Mass Effect Andromeda.
Yeah.
And I mentioned this while we were watching it. Like that game made me think about Mass Effect in a way that, like, was the writing in these games always bad?
Yeah.
Or what was like? Is it just this game? Like, it made me question my own memory in a way that. Yeah, but thankfully Mass Effect still holds up. Mass Effect 2 is the best of them. You can kind of just play Mass Effect 2.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to play 1 or 3, really. Like 2 kind of is a fine self-contained story with like a little bit of a stinger at the end if you want to play the next one. But
I think out of all of them, I enjoyed this series, but as much as Mass Effect 2 was probably the best, I think my favorite part about those games was just bringing your characters and your story from each to the next.
Yeah.
Right.
I was even fine.
Game's really done that since properly.
And I was even fine with the way 3 ended and stuff. Like I was okay with it. I had fun for the whole way through.
Yeah, absolutely. 3's fine. It's no Mass Effect 2, but it's
I don't
fine.
think I like BioWare style stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's not that I hate it, but like stuff like that and Dragon Age, I hate when and even like newest game, Outer Worlds, sorry, I'm going to have trouble with, because I hate when...
Well, that's not BioWare.
No, but I'm going to explain before I should jump back.
Okay, yes.
So I hate games that kind of make you pick and choose companions, like even the Fallout games where you can pick certain people, because I feel like I'd always want to...
You want to see it all.
I want to see it all, but then it's like, oh, but I like this... Okay, so I want to see it all, but then you'd be like, oh, I really like this character, but, oh, they don't complement my playstyle. Like, I'd play Dragon Age, the Inquisition, which I kept stopping, but I was just like, I'd play through, like, I played 6 hours of it, and I was like the healer dude, and I was like, oh, but I kind of really like this character, so okay, I guess I'll restart the whole game. I'll be the tank this time, because fuck Fred Prinze Jr. I don't want Iron Bull in my game. I'll just be the tank. I'll just get all the other characters and stuff. So like, you know what I mean? Like,
runs deep, dude.
I hate the companion stuff whenever you can't choose the ones you care about because they don't work gameplay wise. Like, and I feel like Mass Effect kind of did that, except for then again, Mass Effect was fine because most of the abilities you could get through with just whatever most of the time. Like,
yeah, like nobody, there was never.
And then you could also just brute force yourself.
Mass Effect 1 was the most where like you kind of had to have some like balance or whatever, or you want like a lot of tech in this situation.
Let me tell you,
the other two are like
Mass Effect 3 being a Vanguard where you just dash and then dive bomb and then dash and then dive bomb and then like, oh wait, there's other characters with me. Oh, it doesn't fucking matter because I'm dashing and dive bomb.
Yeah,
but yeah. Anyway, Mass Effect was alright.
I played those games through the first time as a soldier character, which just has the weird like
guns,
slowdown and you can use all the guns or whatever.
Yeah.
But then when I went back, because I wanted to get all the achievements on it, so you need to do a playthrough on Insane. which you can only get that achievement if you start a fresh file, so you
Oh, boy.
can't bring through all your stuff. I did it on both, but I did it as an engineer.
Yeah, overload and all that stuff. And
Well, it has the tech armor.
Okay.
The armor you can put on yourself and it kind of detonates when it explodes.
Yeah.
Because I thought like, oh, I'll get some more health. But that was really entertaining because it limited my like guns and forced me to use like a lot of different abilities.
Wasn't it pistol and sniper's name for them and it was weird? Or...
Pistols
That was infiltrator or
and
something.
I want to say maybe a shotgun
Okay.
or
Pistols in that game were really good though. Pistols were really
I could be misremembering. It was pistol, an SMG.
Okay.
That was what you could use as that character. And that was really because those also are not good long range options.
Yeah.
So you kind of had to close a lot of distance, and then you ended up using the tech armor to get in and explode on people, and then
That's cool.
yeah, it changed up the play style and like was still enjoyable, and like also I used those as my renegade playthroughs. So like
Oh man.
that was like a meta decision also, because I was like, well, a lot of renegade options kill people in cutscenes, so then you don't have to do a fight against them, and so it's easier on insane.
Smart.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah. Mass Effect 2, fantastic.
All right, what are we looking at for 2011?
2011.
Should we start with ours because they're short,
Go for
and
it.
then we'll go through yours?
This one's actually shorter, but
okay. All right.
yeah.
Well, let's go with yours again then.
okay. Portal 2.
Yep, that's on my list.
Oh,
Yep,
wow.
absolutely.
I
Yeah.
missed
Yep.
out.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fucking spoiled on it. Fucking still loved it.
No. Yeah.
One of
everything.
my favorite.
Cave
Yeah.
Johnson's a fantastic character. The
Yep.
stuff they do with GLaDOS and playoff things in the first game, and then Wheatley's great as well. And
I don't like calling games perfect because I don't think anything ever can really be. Portal 2 for me is one of those ones where it's just like so close.
yeah, the thing I
close.
feel like a lot of people complained about in that game is that there was a lot of in between puzzle
I was
sequences.
about
which
to
was
say,
like,
I think I like the first one over the second one because of that.
So the thing is, I remember reading those reviews after I played it and being like, oh, I didn't even, there was a problem? Like, they didn't even register with me because maybe I just ended up finding my way through them quickly or something.
I will say this. I think the reason that, not that it's tainted, but like stuff like Portal and Portal 2 or some puzzle games maybe don't get remembered so much by me is because I'm usually playing stuff, especially back then on stream a lot. And it'd be like that moment where you can't figure out a puzzle and then you're like sitting there 50 minutes. You're like, no, it's not people telling me, but you know everybody can see it and you're just getting fucking frustrated. Like, okay, I get it. There's the fucking slime and it bounces you, but like, okay, but hold on, just everybody. Okay, a bit of speed. Oh, okay, no, it's not fucking working.
Whereas if you're playing that game off stream by yourself, you can just take a break
Relax,
or
take your
like
time.
put it down and think about it for a
I'd be
little
like,
bit.
okay.
Yeah.
But me, I'm like, okay, now I'm burning time and I can't fucking figure this out. Like, I feel like a fool. Everybody's seeing me. Everybody's looking at me. Can't figure it out. I can't do the bounce. So I feel like maybe that's what.
Yeah.
But the co-op was really fun too. The co-op was really
fun.
Yeah.
Not with you.
Yeah, I
but
think I played it through once with Liz.
Yeah.
That was it was good fun.
The novel thing about that was hitting the button to bring up your second player's thingy. If you're in online, you could have a little picture-in-picture that would show what they were doing from their little first-person view, which is cool. I like that.
Nice. I played it in split screen, so you could just
Nice. Okay,
see
you
that
would
all
just
the time.
look downwards.
Yeah. I think that game actually did vertical.
Oh,
So I think there was a lot of
To the right.
jumping and
yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense.
I'm going to mention two at the same time
Okay.
because Terraria and Minecraft.
Did they come out the same year?
Yes.
For 1.0 probably, and then Terraria.
Oh, sure. Right.
'Cause again,
Of
Minecraft
course.
was-
Yes, yeah.
And again, because playing
Those two games are still like buy them, play them today.
Yeah.
Like completely.
I can't play Terraria that much. I tried
Yeah,
to. The
I
console
thought-
version that we played when we played it on Xbox 360 when that dropped was like the closest thing I could get to playing it, and that's where I think we had the most fun, or I
Yeah.
had the most fun. Terraria puts me to sleep, man.
It
I can't
does.
fucking do it.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the zoom out or the
I
slow
can't
pace
hit
of the
blocks or something.
beautiful
properly.
music. Yeah.
Yeah, but I still enjoy whatever time I put in with it. Like,
Yeah.
especially because it's like, what is it, like a $5 or $10 game?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh,
but
yeah.
whatever.
I feel like Terraria was the easiest thing to like load up, and then you just suddenly have like streaming again, once again. But
Yeah.
there'd be like 10 people be like, "Oh, can I join?" It's
Can I
like,
jo-
yeah,
yeah.
everybody can because you can have massive fucking servers. But yeah,
Yeah, it's good.
Just fun. And Minecraft, again, there's always been that game where it's just like, I want to play this. I want it to have farming, crafting, like I want to have quests. Minecraft Vanilla, not quite it.
Right.
But this year playing modded Minecraft has been like,
I feel like even if you don't play modded Minecraft,
There's
has so
too
much
much in
extra
it, yeah.
stuff compared
It
to what it
is,
was in 2011.
and they've added stuff to like,
Yeah.
not the end, but the, no, it's the end. There's like end villages now and stuff like that.
Okay.
Like there's more even in the end, which wasn't a thing before.
Oh, weird.
Like
Okay.
just stuff like that. It's just like, wow, okay. But modded Minecraft, because like you can have magic and adding certain things that doesn't happen in, where it's just like
Okay, I had to catch up to that. You were talking about modded. I was like, there's magic in Minecraft?
Yeah,
What
exactly.
the fuck?
It's just adding stuff that I've wanted from a game but can't find from a single game when I'm looking. So Minecraft has become that game.
Yeah, I was gonna
just
say I think
find it.
Minecraft is eventually Minecraft's the game.
Yeah.
You know, it's eventually going to be all gameplay experiences.
Yeah.
Minecraft
once.
Dungeons this year looks pretty slick though.
I'm
Diablo.
actually
Pretty, that sounded kind of not. I was serious though. I was actually serious. Yeah.
I had to put this one on here, obviously, because I did play it. But I mean, I've already said it once. Saints Row the Third, because I play Saints Row.
That was 2011?
Mm.
Yeah.
Where did I put
Yeah,
that
that was
down here?
2011, yeah.
Why did I put it down? Anyway, yeah.
Saints Row the Third is fantastic.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think the funny thing is that GTA 5 kind of rolled in a lot of like things from Saints Row that were like at that point like a play on GTA as a series. So I don't think it's, especially even playing like Saints Row 4 or whatever, the powers and stuff that you get in those games, like 3 is really hard to go back to right now. But at the time it was like, this is outstanding. Like it's just like an open world game that you want it to be, and there's lots of goofy stuff.
I like the what is it called? Like in Division, where you like control an area, or you like fight for an area and then you control it and that's yours. Like the whole kind of like
that was in
map.
4 though, I think, right?
No, that
I
was
think
3.
it was in 3. Didn't you take over like clubs or something? Like
Yeah.
I think so. I think 4 had it. No, I don't remember. Point is,
Maybe
I
4
fucking
had
I didn't.
Four had like tower. 4 was Crackdown. 4
I-
had like towers and like.
I straight up didn't like 4.
Yeah.
Oh, I really liked 4 because it was like
3
Crackdown.
3 was like, I'd rather play Crackdown at that point. But,
Sure.
But I feel like 3, it was like top for me. 4, being able to like just not use cars and just fly around. I was like, okay, I don't know what the fuck. I'm
I
playing here.
recognize how.
I'd rather play Prototype or like some other thing.
Yeah, I recognize how great 3 was, but
Mm.
I would. Neither are on my list, but I would more readily put 4 on my list
Really?
than 3.
I think 3 with the moments where like you jump out of the plane that plays music, or like you're running up the rocket or whatever. Like there's a lot of good parts, or like the bank scene.
They
like,
were
there's so
they
much
were pretty
shit.
front loaded though. I think is the problem.
Yeah,
with
but I feel
those.
like there was more moments that I remember of 3 than I do of 4. 4,
Sure,
all I
yes.
remember is using the
4 's
powers.
more like a sandbox and has some Mass Effect jokes in it. Yes.
Yeah, and there was
Yeah.
a ship or something that you went back
Yes,
to.
Mass
Effect
jokes,
I don't know.
The
Yeah.
stuff in 4, like the powers and like all that stuff, kind of put me off before I even realized it was putting me off. Like I
Yeah.
never went to. I was just like 3 is fine, and I didn't even go back to 3. But eventually, I was just like, I'm not gonna play 4. I didn't feel the need to.
I could say I hated.
I think I 100%ed 4.
Okay.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I could say I hated 4, but if you had to like buy Saints Row the Third and then play 4 after and do it in co-op, like that's still a really fun time. To
Oh
go
yeah,
through.
like if
it's bad for me, but like it's still a great game.
Plus, those two games kind of escalate across
Yeah.
the same story in a way that would be this like ridiculous, like what the fuck video games did I just play right now? Because where Saints Row 3 starts and where Saints Row 4 goes and ends is so ridiculously separate from each other that
Last one.
Last one.
Okay.
Cave Story Plus. This
Yep.
this is cheating because technically, it did come out in 2011, but the game had been out since like actual Cave Story, I think 2009 or 8 or something. But
Okay.
if you're ever looking for a game that's like shoot 'em up, platformy, cute, very hard, will kick your ass, you like it, Cave Story Plus.
I see
That
this game
sounded
is on your list
kinky.
after Meat Boy.
Oh, okay.
And then I have like 3
You have some disappointing games again.
disappointments.
Oh
Okay,
boy!
go
All
for it.
right.
I'm just gonna
Yep.
Bulletstorm, Brink,
I like
and Dead Island.
really.
Dead Island was fun. I cannot stand the sounds,
Oh, the bones breaking.
and I don't think I'd ever play it by myself, obviously. And it's just you advertised almost a different game or a different feeling,
that rewind
Yeah.
Right, they
trailer.
made it feel a lot more like an
And then
emotional
it
thing
was-
than like, haha, zombies!
like a
woo!"
motherfucking postcard.
Yeah.
Sam B.
Copacetic.
Voodoo, bitch, voodoo.
Brink I really enjoyed, but it died really quick and it didn't go good. What was
Bring
the
and
first one you said?
Bulletstorm,
Bulletstorm?
are like games that
Yeah.
they're not in my memory.
Bulletstorm was like, I hated the start. Then when I got into the combo stuff, it was really fun. And then by the end of it, I just wanted to die.
Yeah, same.
I think it got really difficult or something. And then I don't know. Or I was trying to do crazy shit and I failed at it. Once again, I was on stream. I was gonna fool myself. So
I enjoyed what they were going for, like Gears, but actually like having fun and just like poop, fart, dick jokes. Just okay.
Yeah. There's some cool
Numbers.
moments. Like I think there was like your Godzilla in like one
I
place
think
fighting. through
back
the-
in 2011, that probably
That would
played a
have
little
flied
better than.
better, yeah.
Whereas you look at that game now and you're like,
But even back then,
what's
I was just
the
like,
joke?
this is it's still funny. Like I've listened to stuff and like but it just hits in a way that it's just like even back then it was just like,
Yeah.
That's mine.
All right. Ones that we didn't talk about. I
Mhm.
have Dead Space 2.
I didn't realize this one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Fantastic, like, evolution of the Resident Evil formula in
Yeah.
a way that hit me a lot better because it's sci-fi.
Yeah.
I played Dead Space 2 in a room full of people that were there to watch me play Dead Space 2.
Yeah.
So that was a really fun time. Ended up losing my save close to the end of it.
Oh no.
But luckily, Dustin had like a bunch of saves, and so I just loaded up
Oh,
his
wow.
save
Okay.
where
Nice.
he
Continue
was,
to
and then
control.
just finished
Yeah.
it.
Dead
yeah.
Space 2 is phenomenal.
Yeah, there's a lot of like, especially some of those sections where you like fly out into space and it's like totally silent except for like Isaac's breathing and
Yeah.
fantastic
I
stuff
could
in that game.
barely finish the demo of that.
Jabbing
so-
a needle into your eye
Please
that
don't.
you have to do
it
on
was good.
purpose.
Please
It was
Yeah.
good.
Oh no!
What?
What were they called? Were they regenerators as well?
Necromorphs?
Oh, there was the
Oh.
regenerator as well.
Oh,
They had to freeze and do whatever. too.
Yeah,
It was in the first
was
one.
that a
at least.
boss?
kind of.
Yeah, it was
I
in
think
the
it was
first
a-
one, and then
yeah.
the second one, there's like, or maybe it's in the third one, they just throw a bunch at you, but
Yeah, that
regenerator
one-
suck.
I remember it as a boss. So I
I
don't
yeah,
think-
there
I
were
think it
boss
was.
mode. Yeah,
I think
in,
you're, like,
in 3
trapped
they
in a
they
room
throw
with
like
it as
6 at you,
well.
and they're like,
Yeah.
"Have fun!" Ha ha ha. Fucking
It's like,
hated it.
wow, way to make this game even worse than it was. Damn, dude.
and then I have Dark Souls.
Yeah, Dark Souls is the only one I had.
Dark Souls is
Did I not say that?
while I've never actually played the first one, I've played everything in that series after it, basically.
Yeah, you watched me play the
And
first
I-
one entirely though.
Yes, because
So.
I had to make an all deaths video
Yeah,
that I endeavored to do for some reason.
was
But
fun.
I think that
it
video
worked
holds
really
up
good.
and it's
I
good.
liked
Yes.
it.
Yeah.
I watched it recently. again.
Oh, good. Yeah. I like Dark Souls 2 the best, but like the formula of those games is something that I will always be there for now since I got into them. Like the loop of like discovering weird thing, figuring out how to challenge said thing, and then actually beating the thing is so it's little rewarding little micro sections constantly over the entire game, and it's real good for my brain.
I realized I skipped like 3 games because I said Terraria and Minecraft.
Wow.
Sorry. Dark Souls was actually on there, and I'm an
Okay,
idiot.
yeah.
Because that was I adored Souls, Souls.
Demons and Dark are the only ones I haven't played.
But I could not play Demon's Souls. I was terrified of that game. My brother would play it, and I'd just sit in awe.
It was
'cause it's just
scary.
like, what is? I don't know what's happening, but is this a mind flayer? Where? What? Well, tendency? I was just like, I can't deal with any of this, but I'll sit and watch it.
I don't know what World
Fear
Tendency is.
3.
Oh, fuck that game.
Like,
Ferrar?
that should have been on the disappointed thing. I'm not even going to go into it.
It's
It
a
was
fun
just-
game to
it was
play if
fun
you're
to
playing the
watch.
shooter boy. If you're not playing the shooter boy, then might as
Yeah.
well just right click the whole game and you can't do anything.
Yeah, pretty much. But also, I missed out Skyrim, and I don't fucking know how I missed out Skyrim.
Skyrim is like 2008.
Skyrim. What?
Sky-
Isn't Skyrim like
2011.
Is it 2011?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's November 11th, 2011.
Jesus.
Skyrim was just a blessing upon this
Never
earth.
forget.
I enjoyed Oblivion, Skyrim. I still to this
I
day
enjoy
can't.
both. But yeah, Skyrim's so buggy and stuff, but so is Oblivion, but Bethesda.
I liked Skyrim a lot for 2 months,
Mm.
and I put a lot of time into it in those 2 months, but I'm good.
I remember we did a 72-hour
I
marathon.
know for a lot of people that, yeah, and I played it during that.
And I
yes,
saw
yeah.
you, Dustin, and Devin playing it, and I was like, dude, that looks so fun. Load up myself, I'm like, boy, this ain't for me.
On
But
console
Oblivion was so good.
and on
Yeah, looking back
PC,
on them, I enjoyed Oblivion a
Way
lot
more,
more.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I spent so much time with Oblivion as well, but I think I've put like, I don't want to say 1,000, but I know it's plus 500, if not 700, because I played it through.
Liz has like 2,500 hours
Yeah,
or something.
like it's endless.
yeah, and she still feels like she sees things that are like, oh,
Yeah.
I just never came across this before. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that game is crazy. If it hits you,
Yeah.
like that's it. You don't really ever need another video game. That's
And that's basically what it did to me.
Should I be going through my extra mentions as we go through some of these? I just realized there's some that I...
If it's
Are they by year?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Well, if we go back to 2010, I wanted to mention Singularity. I don't know if you guys played
Okay,
that.
no, I didn't, but understandable.
I think I rented it or something.
It was like a shooter from I think like Raven Software.
Yeah, that's
and,
why I rented, because that was the Jedi Knight people. Yeah.
But they it was really cool. I don't remember too much about it, but when I saw it, I remember that it did a lot of cool time stuff and like doing the type of thing where you're doing something, you're not realizing that later on there's like time stuff going on that you're influencing.
That's what I was gonna say. Does that game have you like
save
go
yourself
back in time and do the affect the early game events? Yeah. Okay. All right.
chasing yourself type of thing? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Neat.
But
Prince of Persia: Warrior Within.
Stalker.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, was that in Stalker? I never played Stalker.
Is that the only one for 2010 or 11?
2010 was Blur as well, and then
Okay.
2011 Saints Row,
Okay.
and 2012 is what we're gonna get to, which I have 0 things on my top list.
Wait, nothing on your list?
Wow.
There, other than the honorable mentions, which I can say first.
You know, I have one game on my list that's kind of cheating from 2012, so
I have
I believe you.
6.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I'm just gonna say mine. Persona 4 Golden.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't know when that actually came out on PS2, so I don't know if that's technically cheating. But Persona 4 Golden is fantastic and has amazing music,
That's its own release. And
yeah,
stuff, yeah.
it's because it has so much extra stuff compared to the main game. And I bought a Vita to play it because my friend Jess said like Persona games are fantastic. He's like, this is the time that Persona 4 Golden is fantastic. And yeah, I will play every Persona game that they put out.
I have one joke one.
Okay.
Never Dead, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Just
yeah.
never
We
did,
watched a
because
fucking video of that
it's fucking
recently.
hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why that game just hit me in a good spot, but it's stuck with me forever. Like, never played it, hardly ever watched. I don't even know the story, but the concept of Never Dead just, I don't know. It's good.
I just want to bring something up really quick about
Yeah.
2012. That's the one year when we did a Game of the Year thing on our old channel.
Hardest
or I guess
thing.
this channel, technically.
Yeah.
Persona 4 Golden is not on our list, I'm pretty sure, but it's the only game I came out of that year with, and you have nothing. Like, if you think about the games that we talked about that we liked that year.
Okay, you know what? There's multiple things that I'm mentioning from 2012. You know, actually 2012 is probably my most notable
interesting
one.
mentions, but not games as a whole.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
all
I've got
right,
like maybe 6 of them here, but they're just going off like yeah.
Okay. I just think that's an interesting anecdote.
Yeah.
All right.
Fez.
Yeah, that's okay. That's
Yeah.
one.
And
I didn't play Fez.
I didn't really
next-
finish it, I think.
next to it, I wrote Fight Me.
I enjoyed watching all the stuff on the internet. when people
I
talk
think
about
the
Fez.
language stuff and all that
It
was like
so
the craziest.
cool. And I
yeah.
know some people hated it. Like, get this language out of my fucking puzzle games. Like, but it was part
You
of
didn't
the
even
puzzles.
need it unless you
didn't
want to
need
do
it
all
at
like the
all.
other ones.
Like, you did it, you translated it, and one of the messages is just like, drink Ovaltine.
Yeah.
It's just like, you don't need that. You don't need that. It's just an extra thing, and it was cool.
Yeah.
But people were so angry about it. It's just like,
People were angry about it.
I
there
think,
were people.
well, it's all because of the Phil Fish stuff.
I
Mostly.
guess so, that too.
But I think the wildest thing about when Fez came out is
I
the
don't know
same
why
thing.
people hate Phil Fish.
I don't know.
He's,
It's
he's
because
a hateable guy.
it was hateable
But
because
why? He's just
he was fine,
He's just
except
kind
for
of a
people would
loud
trigger.
game developer. He's
Well,
not
people
really
would
like-
trigger him easy, and then his responses would be like, "Oh, okay, well, it's
No
because
Fez
you're,
too?
bothering him, or whatever." Or I don't know. Maybe he did other stuff. I didn't look into it much. I was just.
He was a bit snowflakey, though.
The thing though
Well, but
about
like,
Fez.
don't attack people online.
That's
also, right? Like,
true, but like, just don't talk to people. Just bring out the second game that I love. Also, please, Phil, if you're listening to this, Phil,
I don't
bring
know.
out Fez too.
The thing about Fez, I think, also when it came out, it was similar to like when a Dark Souls game would come out. The amount of people banding together to like write up
That-
stuff you'd
yeah.
find, and like, okay, I'm deciphering this letter. I've got part of the alphabet. I can't figure this out from like.
It was so cool.
That was really cool. Now, if you just look at it, you're
yeah,
like,
and
you
now
got-
because of online bullies, there will never be a second one.
Yeah.
No,
That's right.
yeah, keep going.
Walking Dead.
What season? The first one?
Always.
Okay.
It's the only one.
Cool. Yeah.
I've said it several.
Yeah, we talked about it already. Yeah.
Lee QQ. Dragon's Dogma.
Okay. Yeah.
Is my moment is the opening song of that game.
Yeah.
That's all. I don't know anything else about it really.
Dragon's Dogma, I think, was still really good.
Yeah.
I think I still really would have wished for a Deep Down at some point from Capcom. So.
Yeah.
Never
Was
got.
that the Dragon's Dogma sequel?
No, Deep Down was the thing they announced at like PS3. Or
I remember
4
the
launch.
announcement,
Yeah.
but I didn't realize
They
it was.
just, no, it was like, I think it was similarly from the same team, or it looked a lot like it, and I was like,
Okay.
oh, Dragon's Dogma was fine, but I can't wait for Deep Down. It's gonna be that great. Never happened.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the poo-poo part.
Yeah, because wasn't that like announced as like sort of like a launch type thing
Yeah.
for like PS4 or whatever?
Some Vita stuff and all that stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Next one. Quick story time. I went to Comic-Con and I met Troy Baker and Nolan North. They were sat next to each other. I brought
You went to Comic-Con?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
in London. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Neat.
I was even cosplaying and everything.
Great. Awesome.
That's why Troy Baker called me exotic, and I didn't know how to feel about it. But I had a Funko
What
Pop.
were you cosplaying as?
I think that was
That's
Garnet
Garnet,
from
yeah.
Steven Universe. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen
Okay,
the
that's
show.
fine. Don't worry about it. She's
Okay.
cool. She's perfect. She's mum.
Okay.
I had a Funko Pop of Deadpool, I think it was, so that Nolan could sign it. And it's not my favorite game. I love Deadpool, definitely.
But he did a good voice for it.
Yeah, he did. And he was adorable, and he went into the voice straight away, and I was just like, I could die because so happy. Spec Ops The Line would have been the game I should have brought up to him and said, like, thank you for your voice acting in this game.
Right.
Because I didn't know I could feel
Mhm.
until this game. And it made me feel many things I didn't know I was going to feel. That was a good game. It was decent.
I just realized I had Spec Ops Line, but I moved it into my other list when I was doing by dates because I fucked
I
up all
remember
my
you
dates.
did bring it up to me. So,
Yeah, I organized it into the wrong 2012.
I remember I played through that game, and I remember having a couple interesting things, but nothing really stuck with me in it
No.
too much.
Mm.
It was, I don't know what it was. I remember people saying like, this is like a revolutionary story and like character
I think being
stuff,
told
and,
that it was revolutionary.
yeah,
story
and
is
then
what
going
fucked
into it being like that's the same reason that like Nier Automata didn't
Yeah.
hit for me, because everyone was
Yeah.
like, this is the most next level shit you were ever see, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
okay, it just kind of continues after the credits. Like that's
I purposely don't hype up games like that anymore because it ruins it for so many
Yeah.
people now.
Yeah.
It's just like, no,
up.
it wasn't done to me. So I was just like, Spec Ops. is really
Spec Ops was definitely something I bought once again because I was streaming. I was just trying to like fill like whatever I'm playing this week,
Mhm.
Mm.
and I started it, and you're going through it, and you're like, it's just like a decent
It's
third
just a third-person
person.
shooter. Yeah.
And I was like, this is
Yeah.
really fun. Then
But
you're
then
going through it, and you're,
kind
you're
of
just
there's
like,
like hints of
oh,
things,
wait a
and then
second. I
like
think
yeah.
this is doing some weird shit. And then I was very surprised. But yeah, it was definitely the thing where like your first experience is awesome, but the second you tell someone like you have to play this, and that expectation is there, and they play it, it definitely already changes.
It doesn't help that a lot of those times that I've like played Nier or like played Spec Ops or whatever, it's
Yeah.
always like, I think I got Spec Ops for like $3 or something on a Steam sale, like
Oh.
way after it came out.
Mm.
So I had like how much ever time of like build up of expectations in my head. And same with Nier. I think I played it like the next year after I
Yeah.
saw it on
Yeah.
everybody's Game of the Year lists or whatever. Like,
And Borderlands 2.
Yep, that's it.
oh yeah, sure. I didn't even put that on my
My
list. But
actual baby.
yeah.
Yeah.
I keep thinking about going back to it to see if some of the humor still hits okay, but
I
I
don't-
know that the
It's still
gameplay
right.
is
Yeah.
actually kind of rough from when we played that
So,
DLC
yeah.
before 3 came out.
I do still like 2. I'm glad we went back to it like even last year.
I
still
remembered
don't like the way the
immediately when
guns
we were
feel.
playing that DLC why I never liked firing a gun and why I'm the commando character, because you can just throw down 2 turrets and
Yeah.
hide in the bubble
Yeah.
and not fucking worry about it.
I still really like playing Borderlands 2, but I still don't like the way the guns feel for a lot of them.
I
But
think after
we gave Borderlands 2 our Game of the Year in 2012
Yeah.
on our channel.
after
We're
the
excited.
first game going into 2, it was such an improvement that it's just like the whole game was just a blast for me. It
Oh,
was
you
just
know what?
a-
I still
Now that
prefer-
I've said that we gave Borderlands 2 our Game of the Year, I remember something that eats at me to this day from
What's that?
2012. I think XCOM was robbed
Yeah.
in 2012.
Oh.
I think that should have been near the
I
top of our
almost-
list, and it was nowhere near it.
I almost added that to my list as well. I haven't played it. I've watched so many like Iron Man
Yeah, Iron Man.
Iron
Yeah,
Man
That's how I
playthroughs,
played it. Yeah.
and it's just like this game is better than I thought it was. It's a good game.
I liked it a lot.
Yeah.
And I still, it's a fantastic turn-based strategy experience, but I have other things like Fire Emblem Awakening on my list in the next year. So it's like,
XCOM I liked because of the way I played it on stream with having people be the characters and then like they die off. It's like,
Right,
all right, who
yes,
else is
yeah.
gonna get
Yeah.
thrown into this?
that kind of
fucking-
like little like miniature
machine,
storytelling of like having these like characters that you're completely inserting the personality on, and like
if
yeah.
if I hadn't played it that way, I think XCOM would have just been okay for me.
yeah, and I think it was. I'm just saying it deserved. I don't think it deserved
Oh,
to
no.
win in 2012.
No,
I just think
yeah.
it should have been on our list
Yeah.
somewhere.
All right, you got.
So 2013, I technically
Oh
only
wait, no,
have-
no, 2012 still.
Oh.
You're done with 2012.
I'm done.
You're done with 2012.
Borderlands 2.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
2012. Okay, cool. Let me rattle
you
some
have a
stuff
bunch
off.
of
Oh,
stuff.
sorry.
Oh yeah, and a
Boom.
bunch of your moments.
How fucking sick was Azura's Wrath in 2012?
I forgot about
That game came out in 2012.
I
yeah,
guess it
dude. From
did.
what I
Did
think.
I ever give you back your copy?
Who fucking knows, dude? I bought it anyways. It went like $3. There's a bunch of games that'll go on sale on the Xbox 360 for digital for like $5. It's like I'm not gonna dig through that box over there because I don't even know what the fuck's still in there. For example, my first Army of Two one, I lost that copy a while ago, and I was like,
right,
one day
yeah.
it was like $2. I'm like, I don't even know if I'm gonna play it, but if ever I want to, it's digital,
got it
$2, whatever. I'll just download it. But no, Azura's Wrath was like fucking nuts.
Yeah.
The sad part is it sucked that the
I only
ending.
played about half of it on your copy, and then I never ended up
So
finishing.
the sad thing is that the best parts ish were kind of the endings that were DLCs, kind of, because then it goes even wilder. But that whole game as a whole, Azura's Wrath, was like fucking nuts. I would play something like that again. Journey in 2012 was kind of cool.
Oh, right.
But the reason it doesn't make my actual list is because that game was really fun to play back then. Now, I would never go back to it, and somebody going into it when you're not playing with people who are fresh to the game, unless you're like able to meet people who it's also their first time. Going through and everybody just kind of wandering was really fun when it came out, and it was really emotional and stuff when you're playing it. Now there's like people who I remember going back to it even like a few weeks after it came out, and you'd load in and people were trying to go like speed run it so that they could have the longer scarf thing, so you get
So you jump
achievements.
higher,
Then you have more on your dress thing would have like more stuff
But
around
those
it.
are the people you're encountering right now when
That's
you play it? Okay,
you probably
yeah.
do. I don't know. I haven't actually played it in a long time. It came on the Epic Game Store. Maybe there's like, there's maybe fresh people. But I think the only way that would still be on my list is if your experience is with fresh people who are also wandering and not speeding along and like doing stuff like.
So I think the ideal Journey experience was what my sibling Alice had.
Yeah.
I lent them my PS3.
Yeah.
And it had just Journey installed on it, and they booted it up to play it and played the entire game in one sitting. Had no idea that there was an online component to it, and thought that the people that they were with were like AIs built into the game.
Oh my!
And so when I told
That's
them,
insane.
I told them after, they were like, "That's what those names were." I was playing with like real people that were like helping me do this stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah, that's
Loading it up and not even knowing that would be ideal as well. Yeah.
Yeah, because that's
Especially when you're doing the little singing things, the sounds. And
yes,
you're
exactly.
pinging.
There's so many like organic moments that they felt they had with that game were actually with other people.
They redid that game kind of on iOS and stuff with Sky, and I haven't actually played it.
That's
and it's
right.
apparently insane. There's a lot of like building between each other. Like there's a lot of I loaded it up. It overheated my phone. I was like, I'll do this on the iPad at some point. Never did it. Did it? So
It was funny because we casted that and I played it a couple years ago. I honestly can't remember. It's because I can't remember why I couldn't put it on my list. Because it obviously was cool. I enjoyed it. I knew it was an online based thing, so I didn't get that part of it. Like that wasn't
Well,
really.
I feel like if you're paying attention to like video game press at all, you hear that and you're like, oh, okay, that's what Journey does.
Yeah.
And it was a lovely game. And there's Journey. I'm gonna just bring them up. Limbo and Inside, where it's just like, granted those didn't have online, but it was like a journey, an experience that you went through.
Wow, that's so insightful about the game Journey.
And as much as I did play Journey, there's something about it or me where it's just like, it was great.
That's the thing is,
Yeah.
It's
It was beautiful, but
Right.
it's not then.
Rattling out some more boys here.
Yeah.
Go
Max
for it.
Payne motherfucking 3, dude.
That's 2012.
Yeah.
Why didn't that win our game of the year?
I don't know.
Max
So
fucking Payne.
as much as I don't really care much for the story, let's say, and maybe some of the way it was shown.
Moment of Max Payne continue shooting. Is that
Yeah. But all I wrote here is, as the honorable mention, is like every time that game snaps from a cutscene to gameplay, and like when games,
So good.
I was gonna put Metal Gear Solid
Specifically
4
in the office building where he's like, all right, hold on, I'll be right back.
Let me
Cut
finish
the
this
gameplay,
conversation.
busting open doors,
pushing the door and pulling the gun out, and then the crosshair appears, and there's already someone in the crosshair. You're like, oh, dude. Yeah, Max Payne 3 was fantastic.
Yeah, okay.
I had to do it. I don't mention. I think going through it once you beat the game and having just the mode where you're getting score, you just kind of can keep going and you can skip all the cutscenes. That was really fun to just go. Other mention, Tokyo Jungle. Ridiculous.
Oh, right.
It's not really that great a game. I just want to have a mention of it because it's fucking hilarious to be like a small little chihuahua, like a Pomeranian dog, and like fighting crocodiles and shit. Like it's fucking nuts. But Tokyo Jungle.
Didn't they make a mobile game?
I think so. And I don't
It was
know
like a
if it was
turn-based
any-
tactical game or something.
Actually, I'm wondering if I saw that one pop up as the one that I saw then. I'm going to double check your Tokyo Jungle. Actually, you know what? I'll do it after.
Was that your last one?
No. So 2012 because of some other silly stuff. So Steel Battalion, the Fable the Journey, some Kinect games. Those are
we
2012.
talked about those.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are just silly, dumb shit to mention. This one's in my list of random stuff. Zombie U, I felt was really neat.
Yeah.
Not because
Oh,
it was
yeah.
that great of a game, but I did really like the experiences of having the little screen in your hand where you're
Did
Did
looting.
we
Yeah.
finish that?
Yeah.
I've never finished it. No,
No, you
I've
didn't.
never. I've never finished that game before. I want to. I've always wanted to, but I
Well,
never
I
did.
thought I was there when you finished
No,
it.
I got really far.
Okay.
I got to the finals like
Okay.
zone. I got to like Buckingham Palace, and I was finally about to go
Yeah.
finish it. And I was
Okay.
like, no, I'll do this next time. Never. But no, that game was really interesting because you like it was a first-person shooter.
In 10
And-
years.
It was a first-person shooter. It was on the Wii U, so you had the second screen. If you would walk up to a box, the box would appear on your little screen, so you'd look down, but you'd have to glance upwards to make sure that there was no zombies coming at you or whatever, and that was really fun. Or the boss fight that we had where you killed it and then it sent like
The ghost or
shockwaves,
something?
the ghost, and it would scream,
Yeah.
but it was when you're looting its body. And in the second screen, when you looked down, it would scream and the face would pop up, and I thought that was a horrible, but fantastic jump scare.
Did they make a second one?
No, they re-released it on PC and stuff without any
Just
second
called
screen
it
shit.
Zombie.
And I think it was on PS4 and the Xbox, but you don't have the
Did
second
they
screen thing.
announce a second one that never came out then?
I don't
I
think
don't
so.
think so. I don't know. I think it even had a cool multiplayer where you'd spawn zombies
Unless
and
it
stuff.
like
and-
ends in a cliffhanger or something. But
I
Yeah.
think that's it for 2012 for me.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. 2013.
the reason why I said even RE5 earlier, because RE6
Okay.
co-op, fun, good times.
Terrible kind of game-ish,
It
but
was the
like
worst.
the most fun.
Really fun. That was the one where you like had the great, good job.
Yeah, the thumbs up type
Perfect.
bullshit.
Nice.
Confirming that Tokyo Jungle was indeed in 2012 the iOS or whatever mobile
Okay.
one was 2013. Anyway, sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if you played RE6, Dan, at all.
I played through most of it actually.
It was wild.
Yeah.
It's a good game.
But yeah.
BioShock Infinite.
Nope.
I love the story. I
The-
honestly did.
So that I neglected to say BioShock Infinite, but the Burial at Sea 2 DLCs
Oh,
are the only worthwhile parts of that game.
okay. Okay.
I would say the rest of BioShock Infinite is kind of okay, other than the start and the end maybe. But that Burial at Sea, I think, was really interesting. How if you've played the first one or even played it recently or like whatever, it does little nods that were really crazy. Like at the start of BioShock 1, I think, when you first get like the first plasmid or whatever, there's like an explosion in the background that's going on, and then when you play Burial at Sea, you're like around that area or you see what it was
And it
like,
happens?
or whenever you see the Big Daddy come up and he screams at one point,
Yeah.
you're just playing Burial at Sea at some point and you kind of hear like the explosion and that like that's happening, but it has it has nothing to do with the story. Like it doesn't do
Yeah.
It's
anything.
just around.
But then
and
you
Okay.
you would play Burial at Sea and then you'd go back and play BioShock 1 and you're like, holy fuck, like that means Booker or whatever was all the way over, like oh this is like it's just dumb fucking nods that don't even matter, but they just
It's really cool.
they make it so you know the timing of what's going on. And I
Yeah.
was like, that is
I never played Burial at Sea. I only ever
that
played
would-
Infinite.
Only reason that I would say it's worth going through Infinite, even though I don't remember if you actually need any knowledge of Infinite itself other than like the whole lighthouse
the
stuff.
little the ending bit.
Yeah, but Burial at Sea was fucking awesome. And I think that's actually like the year after, like one episode, because there was 2 parts or whatever, and one was like I think 2013, the other one 2014. But anyway, Burial at Sea was good.
Risk of Rain.
Okay.
Oh right, yeah.
I didn't actually. Okay, again, this is cheating because I didn't play this that much on the PC when it first came out. The Switch one
Yeah.
became my life for a good like couple
Still in a
months.
decade. That counts.
Like
It's not cheap.
it's true, but the fact that it became my travel game and like I turned into Kumar with like
Learning in
Binding
the
of
ins and outs
Isaac,
and
yeah,
and
like-
even Spelunky.
Kumar also plays. Kumar just likes roguelikes.
yeah,
He
But-
played Risk of Rain a lot. The only
Risk-
time I've ever played Risk of Rain 1
yeah.
was Kumar joining my joining my co-op game and carrying me through a completed run.
absolutely
That was
same.
it. That's
Yeah.
the only
Yeah.
time I've ever
Yeah.
played
I
it.
remember, I don't know if it was with him or somebody else on my stream where like I loaded it up and then I remember dying early on in a level and then
Yeah.
come back and I'd die again. And it's just like looking back, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, are we on a spaceship right now? Like I've played this
Yeah,
for
yeah.
hours and I've never even seen this. Like what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, Risk of
Yeah,
Rain.
Risk of Rain was good.
I can't put 2 on my
It's
list.
not- it's early
not
access, yeah.
finished.
Yeah.
But that moment with Kumar playing
That
Risk of
was-
Rain 2,
I
him
wish we
shooting
were
that
casting.
shopkeeper.
Oh my god,
outstanding.
I'm sad that Riccio wasn't there, but
Did we
I
tell
had to
that story?
sleep.
On the
we
last one?
we've told him.
No,
I
you didn't
don't-
tell him on the podcast.
No,
It was
not on the
me.
podcast.
I think we did.
Maybe.
I don't think we could.
I remember you guys told me. You know, maybe you did.
We'll
maybe
go
you
back
didn't.
and listen, and we'll. Okay,
Maybe
it's
when
fine.
he's on it.
Yeah, I mean, wait.
We'll reminisce. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I don't remember. I meant to listen to the last podcast.
This
before
is
we
a
came on this one.
disappointment and a regret.
Okay.
I'm gonna do disappointment first, even though it's second. DMC.
No.
Yeah, For me.
DMC's fantastic.
No, for me it was not. I couldn't. It was just a. I know it's not
It was
meant
fun.
to be.
I liked it.
It was a kick in the face because I had just started to get back into like video games
Oh.
because I watched people play and I was like, I'm gonna start playing games,
Mhm.
and it's like this isn't the Devil May Cry I wanted. I wanted Dante.
What? But Dante and the monster screaming "fuck you" back at each other is like peak video game.
And the start, the wig hits him, and he looks like Dante at the start. So
Yeah,
essentially,
yeah.
I also just hate the look of everything. So orange and weird.
I like that.
I
Game.
hate that kind of like blown out effect that the game kind of has. There's something about it that is almost like a filter that I just didn't like.
Is
it's
that
not
like
in-
a devil vision in
It's-
that
no,
that you
no, no.
kept on the whole time.
It's not in every
Doesn't that have
area. No. It's just the way the colors kind of bleed out in a weird
It's very
way.
Oh, is there like a
saturated game.
hell version of the world or something you get pulled into sometimes?
No, it's just a
orangey?
saturated
It's-
looking
yeah.
game sometimes.
Oh, okay.
My head always just remembers the game as being orange for some reason. And I know there's areas where it's not, but
Isn't that whole game that it's like you're going in and out of like hell version dimension of the same world?
Honestly, I can't remember.
Technically,
much.
And that it's like
yes.
like in the factory where they're making
Yeah.
the stuff. It just looks like a normal factory, but then you go to the hell version, and then it's
Oh,
it's like the
maybe.
demon.
maybe it's just I'm remembering the
I can't
starting
remember.
zone, which is like in daytime and like it's sunny, and maybe that's the bit I'm thinking of. But I know there's like bosses and stuff where it's like it's not orange and there's cool moments in that game, but I don't know. There's something about it that I couldn't get over the look of it. That kind of
It's the only Devil May Cry game I've actually ever enjoyed. So
Really?
maybe that says something about
DMC5 is
what we
pretty good, though.
want out of
Yeah.
our Devil May Cry experiences.
I think it's the Tomb
I
Raider.
will not stand for the DMC erasure, though. When they came on stage and talked about Devil May Cry 5, and they're like, DMC is back, and I'm like, what
What
you
the
motherfuckers? You made one a couple years ago.
But that was Ninja Theory, though. It wasn't even the same team.
Yeah.
I think that's why
I
they
don't
don't.
care.
Why can't they do that with Lost Planet 3, dude? Just fucking delete that one out of the universe and just release the Lost Planet 3, but make it good. You know what I mean?
It's a
You could have put
disappointment.
any game in front of 3 there, and I think a lot of things would apply to
I love
that.
that you're almost sign languaging at Riccio. Like
Chop chop.
it's a disappointment for me. I'm not saying necessarily because obviously people liked it and people don't necessarily like the old
Yes,
DMC.
yeah, that's right. That's
I think it was a
But-
fun game, but I don't think
Yeah,
it was great.
I couldn't. I
It
just
was, like I'm just saying, like it was something that I finished. I was like, this was good. I don't hate it at all.
that's
though.
fine. You do acknowledge that it exists at
Yeah.
least.
Oh,
On
yeah,
like
no, I liked it.
Capcom. Yeah,
I'd play it
it's
again.
fine.
and the regret is Realm Reborn.
Oh,
Really?
Final Fantasy
right?
Really?
14.
Oh.
14? Yes.
Yeah.
I've wanted to get into an MMA.
MMA.
Dude, fucking fight me, wrestling, dude. I've wanted to get into an MMO for the longest time, and I've had like I've tried Terra, I've tried Neverwinter with you. I mean, even WoW that just like rubbed me up the wrong way, but
But you know it's okay because now you're into Destiny,
it's true.
so you found it.
But it's not an MMO.
Yeah.
No, it is. Now they
It's
said
not.
it.
It's not
They
allowed.
said
It's not
it's an
allowed. It's
MMO.
not allowed. It's not. I don't allow
It's
it.
absolutely.
I
an
can't
MMO.
allow
I
it.
think Realm Reborn was actually pretty decent as an MMO. You could also play on a controller as well. They made it work, which I think was really cozy. I liked it though. I think I didn't like how. I think I haven't played it since it's had even a single expansion, but I didn't like how a lot of the zones were broken up and very small.
Yeah.
But other than that, I think that was better in the other DLCs or expansions or
I
whatever
feel
you
like
want
I've
to call
gone too far to go back to it now. It's kind of just like it's an ongoing thing, and I could,
Mm.
but
I think I heard some people talking about on another podcast that you can just like start like a Death Knight type character that's like leveled
Wait,
to like
okay.
end of the current
Oh.
stuff or something. And
I feel like the
play
sad
new
part about
stuff.
that is you miss a lot of the
Yeah.
story.
But you
which
could- I think
the
you can
sto-
still go back and
Okay,
play.
okay,
So
that's cool.
I thought you could just get like booster packs as well.
Maybe.
Like you can pick any character but get a like booster pack.
I don't know.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know enough about it.
I don't know if that's still a thing, but it was at some point, I think. But yeah, that's my 2013.
my 2013 list: Fire Emblem Awakening,
Cool.
Didn't
the
play
best
it.
Fire Emblem game they've ever made.
You didn't like Three Houses? Didn't play it?
I played Three Houses almost twice all the way
Oh.
through. Three Houses is
Mm,
whatever.
okay.
Every other Fire Emblem game since Awakening except Three Houses is like amazing. Three Houses is fine. It's a Fire Emblem game. Didn't help that I lost my save twice while playing
What's
that game.
happening to you?
I don't know.
Weird.
You probably remember me complaining over like
I
a
think
lunch
so,
or
yeah,
something
yeah.
about losing my save, and then I lost it again the next day
Oh man.
after replaying up to that point. Oh God. but then I still went and I played it the third time and finished it, and then played the other path or whatever.
Yeah.
Almost all the way through, and then just said, okay, I've played way too much of this game. If I hadn't lost my save, maybe I would have finished the whole thing and it would have been better, but hey.
Okay.
Fire Emblem Awakening it's the reason why there are still Fire Emblem games today. They wouldn't have made other Fire Emblem games if this one hadn't taken off and been amazing. And this is the one where they gave the reason for like in Three Houses, the kids coming from different dimension or whatever, it's just like, it was in there because there's an Awakening. In Awakening, there's like really good story reasons, and like all the kids have like proper personalities coming back, and like they all like kind of know each other from the future time and like the war they were fighting.
What's this dimension shit?
What?
The Three Houses?
Yeah.
Dimensions?
Yeah, even your like home little base is in like a pocket dimension or something in Three Houses.
Three Houses is the
Oh,
Switch
Three
one.
Houses is the Switch one?
Yeah.
Oh, which one was I thinking of?
I don't know. That's what you're saying. When you said
What's the other DS one? It had 3 paths.
That's why when you told me we put over lunch, I'm like, Three Houses. I'm like,
Isn't there 2 of them that's called Three
there's
something?
Awakening and there was another. What the fuck was that second DS one?
Is there another one called Three Houses or something similar?
I thought Three Houses was the other DS one. Is Three Houses the new one?
That's the new one, but there's one called Three. I thought there was a DS one called Three something as well.
Was that the one you were talking about?
I don't
or were
know
you talking
now.
about the new one?
I don't know.
It's not the new one.
I'm talking about this one.
Okay, I haven't even played this one.
Sacred-
Oh,
no.
okay.
Echoes? Shadow of something?
No.
I'm so sure that
There's Fates? Awakening.
Fates is the
Okay,
one I'm thinking
okay,
of. Okay.
You said Pocket Dimension. I'm like, I
Spoilers.
have been playing.
Well, I'm talking about a different game.
Yeah, that's what I was like,
there you go.
What the fuck?
Okay, so I was talking about Fates.
Golden Deer.
Okay.
I don't know what the fuck's happening.
I got them confused because also there's
Yeah.
3 paths in
Yeah.
Fates.
That's
so
fine, yeah.
whatever.
Confusing.
No, Fire Emblem Awakening did a lot of fantastic stuff for the series and still holds up if you go back and play it. I would recommend that game. I think it's in my top 10 all time list somewhere. I also have Grand Theft Auto 5.
wasn't
I don't
it-
like any of the Grand Theft Autos,
wasn't
man.
that
I don't think so.
2014?
2013.
Was it?
Because it came out on Xbox 360 and PS3 first. They
Then the
re-released
PC
it for PS4.
It was like consoles, then PC, and then re-released on PS4 and,
Yeah.
and Xbox One, and then like
Yeah, that should have been on my 2013. So.
the last physical game I bought. I stood in line at an EB Games at midnight to buy that game.
Actually,
It was a
same.
lot of fun, goofy stuff in that game. The online was crazy, still
Online-
going and crazy now. I
Yeah.
haven't even touched it since launch
Actually,
of
no.
5.
I'm lying. It wasn't my
Um,
last physical.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Switch counts as well, so
Oh yeah, then.
yeah.
guess.
we're
Well, I
both-
didn't buy a game. I just bought the Switch.
I guess so.
I don't know.
You didn't buy any cartridges?
I bought Zelda.
Okay, well, we're both
All
flies.
right. Yeah.
Fine.
Okay. So just Grand Theft Auto 5.
Yeah.
Zelda.
we got
That's it.
Ring Fit, which fucked it up for me. That was a cart.
Yeah,
Anyway,
you're right.
yeah.
I'm sad I didn't play through GTA. It's been like twice trying to start it and like.
I
get
mostly
through
have it on this list because I watched my dad play through it as well
Mm.
because his PS3 broke around the time that this came out. So we had to go get him a new one. And it
Mm.
just so happened that there was just like, oh, this is just a cheaper one and it comes with GTA 5. So whatever. Get him that
Okay.
one. Here you go. He was just like, I didn't even expect him to play it. I was just like,
Mm.
you know, me and my mom came home and we're like, here, we bought the replacement PS3 and he hooked it up and I was like, oh, it came with a game. He put it in, started playing, never heard of fucking Grand Theft Auto
Oh,
before,
wow.
but he played it like lawyers that hate Grand Theft Auto expect people play a
Oh,
Grand
boy.
Theft Auto game.
Oh,
He
boy.
would run around and just punch people in the streets. In that game starts and you're playing as Franklin
Yeah.
or whatever, and it's telling you like, oh, you can talk to these people, you can get a haircut, and you can go to the bank, whatever. You do all these different things. And he took that as like, okay, well, my first objective is to go get a haircut. And so he walked to the haircutter place, got a haircut, got it all changed up, walked out, like killed 3 people in the street. And every time we'd come over for like months, he would have like, hey, I just set up all these like bombs in the middle of this like intersection. I just wanted to see how many cars I could get to pile up. Or like, I wanted to see if I get this boat into a parking space on the land.
Oh,
like just
boy.
different weird fucking things
Wow.
in this like expansive world that he never experienced before. And it was
That's
fantastic
wild.
to
Yeah.
watch because I play those games as like a proper story
Okay,
thing. I
yeah.
never do any of that shit. He was just like, I saw a train running, so I wanted to see if I could get onto it on foot. And it was like, so it's just like trying to catch the train on foot and climb onto it, and just then he tried jumping cars onto it, and like, yeah,
That's
it was
wild.
That's
Yeah.
almost how I would play like the earlier, almost top-down-ish games where it's just like, well, I can't finish this run, so I might as well cause havoc kind of deal.
Yeah.
Or it's like when you finish the game and you're just doing extra shit.
Yeah.
Like that's what. But the fact he's playing through it.
Well,
and
he
doing
finished the campaign before I did,
Ooh.
and then went on to just keep figuring out
Wow.
new weird things to do in that world.
That's cool.
And it
though.
was fantastic to watch. We just sit. Normally, we try and like watch some stuff or play some board games or whatever. But
Yeah.
we would, for like a good few months, we just all go over to my parents' place every week that we hang out and just watch my dad play Grand Theft Auto, and it was fantastic.
I feel like all the Rockstar style games, I like playing the stories 'cause I like seeing the stories through, but I hate the act of playing them. Whether that's GTA 4, the DLCs where I didn't really finish, 5, Red Dead Redemption, Undead Nightmare, Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, I like the stories, but the act of playing through them for some reason, like, I just want to get to the next mission to unlock it. And every time I feel like when those games, whenever you get dumped out of a
Those
mission,
games do have a problem where they kind of, a lot of games have this problem where they gate like areas or like abilities or like
Yeah.
weapons or stuff based on how much you're playing the story mode, even though there's so much else to do.
But even then, like, I just want to get to the next mission to have like the story progression. I feel like every time you get to a mission where it like dumps you back out and it's like, oh, we'll call you at some point, and it's like, okay, I'll just I'll just drive
stand
around
here
or like
until
and then it finally happened. Like, okay, I'll go do that now. And then I don't know. There's a lot of
So my dad probably thinks this game is the perfect game because every time it was like, okay, we'll call you later, he
Go
probably just like
jump
Yeah.
cars.
get on a train. Yeah. Like,
I feel like I always liked watching people interact with the open world, but for some reason when I was playing it, like I would never think of anything that was fun.
Yeah.
no, and that's the thing.
And I
This
would
game's
just,
on my
yeah,
list
yeah.
because I watched my dad play.
Yeah.
If he hadn't had that experience and thus me having that experience of watching him do it, I wouldn't probably even remember about this game a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And my last game. Oh, yeah.
Just want to say it's funny because obviously I didn't really play the story or the game really.
Mm-hmm.
The only times I can remember is like starting it up when we were all playing together and doing like races.
Online stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the time when I called you Turtle Boy constantly, I was just tipping you over and calling you Turtle Boy.
Oh boy.
Like it's stuff like that where it's just like it's moments in time where it's just like this is a fun fucking
The
game.
look
Yeah,
that Dan
because
had,
it's a huge sandbox. Yeah.
the look that you had was like you blanked that memory out of your brain.
He
You're
did.
like,
I didn't
oh.
remember it.
Yeah, he did until I said it, and then he's just like, "Have I
Oh,
been
no.
bullied?" Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Turtle
No,
Boy.
it was in that like desert area,
Turtle
right? Wasn't
Boy,
it?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Good time.
Things come back to me. My last game is Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The boat stuff in that game is
Still never did all the legendary ships. Legendary.
I 100% of that
Yeah,
game. The
yeah.
legendary ships were fantastic things to do. at,
I'd
like,
see
the
them
very
get
end of that
blasted. I'm
game.
like, I could put more time into this, but I just saw it and it was cool enough. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add that because I don't know how I didn't have that.
Yeah.
Ask Creed 4.
It makes me want to get Rogue at some point and play it because I know that game is supposed to be like,
It's really
like
rougher,
also
but it's
all
still-
boats and
yeah,
stuff. Yeah. So I know that just came out on Switch as like a double pack of the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it runs. I'm a little scared of
30 FPS probably, but it's fine.
Yeah. Well, that's what's
It's just like it used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fine.
I won't notice. What do you got, Riccio?
All right, 2013, we got Last of Us.
All
Boom, in June. Heck
It's weird
yeah.
that wasn't on either of our
We've
lists.
already talked about it. So
I loved
yes,
it.
we're done.
What a good game. We already talked enough about it though, but Last of Us. Can't wait for the second one in 2020. Hopefully. It's pushed back into oblivion. Other things, Stanley Parable.
Last of Us 2, Oblivion.
Stanley
Stanley
Parable
Parable.
was
Never played it.
phenomenal.
Yeah.
If you've never
I think I played the original little like
let me ask you a
10-minute
question.
version or whatever.
If you've never played it, have you seen a lot of it?
Yeah, because I played the original like 10-minute
Okay.
one or whatever. That was like just a
But only-
demo game or
okay,
something.
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's like a subversive narrator
back
that
to it.
like
Way
talks about what
longer.
you're doing.
I would
Yeah.
put you in front of that and
Yeah.
watch it. That'd be
Okay,
neat.
sure.
They're actually putting out a second one, which they pushed back into 2020 as well. So two
Looking
games that I
forward to
can't wait
it.
to see the little sequel of it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
2013 we also got Antichamber, which I kept as game. That game has stayed in my mind a lot, and I can't remember much of it, which is a good thing. Since it's pretty much a person puzzler that does a lot of things based on like perception ish.
Yeah, every
And-
time you
and-
see that game in motion, it's like, whoa,
Yeah.
what is happening here?
Look at a wall, you turn around,
Yeah.
you're not in that same place, and you look up, and then like things change. Like there's a lot of
Yeah.
really wild stuff in that game. And Antichamber was really fun. Even had to bring it up on TV earlier and watch some old video of it and be like, yep.
Our old video
Yeah,
of it.
our old video of it too. Yeah. Yes, Antichamber was pretty good. 2013. What else we got here? We got scroll past all that 2012 bullshit with Kinect games, all that. Kentucky Route Zero technically came out the first episode in 2013. The final episode.
You're bringing that up now?
Yeah.
Because...
However, the next final episode comes out in 2020 in January 28th or something. So technically not fully done.
So is that game a point and click adventure game?
Yes.
Okay.
Some episodes vary apparently.
Literally, that's all I know about it.
Oh boy.
And
Yeah,
that
so-
it's called Kentucky Route Zero, and that people say it's good.
Yeah. So I'm about to do a whole other playthrough of it on my my
Good.
channel
I
at some
will
point.
watch
So
you play.
yeah, that'll be fun. So Bioshock Burial at Sea DLCs. I want to mention that, and I think
You
that's
specifically put the DLCs.
yeah, just
Yeah.
the DLCs.
Wow.
Burial at Sea is worthwhile stuff. I think that's it for 2013 for me. Yeah.
Okay.
Antichamber and Last of Us.
2014 is my biggest year with let's
Really?
see, 1, 2, 3, 4 games.
I have 2.
Do I have to say
How many you got?
like 8?
Oh boy. All right.
It's 7, but
I thought my list was gonna drag this whole fucking thing down.
no, mine.
I
I'm
think
gonna go.
We're gonna move through
Yeah,
it. It's okay.
yeah.
Like,
Yes.
let me just rattle them off. We don't have to
Yeah, that's
necessarily
fine.
talk about it.
Unless there's
If
things
you
you
have
want to mention.
things to say, yeah, no,
let's
we
just
don't
say.
have to make this so
The
structured.
main one would be Divinity, and I've already spoken about
Oh
it.
yeah,
Okay.
okay, yeah.
So Bravely Default,
Okay.
which I have not finished, and I've heard it takes a turn
Then
for the
does
worst.
it really deserve to be on the?
Yes, because it's the game where I keep wanting to go back. I
Okay.
keep wanting to finish it.
I think
and it's
anything
enjoyable.
that sticks with you is
Yeah.
is a worthwhile
Yeah.
thing.
But again, whatever. Smite.
Oh Jesus. Okay. I'll pass on that.
It's one of the first like
I think I've played like
MOBAs.
3 matches of Smite.
It's the first MOBA I got into, so
Okay.
it's kind of like a
Yeah, I feel like I remember you playing Smite,
Smite.
a lot.
Yeah.
Like every time
Yeah.
you were online doing anything, I was like, oh,
I got
Playing Smite.
into it and I enjoyed it. Neath, my babe. Transistor.
yeah,
Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
absolutely.
played it this year.
My
casted
first
it.
ever platinum trophy.
Yeah.
There's 2 games on my list that are on here purely for the soundtrack.
Yeah. Bastion's probably the other one.
No.
Oh,
It
okay.
would be Transistor and Celeste.
Okay.
Celeste is just an okay like platforming whatever thing, but like soundtracks of Transistor even
Mhm.
also in that. Those are ones that
I-
stuck
I
with me.
love the gameplay and everything of Transistor as
Yeah.
well as the soundtrack. So
Mhm.
I didn't like the
it's-
breaking. Whenever you'd have like a skill and then it would break and you'd lose it, that stuff was like an annoying way to deal with things. But just don't get hit. Yeah, no, it's taking
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You got real close. I had to cut you off there because ain't having that shit.
I didn't play
Yeah.
enough of Bastion to actually put it on my list, but it maybe would have been on there. But Transistor.
I feel like their other game, Pyre, would have probably been on my list, but I never finished it. But I really like the style, the
Yeah.
story,
Pyre's
the
music also.
Yeah, Pyre's music, but I also don't remember much of it, so because I didn't get far enough.
I
but-
didn't enjoy sports ball games.
The gameplay part was
Like,
the only good part, but it was like so few and far in between
Yeah,
when I played
so,
it. But apparently, it gets ramped up later. Anyway,
This
one
is the
day.
one that we
I've heard
can-
that game ends with like not like back-to-back sports balling.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah.
we can just go past this one, Destiny.
that's on my list.
That's on my
Tales
list.
from Tales from the Borderlands was like.
Yeah.
Okay, but
you-
real talk, real quick. Transistor's like one of the best games
One of the
ever
best
made.
games,
Yeah,
it's true,
yes,
but-
okay,
The humming button is really the
It's-
best
it's-
part.
Yeah,
It's so
yeah,
good.
It's everything in that game. Yeah.
Tales was the game you told me to play.
Mm.
You wanted to watch me play, so we did a like
Screen share
Skype,
thing. Yeah.
screen share, whatever.
I watched through Steam. I think they just put out
Oh,
that Steam
that
thing
too,
where you
yeah.
could watch. Just yeah.
I mean, it's Borderlands, so of course I wanted to play it anyway. I did not think I'd enjoy it as much as I did.
Mhm.
Didn't think I'd feel
Yeah.
as much as that game made me feel.
It was funny. It was
Well, yeah,
good.
you both talked.
Music
about it
part was
earlier when
good.
we
The
were talking about
cutscene
Walking Dead,
stuff,
yeah.
the intro
the
thing.
intros to the chapters was some of the
music,
greatest things
yeah.
I've ever seen.
There's songs to
um,
this day that we still listen to from those
Like,
intros.
it introduced me to a song, Retrograde by James Blake,
Yeah.
where it's just like, how have I been living without this song?
That was
And
good.
it's just, and it was in a moment where you needed that kind of song, and it was just the whole game is just 10 out of 10. Telltale.
Tales from Borderlands
Damn, dude.
is the best Telltale
It's-
game
yeah.
for me, for sure.
And I'm doing the thing where I'm hyping it up, and people are probably going to play it and be like, this is fucking shit. But oh my God, for me, that was all
Also,
I needed.
is it worse now with what Borderlands 3 did to the
Yes.
characters?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's
great.
why it hit me so hard.
To think something
Whoa.
in Tales that happens that made me worried for how 3 was going to take it, and then that didn't matter because the rest of Borderlands 3 was just
Everything.
dog
Yeah.
shit. Like, not gameplay wise, but story wise.
It's
Way to ruin way
painful-
more stuff.
It's painful that actual Borderlands games are ruining the Telltale
spin-off.
experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because pre-sequel was, and I put that in there somewhere, pre-sequel was instantly just characters love them. Story, whatever, I can't even remember most of the story from pre-sequel. It felt so weird. I hated the gravity stuff to a point, even though it was fun to ground pound.
Yeah. Oxygen
The
stuff as well.
oxygen stuff made me dislike Borderlands.
Yeah.
I wanted to yeet that game as far as I could.
We're spending a lot of
because
time talking about like bad Borderlands games
Yeah.
when we should be talking
It's
about
true.
how the transistor things slot and like how good that is and how it affects
You're right.
all your
But
different
yeah.
strategies and gameplay and how
Yeah.
there's really no wrong way to play that game. They all work and it's
Oh,
fantastic.
pre-sequel was the same year as well, so we're done.
Oh gosh. That's it for 2014?
All right.
Well, no, I've got,
Oh,
and you're
your
gonna hate me.
bad
I'm
games.
sorry. Dark Souls 2 just
No,
it,
Dark Souls 2 is the best one.
no, it hit me the wrong way. I
I,
couldn't.
okay.
I
Scholar
couldn't
of the
stand-
second of the first sin. Scholar of
First
the
Sin.
Scholar
Scholar of the First Sin.
First Sin was a decent version of it, and that game is still fine. But it's
I
the
guess technically
worst
I never played Dark Souls 2. I played the
Yeah.
Scholar version.
I
But
feel
2
like
is still a decent Souls game. It's just not the best.
2.
That's all.
I feel like
that's,
2.
that's-
two
it is
is-
the best one.
Yeah.
2 is like the mix between Demon Souls and Dark Souls. I'd say. That's the only way I
The
can
funny
look at
thing
it.
is that actually if you look at a lot of games that copied Dark Souls 2's formula and like took influences from it, Dark Souls 2 is the biggest influence that tracks over all of them, and I love it.
I couldn't. I can't even remember how far I got into it because it wasn't that far. But I was just like, I'll wait until 3 comes out or something, or I'll go back to 1. I just there was something about. I'm not saying the game was bad. I just could not. It just didn't feel great to me.
Mm.
Yeah, like the original release had more shit
I
with the
feel like-
timings and like the stuff breaking and like there was a lot more annoying stuff.
Timings and stuff.
Like the timing on dodges, like apparently like the window was a bit shittier, so you'd get hit by more stuff from like the hitboxes weren't.
Oh, but
like,
are you saying like
there's-
Scholar fixed
yeah,
this?
fix that.
Okay.
Like there was stuff on the like when originally it came out, like you'd hit things and durability would be like as your sword's going through, it's applying durability minus. So you'd have like a heavy sword that would go through, and then by the time you hit like 6 people, it's broken already. Even though you just like there was a bunch of
that's
busted.
interesting because they
yeah.
super fixed that. 'cause
Yeah,
I can't
that's
even
what I'm
remember
saying.
fixing anything.
That's what I mean. Like
in-
that was before Scholar. Like that
Okay.
was all like the base game was kind of. It had its own issues with it that made it like if you were trying to get into it, was just like, oh, this is way less enjoyable. So
Mm.
And
Well,
Lust.
maybe Dark Souls 2. Scholar, the First Sin is the best Dark Souls game.
Yeah.
Then
sure.
Sure.
For you.
you accept that answer.
I'll
Yeah.
take it because I get to the point sometimes where it's just like this doesn't feel good. I'm not gonna try. It probably like sometimes you get to a point where it gets better, but it just didn't for me, and I didn't bother. So
I found every area in Dark Souls 2 Scholar, I guess, like really inventive and interesting and like
It goes places, yeah.
yeah.
like fascinating places
Hey,
to
at least there
explore.
was a lot more teleporting
With-
earlier on in that game. If you wanted to
Yeah,
go
I think you
between
can teleport
zones,
right
Yeah.
off the bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
which is nice. Not to every one of them, but yeah.
I'm sorry.
What?
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Is
Oh,
it a
whatever.
bad or
Who
a good?
cares?
It's a game.
Who cares?
The
Okay.
whole franchise.
Why even bring it up?
I
Why are you
put-
bringing up that game?
Because it.
Dark Souls 2 is on my list.
It's
good
a
game.
time in our lives where it's just like it came out. It started fun. Maybe you didn't necessarily like it, Riccio. I'm not too sure.
Shaking his head.
I enjoyed I enjoyed watching people play it, and it was fun to watch. I don't know what Scott, whatever Cawthorne or whatever his name was, eventually ended up doing with the franchise because it turned into just a
Doesn't he release like one every 3 months or something?
basically when
Hey,
he's like, oh,
you-
this is the last
hey.
one, 2 more,
You know,
take 2 more.
you know what Five Nights at Freddy's reminded me of? A worst
Shit.
cook serve delicious.
Oh, okay, I can see it.
Because the best part about Five Nights at Freddy's was keeping on top of everything, which
Yeah.
is what Cook Serve Delicious was enjoyable for. I don't know when the fuck that game came out. Probably was in 2010s, but Cook Serve Delicious somewhere.
It
Can't wait
was
for the third
2011 or 2012.
Sure.
I feel like.
I feel like FNAF is the kind of game where it's just like I enjoy seeing different people's experience through it.
You know
kind
what
of
was the best
thing.
part about the Five Nights at Freddy's series is just watching people play it and seeing, do they know that whenever the jump scare happens and the snow effect comes on of TV, how fucked all your rendering is going to look like? Just jump scares and the people screaming and everybody just like macro blocks and it's just like, I can't even see your face, but this is fucking crazy. Anyway.
I enjoy FNAF because Living
I don't think
Tombstone
I
came
ever
out
played
of
or
FNAF.
watched any of those games, but I
That's-
understand
yeah.
that it's sitting in a control room,
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know.
and then sometimes something, an animatronic will come and eat you if you don't
Yeah.
close the doors in time or
Basically,
something.
yeah.
There's so many other games I
It's
would
nothing to
recommend
go back
over-
to. It was just fun as it happened.
Right.
Yeah. That's it.
2014.
15?
What? No, you're skipping us.
No, that was 2014.
Yeah, so
that's-
we're going 24.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm reading
sorry, my
mine.
bad.
My
My
goodness.
bad.
Yeah, we got list dog.
They're small, but they're there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
A Nidhogg.
Okay, yeah.
What was that face? What was that? What's
I
that
almost thought
sneer?
you said 2.
I like it.
Nidhogg won.
Yeah.
Nidhogg was fun, but unlike stuff like Gang Beasts and like what was that shooting one there that you had one bullet and you had a knife or something?
Samurai Gun?
Samurai Gun. Like unlike those things, I feel like Nidhogg I got annoyed more than had more
really?
intense parts.
Oh, that's too bad. I feel like
Yeah.
Nidhogg was the one that we could always go back to because it's like a perfectly balanced like.
Nidhogg had a hard
fencing
balance of
game.
this is hilarious to like fuck like what the hell like I don't know.
Maybe it's because we played it enough, we got into
Probably.
like super meta. And
Yeah,
stuff.
I'm sure
like,
that's
because
what-
I've never
yeah.
played online. I
yeah,
don't think
me
you
neither.
can't even do online in the first game.
I
Can
don't
you?
know. Yeah, maybe I think they patched in maybe at some point or
Yeah,
something.
okay.
I feel like I've seen it, but then it was laggy, or maybe that's the second one. I don't know.
No, we have a lot of hangout nights that ended in just.
What about sports
Nidhogg
friends then?
1v1 tournaments. Oh God, no,
No.
nope, didn't happen.
No.
I think I just enjoy people yelling "Get the dick" at the end of every
Gosh.
level because of the Nidhogg.
What?
Yeah, the big
Worm,
old worm.
the big worm. Get
Oh,
the
I
dick.
don't think anybody ever
Feed
said
the
that.
Yeah, okay.
worm.
Maybe never play with me then.
Become as gods.
So just Nidhogg is that?
No, I
Okay.
have more.
I thought somebody that said my only thing I have was like, holy shit, okay.
No, because I had like Transistor and Destiny and
okay,
stuff as well.
okay.
Hearthstone.
What
Yeah.
really? That came out in 2014?
Yes, it did.
Wow, dang, dude. Okay.
That game is responsible for a lot of my time that I spent playing video games for a couple years after it came out. It's exactly what I wanted out of like a collectible card game. Like it was my Magic fix when Magic didn't have a proper online platform. And now that Magic Arena is out, I don't think I've touched Hearthstone in months.
Good.
So it's like, whatever. It's fine. Hearthstone had its time, I feel like. And I would really enjoyed the competitive scene in that game before any expansions came out. Because I felt like it was really balanced and there wasn't too much like random shit. And there was
Yeah.
actually like specific strategies you could play around and
And
stuff.
I think it was easier to keep most of the cards. Like, not keep. to
Yeah,
get most of the
absolutely. You
cards
could
and,
complete
like,
your collection and be
yeah.
like, great, now I can just like play and have fun.
Yeah.
And the annoying thing I have about that game now, especially, is that because they're like taking cards in and out of like the classic set
Yeah,
and putting
yeah.
them to like Hall of Fame or whatever, and nerfing cards as well. Now you can never actually go back and play
Oh, 'cause it's
like
even
classic v classic because the cards don't.
Even
Some
if you
of
were
them
to
don't
get,
exist as they were.
like a private match using
Yeah,
like
you just
we'll only
can't
use this.
do
You
it.
can't. Oh, that's
Yeah,
that's
I know.
unfair.
It's-
That's unfair, but that's
I wish they
unfortunate.
would unnerf everything that they nerfed previously and shove it into like the Hall of Fame so
Yeah.
that I could still play the
Yeah.
original way, because that was the most fun I think I ever had with Hearthstone. But I played it a lot and it went always downhill. Diablo 3 on PS4,
Yeah, okay.
2014.
I want to put Diablo 3 on my list somewhere, but I think it was really fun. I invested a lot of time into it, but I don't know.
That was the Destiny before Destiny.
Yeah, okay.
I think
yeah.
Destiny would not have hit me in the way that it did had we not just spent a few months leading up to it playing Diablo 3 and like jumping into people's games and
Yeah,
just grinding
I
out
think
stuff.
Diablo
and-
3 is definitely somewhere because I on my list because I even when it came out on Switch, playing that again and going through and putting a bunch more hours into it.
No,
was-
yeah,
was-
like that's the only like Switch rebuy thing that I've kind of done, and it's 100%
Worth it, yeah.
Like that's
season mode and that became really fun to try to go back to and everything. It was pretty fresh every time.
fantastic. That's it for my 2014.
Cool.
We brought up all the other ones.
Me other than Destiny is Alien Isolation. That game was really
Oh,
fun.
yeah.
Had a lot
That
of fun
game
with
exists.
it. I don't know if I would ever go back to it because by the end of that you kind of learn the ins and outs of the Alien and like it feels a little bit more gamey, but
but
playing
like
that
first
game-
time
that
through
first
type
time
thing
through-
before you figure it out.
I remember when that game came out, a lot of people said like, "Yo, it's way too long. It goes on for way too long." And I really actually liked the length because it does change up some stuff as you go on through, and it does a good idea at making you feel like a little bit weak at the start. And you can never kill the alien, but you kind of like get more things that you can use to get away from it, or like if it charges you, like you don't just instantly die. And I really like the Alien Isolation. Yeah,
Yep.
that's one I can easily recommend.
Fun game.
In my weird mention list, we'll have BioShock Burial at Sea, that second DLC, because it came out in 2014.
Oh Jesus!
And another.
Okay, I have to go play these DLCs. Apparently, there are multiple mentions on your list.
Oh heck yeah! Oh heck yeah! Another game which was an indie game that I played that was a quick like 6-hour thing that I played on stream once, but it stayed with me for a long time. Is called Gods Will Be Watching, which is a game where it's like a point and click game, but it would put you in scenarios where you're like 6 people and then shit is fucked. Like you're in
Is
a room.
that the game where you kind of do slightly different things, but it keeps repeating the same day or 3 days or whatever the fuck happens? I think I watched you play it, but it was so long ago.
It's not really like that, but so the scenario, I don't remember. See, that's the thing is I tried to watch some videos, but I don't remember many of the scenarios. But like one of them would be you're in a room that's filling up with like toxic gas, and you can like mine stuff on the side. There's like you're like 5 people, one's a robot, one's a dog as well, and you're kind of like trying to keep people alive.
Is it pixel art?
It's pixel art,
okay,
yeah.
All right.
And you're like, okay, they can dig and then they can rest, and then someone's trying to figure out an antidote because there's like the whole room is filling up with gas. So you're trying to like micromanage everything to try and see if you can get everyone out alive or just get through the scenario. And it was really fun because you'd have stuff like that. You'd have like wandering in a desert trying to get people to find something while still getting water and food and stuff, or it's like too cold outside and you're trying to get people to hunt, and you'd have things where like everything's probabilities and stuff. You're like, okay, he'll go with the dog to go and hunt, and then everything's going really good, and suddenly like they don't come back, and then you're doing other stuff. You're like hoping like, okay, maybe they'll still wander back in, and then or they'll just be dead, and you're like, okay, now I got to get through the rest of this thing with less people, or I don't know. It was, or maybe it's a good thing because then you have less food that you have to spend. Like there was a lot of interesting things that it constantly made you make really tough decisions. A bunch of sort of
micro escape rooms that are all connected to each other.
Kind of, but like, yeah, you're not trying to figure out how to get out. You're just trying to survive for a long time, and it was just like,
right, yeah, okay.
It was really good, and I remember just it stuck with me. It was a really good game. I'm pretty sure it's cheap as hell now. It's on Steam. Gods will be watching.
I don't know why it reminds me of Shelter, but that's the only thing I can.
Shelter, the animal thing when you run around with like your dog or cat or
no,
lynx?
It's like a Fallout Shelter thing, but it wasn't Fallout Shelter, but it was called Shelter.
Oh god, yeah, I played that a little bit. I forgot about that. But yeah, I think that's it for 2014, right? Because I had Tales and Bioshock and some other stuff.
Real quick, my 2015 list. Witcher 3.
Okay.
We already talked about it.
Cool. I got a few things.
Fantastic game that you, again, no wrong way to play it. All the builds work. They're fantastic. Great story.
Yeah.
Fantastic writing.
Hope to finish it one day. And not because it's not good.
Looking forward to it.
Just hope to finish it and like actually set the time to do it. I think sometimes with open world games it's hard for me to like stick to something for so long. But yeah. I can't wait to finish it one day.
Yeah.
I'll enjoy watching you play it.
Yeah. All right, 2015, what do you got?
So, Dying Light, up there.
Okay, yeah.
Because playing with you, and I think, I can't remember who the other people were eventually, but it was just mainly us
not
two.
me.
Yeah. No, you were on console.
I think Red Dead dropped in, I think.
Yeah, Doka
some
as
other
well.
people,
And some
but
other people.
I did not buy the Dead Island sequel.
Dying Light came out
Dying
of
Light was
nowhere.
really good,
I
yeah.
didn't expect to like that game. It was really fun.
Yeah.
Sims 4 is a game where it's just like,
Jeez, okay,
I started playing it, crashed my PC in London.
Oh.
So I kind of was just like, maybe there's something wrong. Maybe I installed it weird, reinstalled it. I'd get like an hour in and it would just keep crashing. So because of that, I didn't play it. Sims was one of my favorite games, but that's kind of a not on my part. But since coming here, I could have played it, but I just kind of like, I've lost that interest now. So that's a shame.
You have Destiny to play.
This is true.
See, you guys get what I mean by Destiny 2?
Yeah.
You can be playing Sims 4.
Hella fun.
Well, this one is watched everyone play it. I don't think I ever will, but Bloodborne, oof,
I don't know. Yeah.
it's a good looking game.
Yeah.
I haven't finished it.
Yeah.
But every time I put time into it, it's like, yeah, it's good.
I
Yeah.
liked my first playthrough, but going back to it, I was like, I don't like this.
It killed your summer solstice.
Yeah, I was gonna tell a Souls game, got the Bloodborne. I was like, fuck
I
me.
killed his summer solstice.
No, that was me.
Okay, no,
burning out
yeah,
on it,
you were also angry at that game, but
Why did you kill it?
because I came over
it. That was
and
the
it was
the part that I feel like going back through that game when I hit the like forest part, I think that was like I don't like this game.
It's funny, that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's the opposite of Dark Souls, where it's just like Dark Souls is like get your hitting, move back,
It's a
shield
lot
up.
slower
Yeah.
and deliberate, whereas
Bloodborne
Bloodborne
is
requires you to be quick
literally
and deliberate.
be quick, go in, even if you get hit, stay in, get your health back, and it's just like I can't untrain my brain to.
I just think the look of it, it didn't hit with me.
Really?
I didn't like everybody was just a flappy mess of something, and that was like the same color.
I
the
really
same
enjoyed
snit.
that part of it.
Yeah, I liked the fur tech or whatever was going on, but then
Yeah.
everybody kind of had like fur flappy
You reminded
skin
me
bit
that
or-
a lot of people's complaints about Dark Souls 2 was that like it's just dudes in armor or whatever.
Mm.
And I feel like Bloodborne's the opposite of that,
Yeah.
where it's just like it's all giant weird monsters that all kind of look the same. I really like fighting dudes in armor though.
Yeah.
Fighting enemies with
You-
different types of
you'd
weapons.
like Sekiro then.
Oh, okay. All right. I haven't tried Sekiro.
I
It's
don't
actually
know.
fun. Yeah, I like it.
But yeah, Bloodborne.
Except for that final boss, am I right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't like that game, would I?
It's fine if you've been playing it for the whole time. But I took a break and then I fucked the whole thing up. So yeah.
Splatoon.
Okay.
One of my favorite games. We'll say that. It sounds so awkward saying it's one of my favorite games, but Splatoon is. It's still a Nintendo game, and there's still problems, and there's still stuff that I fucking hate about it. And Splatoon 2 didn't fix everything. It changed stuff and became its own kind of monster. I do enjoy Splatoon.
I said some wild shit during Splatoon 2, but that's for another time.
And this last one is, I almost want to take this one off, but emotionally and like Undertale
Yeah, I have it on the list.
We talked about this
Yeah.
yesterday.
Gameplay, music-wise,
Yeah.
and story, and what it does for multiple playthroughs. The game's awesome.
It hits a lot of notes where it's just like good, great, yeah, but I haven't played it. But
Yeah.
if anything, that's the reason why I'm keeping it on there, because I haven't played it. And it's still like this is on my list. Not because it's bad, but because it's actually good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sad that people get the...
seem to enjoy that game.
Yeah.
And I know with all its built-up expectations, I'm going to play it and
I'm
think
sorry.
it's bad.
So
It's literally what I was going to say. I'm so sorry.
So here's the wild part: is I had that game blown up really hardcore before I played it, and I
Yeah.
still actually I had
Every time I see combat gameplay of moving that heart, I'm like,
I
this looks
felt
like the most utter trash
the
thing
same
I
way.
could
So
fucking imagine.
before we were doing our old podcast, oh man, what's his name?
don't like
Another
Bullet
law.
Another
Law. I think it was him. He was telling me to play it when it was like a beta that was before it's out, and I kept seeing the gameplay. I was like, no, not for me. And then
I don't
Undertale
like
came
bullet
out.
hell stuff like
Yeah,
that.
but then Undertale came out and he said the same thing, and like people were telling me to play. I was like, no, that's just not for me. And then I heard so much about it, and I heard like a little bit more about it, and I played it, and I had expectations, and it kind of like went above that.
But how long after it came out did you play it?
A year, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All
I
right.
wasn't sure.
But
I think at this point, I don't think I should play it.
So here's the thing: if you ever play it, be glad that you're like, don't ever do it in a way that there's people around you who know about it. Like, okay,
Yeah.
Liz is a different thing.
But listen,
Like, I mean, because like when you're trying to do it on stream, I'd have like a whole mod team that was like delete fucking everything that like people are saying, like people are following with like names and shit. And like, if you could just sit and just enjoy that, and just with like maybe some prior knowledge of what type of playthroughs you want to do, so you don't like waste too much time.
I do understand that there's like a saving people playthrough and
then
like a killing everybody
yeah.
playthrough. Okay.
Knowing that, then you just literally do those two or whatever.
But is it a better experience if I didn't know that?
I would say it
No.
would be maybe a different experience.
Like, is there dialogue that happens if you did kill some people?
Do you
it
actually-
puts
Or,
you,
like,
it puts you like into one of
does
the,
it try and drive you to kill people, but then you have to work against it to
you
save
shouldn't
it?
be asking these questions.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the more you know about the game, the more it's going to be.
I had those same
classic.
questions going through it, and I
but
had the same
because
answer.
those questions are sort of in my head, I feel like I'll go and be like, oh, that's the answer.
You could do that as well if you
The
want.
fact you
but-
already have
No,
those
not
questions.
like you telling me. I mean, like when I
Yeah.
actually play it,
No.
I will have that. Instead of having like, oh, this is really interesting, I'll just be like, oh, okay, that's why people talk about it.
Like if
Right?
you
Like,
have
I'll
those
have
questions,
no fucking feeling towards it at all.
while you're playing it, drop me or Riccio a text, fine. But until then, I would say don't ask too many questions. Just go into it as dry as you can, and just like.
But here's the thing. Also, is it's also a type of game that, let's say you do get like 2 hours into it and it's not hitting, chances are it won't.
It might not.
It just won't be. And it's okay to be that as well. Like if it ends up being like, okay, because a lot of it is like also the characters too. So if like the characters aren't really hitting and you're not liking the gameplay that you're going through, and then like the music isn't going with you, like if everything's just kind of like, okay, I'm just playing this to play it, then okay, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to.
It's one of the games that's been on my mind since it came out, because you constantly just hear incredible things about it. You have people on the internet reacting to seeing Sans in some other form, or a picture of him somewhere else, and they're like, "Ma!" And I just don't understand.
I think the fun part also with everything that's been done towards that game nowadays is it's also would be just fun to go through. You know, like whenever you guys made me sit down and watch the Star Wars, like you kind of finally click with like certain references and stuff. Like it's a fun thing to go through so that more things make sense.
But I think that
no, I
don't
don't
need to understand more of meme culture. You know, like
but I think Undertale is gonna be a game that,
Star Wars is different because it's been out for like 40 years or whenever we want. whenever we watched it, and it's had a lot of influences across like cinema and even just everything in pop culture. I think Undertale has some memes about it and a really loud vocal fan base.
Yeah,
and that's like,
but I think
I understand that without having played the game. I don't think it's as influential as people want to make it out to be. Because
no, it's.
Can you tell me a game that's come out other than let's say Deltarune?
So that's the thing is I don't know if it's going to be something like a Resident Evil 4 that kind of changes the game up for anything, but I think it's a worthwhile thing that if the game does hit for you, it's something that you'll be super glad that you played.
Right.
Like it's something like Outer Wilds where if you don't play it and it's not for you, that's totally cool. But if it is the type of game that you like and you go through, you're going to be so fucking glad that you played it.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's definitely
maybe one day, maybe another 5 years.
Yeah.
When you have a week where you're not doing anything, just
So was that 2015?
Yeah.
What do you got?
I had Witcher.
Witcher? That's it?
That was it.
All right, cool. We got Undertale, which we talked about. I mentioned Rocket League. We talked about it earlier. I think it's just really like it's an easy thing for people to pick up and still play, and it's still to this day still really fun to load up because the gameplay is just tight, man.
Yeah,
just tight. I can only imagine speaking super not knowledgeable about it, but I feel like you design that game when it comes out and you got the gameplay down and you've been set. You're just making some cool shit on top of it, but you already made it super tight, so it's awesome. In my mentions and random crap, we got Evolve, which I actually really enjoyed.
Oh wow!
It had a lot of ups and downs, but there was something about whenever you had somebody who was a really good monster player, and you were with you and 3 of your friends, and going in and hunting, and everybody using their abilities and everything popping off. Like when that game was working as intended,
you can see why they made it.
Was like, oh yes, you nailed it. But then there was so much other shit with it.
Is that game shut down now?
It's just not getting updates. The servers still work, I think, but it's just kind of like, if you can get the players, matchmaking will work. If not, it's dead. Yeah. I think unless the servers died, maybe. Another honorable mention or whatever is Hotline Miami. Yeah. That thing was pretty dope for music wise and stuff. I feel like going back to that game, some other stuff has come out that's kind of made me. It's like a harder thing to go back to now ish, but it's still really fun. It's very challenging, really fun. Music still sticks with me. Music's still really good. Other mention would be Her Story.
Yeah.
Wasn't that special, but it was very fun, and it was a really interesting game that I like stuff that uses real video and stuff. What's it called again? FMV.
Yeah.
So
that was cool.
Her Story was really good. And other than that, we've got Soma, which is the fucking nutsoest first-person story, mind-blowing craziness. If you don't know anything about it, or even if you know stuff a little bit about it, worth playing. It's a little bit scary, but it's compared to stuff like Amnesia and all that.
Isn't there a mode where you can turn the monster off?
There's monster. Maybe there is. I don't know.
I think I heard something about that.
Maybe. If so, that's awesome. Because to be honest, most of the stuff in that game is not the scariest. There's a lot of chase scenes, but I think in Amnesia there was a lot of confusion as you're running around. This one's like pretty straightforward. You're like, okay.
Doesn't help that like Amnesia's screen like crazy blurred when
you're running. Yeah, and you couldn't look at the monster and stuff. Like I think it's the same thing actually in Soma.
I think it might have been the spider crabs.
What?
Like there were people who were struggling to get past that. There's like a tunnel where there's spider crabs, and you have to walk through it.
Oh yeah,
and
it did. It
got
arachnophobia stuff.
Yeah,
whatever,
they had to take that out. Or
no,
turn
I
that
think
off.
there's like a
actual tunnel.
Show me the story only type.
Oh wow, okay.
Mode in that game.
Yeah.
We can look it up.
And that's it. Yeah. For 2016's next.
Cool.
What you got?
The Witness.
Yeah. I think absolutely.
We all enjoyed The Witness.
Yeah. The Witness is one of the best puzzle games ever, I think.
Tested my relationship with Dan at one point. There's a puzzle in that game.
And mine, apparently.
Yeah, there's a puzzle in that game that relies on color that Dan spent hours trying to piece together.
I had charts rolled out as to what colors looked like under certain lights, and so that I could like look at these charts and figure out what to do in
Riccio
puzzles.
fucking cheated.
I just put on some what is it, chroma 3D, whatever 3D glasses.
You use the green.
The green. It was purple and green or something that had. Because I had it wasn't the red. It wasn't red and blue. It was a different one. And thank God it was a different one because the purple and green meshed with the colors that were on screen. Anyway, I cheated kind of, but it was so fun.
And apparently I did it properly and within like 20 minutes. And he was just like, the fuck? How the fuck? What?
Yeah.
So maybe that's something about like my understanding walking into that area of like I think I over understood it early on, so I started making a chart
Yeah.
early in the area, and then kept using those charts as I went on, rather than using like memory or something like that.
I honestly think The Witness, as much as there's stuff that we like spoiling about some things, I would almost say The Witness, if you guys like puzzle games, you're listening to this and you somehow have never played The Witness, go into it and go into it blind. And
Yeah, I feel like it's the most perfect distillation of like a gameplay escalation.
Yeah.
That is
Like I
it's
don't
in
even want to
puzzle
mention
form
certain
and-
things about it.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
because
just
there's
such a
stuff
great-
in that game, and
The Witness is just awesome.
every
yeah,
puzzle is enjoyable. It actually hits that same like notes of like success.
Yeah.
As Dark Souls, where you're beating little bits and being
Yeah.
like, "Yep, I figured it out. I
Yeah.
understand." And the fantastic thing about that game is that if you know how things work, you can probably a speed run in that game is like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Because you just
Probably.
understand how things work.
Yeah.
So you just go to the end
Yeah.
and that's it. And yeah.
That's the thing. If you're actually paying attention and like, you know, the totems that say like, oh, you've done these puzzles in this area, you've done. If you're paying attention to that,
Yeah.
you'll get it.
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
All right, what else you got?
okay. Stardew Valley, which I've already talked about.
Cool.
And again, like that was the kind of game where it's like it's S-links, it's villages, it's mining,
I keep meaning to play it and get into it.
It's-
I haven't yet.
it's a good travel game.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd ever really fully go back to it, but it was good at the time. That's what I'll
I've
say.
got it on my Switch, so
Mhm.
at
Yeah.
some point I will get into it.
Yeah. Black Desert,
Oh boy. Okay.
which
For someone that doesn't like MMOs,
I
you have a
know,
lot of
right?
MMOs on your
because
list.
I've wanted to find one because I'm an RPG lover. Like I love RPGs.
But is Black Desert your game of the decade?
No,
Then why is it on
yeah.
the list?
Because
you're just
I
you're mentioning a lot of stuff.
it would have been the MMO that I might have stuck with.
But it wasn't.
But then it
But
fucked up the
it's
end.
because it decided, oh, you've gotten to level 50, now it's PvP time, and like what that entails is like people stealing your shit and stuff. Like it's like
open world
if you-
anywhere die.
if you
pick
didn't
up your
add
shit.
that,
Great.
I would have loved this game. And it's painful to think that I could have found an MMO that I actually stuck with, but I couldn't.
So
Because
is
of that.
this disappointing or is
This
this
is
good games?
disappointing, but
Oh, we
also,
already moved into
Oh.
disappointing.
but no, also good game because
Okay.
the 0 to 50 leveling was really enjoyable.
I hated
Okay.
how
Like,
that game had like a weird blur filter that
Yeah,
fucked up the look of the entire
yeah.
game and hurt my eyes within playing it
I
within
know
20
you
minutes,
hated
and I
that.
uninstalled it.
But Black Desert was actually really enjoyable.
But watching you play it looked really awesome as
It-
you
it
as you
was
did
fun.
a lot of the combat.
Yeah. I put DS3. I don't know if that's Dark Souls 3. Was that in 2016?
Maybe, yeah. That sounds about
That
right.
sounds right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
'Cause
say that
2
because
would have been in 2013.
Yeah.
I can't remember much of Dark Souls 3 because my save file got deleted right when I finished it, and then I tried to restart it, and then I just
Oh,
kind of
that's right.
Yeah. So one day I still want to go through it.
that one. This
Dark
one's-
Souls 3 was the first one I played.
Oh wow. That's
Oh, you
Uh,
went.
And
weird.
I summoned for everything.
Yeah.
And I was just kind of cruising through the game.
Mm.
But then the Nameless King in the Dragon area,
Oof.
the lightning
Yeah.
thing,
which
all
is
that
apparently
shit.
one of the hardest bosses in the entire game,
Yeah.
I ended up having to do it by myself.
hmm
And because there was no one around summoning up there, because I guess it's an optional area and no one was doing anything. But I ended up beating that boss by myself,
Yeah.
which I then went, that feeling was fantastic. And
Oh,
then I
wow.
beat all of Dark Souls 2 without summoning.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, that was, and that's how I play those games now. I don't want to summon if I
Cool.
don't
Yeah.
have to. So yeah.
Good time, DS3. Overwatch. I've already said pretty much why. Not necessarily
Yep.
for the reason
Yep.
why other people would put it up there, but it's what helped me aim on mouse and keyboard.
Mhm.
And it's still enjoyable. I'll go back to it. I'll get like my loot boxes for the week or whatever, and just it's fun. That's it. 7 Days to Die
Yeah. Okay.
is a weird one, but I enjoy that game immensely, and I want to play it more. But it's more enjoyable with other people
Yeah.
because it's
Is that
obviously
the
Minecraft looking zombie game. Every 7
Yeah.
days there's a
Horde.
Nope, not
No?
what I was
Okay.
thinking of. The one where one person's the killer and there's 4 people running around trying to
Oh.
start generators.
Deceit.
Oh no, Dead by
Oh,
Daylight.
that's Dead by Daylight.
Oh,
No.
okay, all
Dead by
right.
Daylight's fun, but it's not. Yeah, it's
I
not.
have no idea what 7 Days to Die.
7 Days is literally like Minecraft, and then every 7 days there's like hordes of
like
zombies.
a blood moon.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
It's
Okay.
fun.
Is it your game of the decade?
It could be if I played more of it.
Okay,
It
so why?
definitely
why-
I don't think it would be in my.
Why?
I think it would be somewhere in my big list when you're playing with a good group of friends and stuff.
The Last Guardian.
Wish I could
Enjoy-
remember more of it. But
Enjoyed that game so much. I'm not gonna say it was necessarily worth the wait because some people waited too long and fucking just didn't want it anymore or hated it. But for me, it was good. I'm not gonna say worth the wait, but it was good.
I liked that game a lot, and I feel like everybody's criticism of it was like, oh, the animal thing doesn't really listen to you that much, and like it's really annoying to try to get to do things. But like our play sessions of it were like,
Yeah.
it was really fun when you didn't listen. It was like clearly it being kind of an animal, and then it caught on. Like it was like fast enough. You're like, okay, this is kind of adorable. It's a freaking animal, but
And now you
yeah,
have a cat.
I love. Yeah, now we have a cat. So doesn't have antlers and a weird duck face or whatever the hell's going on, but.
I thought it was like a
I can't remember.
raccoon
It's
or
like a
something.
dog, crazy
Dog?
cat bird
Okay.
thing. It's weird. I don't know.
This
Trico
is
or whatever?
Trico. This is another Black Desert kind of one where it's like it's Final Fantasy 15, and I fucking love that game. I also hated it.
So is it your game of the decade?
I want it to be. I want it to be
Well,
up there
well, then why is it not?
because the added content that you got to play through
Yeah.
with switching characters and like the ending becoming better than it was when I played it made me so jealous and wanted to go back, but I also don't want to go through that game again. But it's
Wait,
like
you have to play the whole game again to get the other side stuff?
I
No,
don't.
you have to load up before it probably or something.
But
Mm.
I mean, I've finished the game. I'd rather go
Yeah.
back, restart it, do it with
I'm
like
gonna-
being able to
I
change
liked
characters and
I like
stuff.
playing that game, but let's just say even with all the patches and the fixes, the end game of that game is still a little bit shit.
Well, you are a Final Fantasy expert, so
Oh,
that's,
no,
that's good
that's
to hear
okay.
from.
Exactly,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay.
Final
But yeah.
Fantasy 15 MMO coming out this year actually on phones.
15?
Yep.
Yeah.
MMO?
Yep.
On phones.
Yeah, only phones.
All right, what's next?
Well, that's it.
Oh, okay.
Except for Battleborn, and that's all I'm gonna say.
Why?
I still really like
That's
Battleborn.
that's a fucking joke.
It's not. I like this is the thing with a lot of the things that I'm saying. Like I love Gearbox's stuff, and Battleborn I was really looking forward to, but it became a joke.
Hey,
It's
you know what would have kept that game alive? Proper matchmaking. I think that game actually would have stuck with a lot of people if you weren't being.
Yeah,
if all their matchmaking wasn't just
played
like
the demo and I could
people
never
together.
get into a game with anybody.
Oh, no,
like
so-
right when it came out.
So the matchmaking, I could find people, but it would not. There was no skill-based anything. It would just be like, oh, you need 5 people. Here's 5 people. Oh, they're like the best players of the game. That's cool. We're just gonna keep you guys together, just constantly. It doesn't even fucking matter. You guys keep losing back to back. That's okay. We're just gonna keep matchmaking. Like, it just never had enough players in it for them to like put in skill-based matchmaking or have it actually matter. Like there was. I think if you could actually play against people who weren't as good and as you were learning and like, you know, tiers of stuff, I think it would have been fun. But there was like a wild, like, if you're good at this game, you're way too good at this game.
So it wasn't the hobby grade experience you were looking
no,
for?
similar to Lawbreakers, where people who got good at that game got way too good at that game, and I fucked people up, dude.
Lawbreakers? I don't think that exists. What are you talking about?
That was a really fun game. Met some good friends on that. Anyway,
So my 2016 list has The Witness and Overcooked.
nice.
cool.
Overcooked, fantastic cooperative game, cooking great.
My patience was tested with Overcooked most of the time. I never gotten far in Overcooked, but the early game of Overcooked games is really fun until it gets way too crazy.
We played the whole thing through in one sitting.
Did we actually finish it?
We finished
Oh,
the whole thing. We
did.
got 3 stars and
Maybe-
everything.
Oh boy.
Are you thinking of 2?
Two. Maybe it's 2.
Okay.
Wait, was it 1 or 2 that Are You Fucking My Asshole
That was
Deep
one.
came from?
That was
Okay,
one,
good.
yeah.
Good
Yeah.
to know. Thank you.
Yeah. Excellent clip.
Excellent. Great. Loved every second.
So wait, Overcooked in what? The Witness? Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's my 2016 list.
I had The Witness. I had Doom 2016. That game was really fun for a first-person shooter that was also
Oh, that
Metroidvania.
came out in 2016.
Yeah.
Game hurts my eyes.
I liked that it was like Metroidvania-ish, where you would get upgrades and you could look at the huge map and then you could kind of use the map to see like, oh, this is unlocked. Oh, I could go up there, and like there was a lot of could get exploration.
That is a game
Which-
that I wish I'd finished.
Yeah.
I think I got about halfway through it, and then I just
I-
fell off.
I really liked the combat in that game, but the fact that it had exploration stuff, which was something I didn't expect, was really, really fun. Plus playing on the hardest mode, not the one that insta kills you and resets the whole game, but the hardest mode that's right below that, which is the same difficulty but without that shit, was really fun to get through the combat arenas and really have to use a bunch of stuff and flip between a bunch of guns and use the chainsaw and all that stuff. That was a really fun game. Other than that, in 2016, Super Hot VR, heck yeah.
Yeah, we already
Honorable
talked a lot
mention.
about that. Yep.
Yeah. And for my my extra mentions here is not my good stuff. 2016, we've got Pony Island, which was an indie game that
Oh,
was
right.
Wow.
yeah, which
I
was
watched you play that whole
yeah.
thing.
So it's like a demon pretty much taking over an arcade cabinet or something, and I can't remember exactly what it was. But the reason I mentioned it is because it did something that was really interesting that I think other games have also tried to do, and I've played some indie games, and it's been like, okay, I've seen this before. What it would do is it would ping or it wouldn't ping. It would grab friends lists, people that were on your friends list, their name, and if they were playing something, it would be green. If it was blue, if they were just online or away. And
didn't it send you messages?
So it would send you messages
as
them typing like random stuff. But if you hit like Shift Tab, whatever, brought the overlay, it wasn't there. But it would have the Steam sound, the pop up, and like every look, their profile picture, their name. If they're playing a game, it had it all. And I remember playing that. I was like, this is fucking wild. Like this is. It was like a one-off dumb little thing it does at one point.
Yeah.
And it's doing it because at that point the like devil thing that's talking to you is just like, okay, you have to pay attention to this shit right here. Like this is what matters, is how you get past this thing. And then as he's starting to explain it, you'll get the ba-bling,
and
ba-bling,
he's not
ba-bling.
stopping explaining.
And and it's just going, and you're like, oh, hold on, wait, what the fuck? Like you're trying to check your overlay, like, oh, I should turn this off or whatever. And it's like, wait, no, what the fuck? And then you miss either what he's saying, or it was such a dumb, really cool moment that Pony Island was really awesome. Yeah. Other than that, we've got Hitman.
Is it your game of the decade?
No, but that moment
Okay.
is like, see, the notable moments I like to mention, because that was like having that experience was like a fucking sick thing.
You all did some shit with your list.
So that's what I was saying.
made a list where any one of these I could pick and confidently say that was the best game of the last 10 years.
That's what Doom and Superhot
But
were.
I have my actual list,
Yeah,
and then these are like
no, but you have games that you like that were like, actually, I hate it. After you get through your conversation.
So I have my top, my main list. My main list.
Yes.
My main list that I've been saying has been like the stuff that for sure I recommend.
Yeah.
And other stuff is definitely like the moments that you remember, even though like maybe the game wasn't that great, but like it was worth for this type of thing. Other than that, we've got Hitman, motherfucking the remake type of like perfect Hitman 1 with all the crazy shit when they brought it back.
Yeah.
The amount of wild stuff in that game, and I'll mention the second one even though that was a few years later. Hitman was really dope. I forgot there's a third game that I want to mention due to its pop and soundtrack. Fury came out in 2016 as well. And
I've never played Fury. I've listened to a lot of the
that
Fury soundtrack.
ooh,
Yes.
that game also was really awesome. I still recommend it for anybody who wants to put the time in to get really good at the combat.
Also recommend just listening to soundtrack.
Or the
Wherever
soundtrack
you can
too.
find it. Yeah. It's just never play the game. It's fine.
Yeah, but that game pops off real hard whenever you get really good at the combat and everything's. Fury's really good. Also worth mentioning in 2016 was Titanfall 2. I think the story mode in that was actually pretty awesome.
Yeah.
That's right.
And yeah, it had a very unique certain level that did some timey stuff or whatever that was really cool. Yeah.
Cause and effect.
Yeah, I think it
Name
was.
of that level.
Yeah. And that's it for 2016 for me.
2017.
2017. I think we're getting there.
Destiny 2.
No, but yes. But we
Is
already
it actually?
talked
I don't even
about-
put that anywhere on my list.
Are
I don't
you
even know what year-
serious?
Yeah, I don't.
Wow.
Wow, you're disgusting.
Nowhere on your list.
I can't
Fucking
put.
disgusting.
All right, hit me with 2017.
Neo. I know.
No.
Oh,
I
right.
know.
I keep meaning to play that game because it's Dark Souls-esque, isn't
You
it?
fucked the fucking whole multiplayer up before it came out by showing a demo that you co-op it with your friends and then releasing it and deleting the co-op
I
unless you
know.
beat the level first.
Oh, that's right.
That was the part that actually made. I still love the
I would
game
say-
though.
But what if
No.
I played it by myself?
Then
That's fine.
You're
It's not as fun.
Yeah.
Enjoy seeing the
Okay.
same fucking burning building like 20,000 times. Second one looks cool.
They're making a second one.
Yeah, second one looks cool.
Night in the Woods.
Yeah, okay.
It was just a really good narrative.
Yeah,
I still
heard
don't know
base
if I
game.
would have
That
wanted
game,
that
yeah.
game to have voice acting. I feel like
Yeah.
it would have ruined it because it wouldn't have been the characters that you.
Does it have voice acting?
It
No.
doesn't.
Oh.
No, it has people going like or something like that.
No,
yeah.
no. It does like a little sound, but there's not like a.
Yeah.
It's not
Oh, it's
Animal
not
Crossing.
Animal Crossing? No, okay.
I think not having it voice kind of made people's interpretation of characters be
You'd
different.
inject
and
the people that you knew when you were like
Yeah.
younger who had that stereotype. You'd be like,
Exactly.
oh my god, like
Yeah.
that's who you would see. But then if
So,
you had the voice,
yeah.
it would fuck it.
It
That's
wouldn't.
what adds.
Okay, yeah.
yeah.
Well, did a lot of people complain and want voice acting?
No, no.
Is it-
I'm just
No,
saying.
okay.
I'm wondering if like if I would have.
Because there's so
if
much
you would have had a
reading.
connection to the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
I still really liked it, but yeah.
Near Automata.
Yeah, it's fine.
I will always love the Nier games, and
We talked about it earlier in my overblown expectations.
Yeah,
and,
I think the soundtrack is great. I'm not gonna say amazing, but it's great. I like the hints and nods to like the old game. And
I think that the most shocking thing about that game is how much people like it and how actually connected to the old like 360 game it is.
Yeah.
Like that's the most crazy thing to me because especially like me doing like I did all the endings and everything and like one of them just has like people from the old games like kind of talking about what happened before and I'm
Yeah.
like I don't understand what the fuck is going on like But for people that liked Nier, that game was probably just like, this is everything we've been waiting for.
Yeah.
Only thing I'll say about Nier that ruins it, even though there's like the game's sure flawed, whatever, but the fact that why can I never remember his goddamn name?
The daddy?
No, don't say daddy. The maker, the like
Yoko
person.
Taro?
Yes, thank you, Yoko
Oh.
Taro. He's written like you finish the game, and whether you do more of it, you go back, you do whatever, the game ends. There's an end to the game, and then it's like, yeah, that's your ending. Then he makes a fucking screenplay about another ending or continuation of. It's like, just let it go. Stop it. Don't continue
Wait,
anything.
is this outside of the game? You mean?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Made a
And
whole like play thing.
It's happened with like the other Niers, and like it's happened with Automata before as well. And it's just like, just let it be what it is, because you're almost ruining people's experiences by doing this. Like they're saying goodbye
like this
to
like
these characters.
never-ending thing.
Yeah, it's like, just let it stop.
I think that
Let
the
it
stuff
end.
that game does with like completing story arcs and then playing credits and then doing another thing is fantastic. I think the 9S playthrough took too long.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I thought the end was interesting that they did something totally different for like the CDE endings. So, yeah. But I didn't get a lot out of them as
I understand.
yeah, and also one of them being like, it's the same as an ending in Nier 1, isn't it?
Deleting your save?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I knew
Let me
that
tell
ahead
you,
of time as
that
well.
that was impactful when I played the 360 one. Let me tell you, playing Automata on Steam. Okay, cool. Yeah, you want me to delete? Cool. Let me just go
I'm ready for you.
Let me just go to Steam file, Steam game. Okay, cool. Let me just copy that into another folder. All right, cool. Yeah, delete my save. Just throw it back on.
I think I enjoyed that like Automata more in that respect, because it makes more sense with the characters you're playing as, at least.
Mhm.
In the
yeah,
first
because they're
one,
like
it's kind of
androids
just
or
like,
whatever.
yeah, it's kind of like, makes
Yeah.
sense. Okay.
I think
But
the
yeah.
fun part about the game is whenever you hear a lot of stuff about it and you're interested about the story, there's that auto battle mode that you just kind of walk forward and
That's
it kills
what I
everything.
did.
Yeah, which is fine, which is a great way. If ever like you want to experience that game but you don't want to deal
Because
with
I
the gameplay.
started it
Yeah.
as normal and went, I'm not having any fun with this at all.
Yeah, so it's cool if somebody's just curious about it.
Good game. Prey.
Yeah.
Prey was fun.
I have started that game like 3 times.
Yeah.
And
Can't get it.
never.
Yeah.
It's my Witcher, I guess.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that game, but
You remember,
I didn't
remember we made a bet about me finishing Prey, you finishing Witcher,
Oh,
and they're
boy.
both still not done.
We'll
stole
see.
each other dinner somewhere.
Yeah, that's right.
2020,
Well, no, it was
No,
for
yeah,
going to
yeah.
a thing, and then we totally neither of us
Yeah,
finished by the
yeah,
end of that
yeah.
year, and then
That was fun.
Cheating, but Final Fantasy 12 remastered, or the
yeah, that's
Zodiac
cheating. Take
edition.
not on
No,
the list.
it's
Not on the
Okay,
list.
I'm gonna.
Next game. Next game.
It says
Next
it's
game.
cheating, so I'll allow it.
Next game.
Splatoon 2. And
I
I've already
thought
talked
you
about
said
it.
it was-
I've already said.
Okay.
I've already said.
You got both?
I've already said, like, games can't be perfect, but Splatoon 2 was fun, and I still enjoy it. I'm playing it recently with other people.
If you had
and
to
it's
pick
just
one
like,
of them to put on the list, which one would it be? Not that I'm making you pick. I'm just
Yeah.
curious.
Splatoon.
Yeah.
The first
same.
one?
I feel like the
Yeah,
first one
okay.
is always going to be what I'll put. I've already said Destiny 2, Divinity
Yeah.
2, Evil Within 2.
I think
I had
that
fun with
game
that
was
game.
fun, but I don't think it. I would love to play another one, but it didn't do anything crazy.
I think
but it
I
was still
put-
really fun.
I put 2 and not 1 because it was such a improvement,
Yeah.
and I enjoyed it over 1.
Evil Within 1 was all letterboxed, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Unless you're on
Okay.
PC where you turn
Yeah.
it off. But
But I
literally
enjoyed
an
2.
option in the game, like you could.
Oh, okay. I
you,
thought
at first you
were
could
gonna do
edit it
console
out.
commands or
Yeah.
something.
At first, yeah, but then they.
And Telltale Guardians of the
No,
Galaxy.
fuck that.
Okay,
No, take
all
that off the
right,
list entirely. Fucking take that away.
That was a bad one.
That game was fucking
Yeah,
absolute
I
shit
know.
trash garbage, dude.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
2017.
Yeah.
So I had Destiny 2.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is cheating or not, but Mario Kart 8 Deluxe,
I'll allow it.
Sure.
because that
Aw.
game has like I've played so much of it on Switch,
Yeah.
and maybe it is cheating, but it's fantastic.
Mm.
Get that game if you want to Switch. Persona 5, which neither of you have on this list.
I wanna
It's a
finish it at one
glaring
point, but-
omission.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
Also, Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, I
Okay,
couldn't
I had it
remember
on
when that was.
Oh, 2017.
Okay, thank you.
March.
Well, I don't know why I thought it was 2018. Excuse me. I could have just
Yeah.
searched it.
I think Breath of the Wild. I
That
thought
was a
about
hell
it.
of a year playing Zelda and Persona and Destiny 2. That was
I feel like Breath of the Wild, looking back at it, because I thought about it more recently, is I really like the open world stuff of having the feeling of looking somewhere and wanting to go see what was there. And most often, there was like something actually there to see.
Yeah,
or
they built
whatever.
the world in a way that guided you
Yeah.
and like rewarded you for exploring.
That
yeah.
being said, the 4 dungeons and the final boss stuff couldn't care less about how fun that was.
Absolutely,
That
like
was
whatever. Shit. And
also, most of the trials I hated as well.
Looking back on it, I have a problem with the weapon degradation.
Yeah.
Because you find really cool weapons and then it's just sort of like, it breaks in like 7 hits.
I enjoyed the fact that you can like take a picture of an item and it can pretty much tell you where it is, kind of thing. Though. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fantastic, just like run around, do whatever game, and it's fantastic for exploration and everything. It's a world with stuff to find.
Cool.
I do just want to make a note. If you all just want to visually look at my screen here, this won't play on the podcast. Do you want to see Destiny 2 is right here on the list? Do you want to see how many games are above it and how many games are after it?
Okay.
That's it. There's like 5 games after it. Yeah. So my list is really small after Destiny 2 came out because
it's Destiny 2.
It's Destiny 2.
Yep.
That's it for your 2017?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah. Breath of the Wild Nier Automata?
Yeah.
Automaton? Was on my list. And for honorable mentions of cool shit, Hollow Knight was also really dope. I'm currently working through it right now.
Yeah.
I wish I would have put more time into it before. I'm still really enjoying it. That game is really tight. Feels really good. Exploration is dope. Combat, locations, what's going on. I'm really enjoying it.
I played a lot of that game,
All Night's
and the exploration and like the feeling of getting lost is fantastic.
Yeah, until you find the map guy or whatever, and then looking for
I have no idea how far I got in that game.
Oh, man.
I have no idea I have no frame of reference how long it is. But the people I introduced it to, Alice and Jess, they've like done everything in that fucking game. Like,
So when I picked it up on Switch, I got like 8 to 12 hours in or something, and I got really far to what I thought was far, and it was really awesome. I started up on PC. I'm like 6 hours in, and I passed where I was, and I was like,
well, that's the kind of thing, because if you know that's,
but I didn't remember where
a little bit of the witness stuff, where if you kind of know how things work or know where to go, that's a lot of the game, because the combat I feel like doesn't change too much as you're going through it, even as you get new abilities and stuff.
There's some abilities.
Yeah,
and you don't have to, there's some things you have to do in a certain order, but there's some things that are on the Switch where I've gotten abilities or gotten to a location that I haven't gone yet on PC.
Yeah, from what I understand, you can go to the crystal area like super early on and get the stuff from that, but I haven't done it yet. It's still on my
which is cool
list of stuff in that game.
Yeah, Hollow Knight's awesome for that.
Hollow Knight's fantastic.
Cool. And continuing with my my list of stuff that isn't actually the main game but DLC, Homefront: The Revolution's DLC.
Oh my goodness.
Now hold on. Now
excuse me, is this DLC the game of the decade?
You know what? Let me explain.
Ass, dude. Eat your own ass.
Let me explain.
Have you framed your steelbook yet? Where is it?
No, it's still in its plastic, mint condition.
Minge.
Let me get this out of the way here. So, Homefront: The Revolution DLC, specifically the third one, called Beyond the Wall. To me, at the time, and from what I can remember, matches Half-Life 2 for how awesome the getting from point A to point B was.
Holy moly!
The character, okay. So the way Half-Life 2, you're getting from point A to point B, and it's like funneled kind of, but there's interesting story and stuff's changed. Like the way the story is told and what you're doing and kind of that stuff, it's so much like that. And the main game's kind of fun but trash. The first DLC was kind of fun but trash. But this thing, you play it and you're like, am I fucking playing the sequel with like everything you've learned and like fixed and made it like some insane, like, is this even the same fucking video game? That DLC is so fucking insanely good. It's worth, I don't even know if you can just buy the game and buy the DLC and not play the main game and just load into it. Like, just fucking wow.
That's astounding. I've never heard anyone praise anything about the Homefront: The Revolution in this manner.
The Beyond the Wall is fucking nuts. It's not even like, it's not even that it does anything over the top or that crazy different that like has never been done before, but what it does so fucking well that if you ever enjoyed something like Half-Life 2, I mean, that's probably going to be like a weird thing that now you load it up and
now you fucked everyone's expectations that are going to listen to this
like,
and maybe
holy
try it.
Shit, I enjoyed that. That was insane. You know what? I played the rest of it for memes and fun times, but holy fuck, that DLC was insane. Yeah. Another thing is 2017, we got Hellblade, and that has mentioned because it was really cool, interesting game, and what it does with audio is like worth playing, even though it's maybe not the greatest game. the audio stuff that they do with like schizophrenia, like different voices, and the binaural stuff where if you're wearing headphones, it kind of sounds like it's around you and people whispering in your ears and doing some wild shit. And ooh,
Ooh.
that game is awesome, and I'm really glad it's getting a sequel.
Mhm.
So that'll be really sick.
Yep.
Other honorable mention for 2017, we've got Doki Doki Literature.
I almost
Literature
put that
Club.
on mine. Yeah, it was a good game.
That's some shit. That is some shit. If you don't know what that game is and you're okay with visual novel stuff, Zero Sexies in this. Zero Sexies. You can just kind of load it up. It's free on Steam. Literally fucking worthwhile
It's
if you
not
have.
Why is
Katsuwa
this
Shoujo.
Why is that?
I feel like when
Katsuwa
people say
shoujo.
visual novels, there's
a
usually there's a little bit of a
sexual
there's
aspect
a
to it.
tone to it that
Yeah.
you'll sometimes expect, especially something that looks like this. You're probably expecting that, oh, my character is gonna get sexy with them, but load up this game. It's free. Play it. Worthwhile. Yes.
Okay.
Doki Doki is something
It's a cool game.
that is fucking nuts.
Really.
I've heard about it, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
The whole thing is that you can't really talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Yep. That's it for 2017 for me.
2018. Here we go. We're almost there.
All right. Technically, I only really have one proper
Shit.
one,
All right.
Do it.
but then there's 5.
I'm looking forward to this
what the-
fucking
what the-
banger, or whatever it is.
Dead Cells.
Yeah, that's on
Cells.
my list.
I casted it, like I went through that game, like Dead
Oh
Cells.
no! Why
I
are
know,
you making
right?
that face,
I
Riccio?
Because-
like it. I like it. It's just alright for me.
This was the same kind of thing of like Risk of Rain, where it's like I didn't really play it when it was first out, but I got it on the Switch and was just like, whew,
Yeah.
all right,
Yeah.
this is,
Moment to
Okay.
moment gameplay in that game is just fantastic.
Yeah.
I think Dead Cells to me is like Spelunky
Mm.
in a way that it's a game that I want to one day put time into and get good at and like see it through.
yeah.
But I'm okay with watching it from afar and seeing it being played and be like, yeah, it's
Mhm.
fucking sick.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
Dead
that
Cells was
comes
good.
from the fact that we really like Castlevania.
Probably actually.
Yeah. Because that's just a Castlevania roguelike.
I get the same
really.
feeling playing that, and it's a very similar game, but Rogue Legacy.
Yeah,
Or that's a really
also-
great game,
yeah.
but I just don't like playing
Also a
through it.
Castlevania.
But
yeah.
and it's also
Is
like
that 20?
I don't remember when
tens?
I don't know when that is. I don't think so, because I think that was like
Mm.
PS3 Vita, and that
I
would have probably
thought that came PS4.
came out on iOS last year, so let's count it, man.
That's somewhere on my list. I
Yeah.
really enjoyed my time with Rogue
But
Legacy.
that's similar type of game that
Mm.
I like.
I'm retroactively adding it to
Cool
my
with
list.
watching it. Yeah.
Yeah. Far Cry 5 is on here, but I'm gonna take it off.
Yeah.
Because I think the concept of having fun because you're playing with someone doesn't necessarily make a
No.
game good. Far Cry 5 was okay.
I
It's
think
not an honorable
the only
mention
notable
even.
thing about Far
It's
Cry
just-
5 is
yeah.
where they choose to go at the end,
Yeah.
and then I'm sad that New Dawn was good, but
Mhm.
I don't like that ended up being what the follow up is for how fucking wild that game gets at the end.
Hear me out though,
Yeah.
because I've taken 5 off, but Fallout 76 is still on here. And it's the exact same. I played it with Riccio.
Yeah.
So that is good. There's also a side of that game that is enjoyable. And it's the music, it's the shooting, and it has a clunkiness and a weirdness to it that's kind of like a... If other Fallouts feel like this, I don't want to play it. But 76 having the ability to play with you, and even you, Dan, at some point, it was kind
I
of...
did play on a free
Yeah.
weekend with the two of you
It's-
and didn't even think about buying it after
No,
that.
but it's fun. But I almost don't want it to be on this list.
I think in a wild Dreamlight type of scenario where it's working properly and it's working good and there's no weird pay thing for private servers and like other dumb shit that you get for doing that subscription that's way too expensive or whatever for my taste.
Yeah.
I think it's actually really awesome. But there's so much other shit that like having to worry about like a few weeks ago, they fixed it pretty quick, but having to worry about people loading into your game on PC specifically and just being able to look at you, hit a button, and steal all of your gear, including your Pip-Boy, where you can't get a Pip-Boy back. So you have to, I think if you quit the game, it would reappear, but if not, you would just hit tab and your hand had nothing on it, and you just couldn't do anything anymore.
Mhm.
And then I don't know what happened with it, but I think the initial thing was that they didn't really have a way to do rollbacks or something, and it was
Yeah.
affecting a shit ton of people or something. I don't know. Like in a world where that stuff all works perfectly and there's no weird shit going on, and it's just
I
not
think
crashing and not broken and not doing weird shit with quests or scaling.
The
like,
game has crashed
good.
for me. I don't think it's crashed for you necessarily.
Oh, it did a
Like
bunch.
it's had moments of stuttering and stuff like
Yalinca,
that. Hello.
is
it
this
my
the game of the
year?
decade?
The fact that we have not
No,
experienced...
I didn't hear a yes.
That's a hell no for me, but I did
It's,
enjoy it.
it's a no. But it's-
Hell no.
I had to mention it because me and Riccio playing it, we haven't had all the hard glitches and stuff like that other people have had,
Mm.
and it's just been fun.
Yeah.
if you kind of ignore that online aspect of it somewhat, which in itself is like,
But
well,
that's
that's
not
half
the
of the
entire
game. But it's a fun game.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, not leave it on there. God of War.
Yeah.
It was fucking good game.
Hell yes.
It
Yep.
was such
Yep.
a good game.
That game is, yes.
Yeah.
Just
Enjoyable.
a fantastic kind of tonal reboot of
Exactly.
an old
Yeah.
game series that
Didn't expect it to be something
yeah, thought
that
it was
I
just
even...
yes,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah. Did a really
Good
good
game.
job with the story and the characters and pushing them forward and
Mm. Yeah.
yeah, I look
game.
forward to more of those.
Go play it. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
Just go play it. Last one. It's not my first one, but it's the one I spent the most time in. I might go back.
Oh yeah, and
Monster
the
Hunter
one
World.
shot camera stuff of God
Yeah.
of War.
Yeah,
as
one
well.
shot.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
That was
brilliant.
that was also yeah.
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 Yeah, the one
Yeah.
shot thing is awesome. How it never cuts away
Yeah.
during the entire playthrough if you don't die.
Monster Hunter World.
The only reason it cuts away when you die is because it goes to a black screen and loads in. But
Monster
yes.
Hunter World.
Monster Hunter World, yeah.
That's it. Everyone knows what Monster Hunter is, but Monster Hunter
Is
World.
it your game of
It
the
was
decade?
Actually, it might be.
Okay.
Monster Hunter World goes up there because of whenever you do get in with a good group of friends and everybody's
Yeah.
hunting, like it had a good thing.
It's really fun.
Having to restart on PC was a bit of a shit show,
yeah,
but
and I don't really want to do it, but I might have to because I really enjoy the game.
at least it takes like 8 hours now with all the new shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the Surge and Let It Die is kind of just a...
Wish it wasn't trash.
I don't understand what happened.
High hopes. Wish it wasn't trash. For both of them.
And I'm done.
My 2018 list is God of War, Dead Cells, and Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's good.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey came at a time when I suddenly had a lot of time on my hands to play video games, and
What a good game to dump into.
yeah, the story of that game and the main character, though not so much Alexios, more Cassandra,
Mm.
from the voice acting stuff that I've seen.
Odyssey is 2018?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, you're right. It's 'cause I kept seeing the DLCs come out in 2019, I guess. And I
Yeah,
was like,
that's right. Yes, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Building off of the Origins sort of reboot of the because Origins sort of rebooted the Assassin's Creed like combat and open worldy stuff.
Yeah.
Odyssey put like a dialogue system in the
Yeah.
game. It had an exploration mode which allowed you to just like, it doesn't put waypoints on your map unless you're like right beside something, and so you actually had to like listen to characters talk to kind of find out where to go, and that's fantastic. The way the weapons level up, it's exactly like Destiny.
Yeah.
And you equip like new legendaries and exotics and stuff that you get that do weird things to your character. You can make different builds, and you can
Upgrade
do a
your
whole
ship and
skill
stuff.
tree stuff.
Oh, yeah.
There's a whole like Paragon leveling system
Yeah.
that they added in, so you can just level forever. Like, yeah, it has a ship and ship combat, not as in depth as Black Flag, but like,
Yeah.
oh my god, like Assassin's Creed Odyssey is like,
I still can't wait to dump time into that game. Like,
yeah, that is.
see, that's what I hate is I really want to play through Witcher, but every time I think of Witcher, I'm like, if I want to choose a big open world thing, I know Witcher
the thing
is the one.
it is Witcher,
That's the
but
thing, right?
Assassin's Creed Odyssey is like a way more like, because while the character stuff with Cassandra is strong, I don't think that any of this
None of the writing
story
is,
or
yeah.
writing is like amazing like it is in Witcher, but like the character stuff they do with Cassandra is fantastic.
When I try to
And
load
she's
up,
a fantastic
yeah.
voice actress and does great things.
When I try to load up Odyssey, I think
There's
of
like
Witcher.
little like it's right there with The Witcher, with like the way that characters, like you actually feel their emotions coming
Yeah,
off the performances of the character on screen. It's,
Also,
yeah.
holy fuck, that game looks good. Like character wise, like I remember
Yes,
loading up.
yeah,
like
absolutely.
Origins was fine, but I think everybody still had that little bit of a cartoony-ish kind of like look or something.
But looking at like
Odyssey
Just
starts and it
looking at
pans in on
Cassandra-
Alexios or Cassandra. I did Cassandra as well, but I'm trying to say
Okay,
like
yeah.
when you see them, you're like, holy
this is a real
Fuck.
fucking person
Yeah.
here in this video game.
yeah, that was nuts. But yeah, what I was saying is, I think when I try to load up Odyssey and I want to put time into it, I want to be playing Witcher. When I load up Witcher, I'm like, oh, but Odyssey, like, you know, like they each do like the same thing, but
Yeah.
Odyssey has some stuff that's a bit more arcadey and a bit like parrying and like crazy stuff, and then Witcher's like like potions, the oils, like there's this stuff going on, and I'm like,
Like Odyssey's much closer to like an action game than
Yeah.
aspects of Witcher.
Yeah.
Witcher is more of like a like
Deep kinda,
deeper
yeah.
RPG type
Yeah.
system with stuff.
Yeah.
Like there is an inventory system in both of those games, but Witcher has like weight limits and
Yeah.
like crafting and stuff, whereas Odyssey is just sort of like, you break down your old weapon.
Yeah.
You get it's like, and then you get money from it, which there's no
Yeah.
like crafting stuff. It's just well, there are some resources, but it's just for ship upgrading. Like
Yeah.
it's
honestly, between Origins and Odyssey, they're both really fantastic. I know Origins was way before, probably on this list somewhere, but
I'm glad what Origins did so that
Odyssey could exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
so- Origins ran so that Odyssey could walk.
It's the type of,
Is that the
thing.
same?
Like you
Yeah.
choose Odyssey, but it doesn't mean that Origins was bad, so we didn't mention it. Like
Yeah,
that's,
Odyssey
it's just
is
a better.
it's incredible.
It was
Yes.
tighter. Yep.
That's it for 2018 for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mio's Monster Hunter as well. God of War, obviously, really awesome. That one shot stuff was awesome. I'm going back down because I forgot to mention something earlier because I tried to like some games reminded me of something. When I mentioned Stanley Parable way earlier, totally fucking way back because it's 2015 right now.
Yeah.
But the Beginner's Guide was a really nutso
Yeah.
game that was
Yeah.
if you ever played it. So it was
Is
written.
it about the development of?
It's about the
games?
developer
of
Stanley
okay,
Parable.
okay.
kind of saying, I can't quite remember. It's like how things got influenced for the way he was making the game, but he's not saying it himself. He's saying as if he met some other, or I don't know, like he's talking about another game developer, but he's talking as himself. But
everything
he's
made
saying,
by the same person.
one of the people who worked on Stanley Parable. So I think Stanley Parable was like a two thing where like the two main people
Okay,
for it.
and one of them is
Yeah,
talking
one was
about
like the
other
developer, one was the writer. They're the two
Okay,
like influential
okay.
people, and then
Yeah, okay.
But
I
the
still
other guy,
think-
he's not talking about the other person. He's
Yeah.
talking about himself, but calling it another character.
I
Oh,
still
okay.
don't know.
But it's like you don't.
You
but you
still
don't
don't
know because you
know.
don't. Is this real or is like? But
Like, is it talking about someone else, or is this him and what he's experienced, or
it's-
how he's feeling and he's expressing?
it's a really deep thing of like talking about somebody who's really invested in their own stuff and like putting that stuff out to the world and how that can like it was like you're playing through it and that beginner's guide. It was awesome.
If you enjoyed that, you should read Blood, Sweat, and Pixels.
I have that from.
Oh,
Jason
you
Schreier.
have it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I bought the physical copy
Yeah,
of the book,
yeah.
and it's
That's
yeah.
I want
There's
to go
fantastic development stories in that.
through that. Nice
Stuff like Stardew Valley. There's stuff
Yeah?
about Dragon Age.
Oh,
yeah.
nice. Okay. Yeah, I want to go through that.
There's stuff about Destiny.
Oh,
Destiny 1.
oh,
So
perfect.
there you go. Yeah.
Shit, we were in 2018, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I missed this in 2017 as well. Resident Evil 7 was really phenomenal because it felt more like the
yeah.
original Resident Evil
Oh,
in
wow.
terms
I
of
missed that as well.
learning the
yeah.
mansion, learning the areas, and then that stuff all does open up other than when you get to the ship at the end. Fuck the ship level. It was cool to learn everything and then be like, oh, I need to go, like I'm outside in the like weird burned down place where the mother thing is. It's like, oh, but if I go back to the main house and the main thing, you path yourself out and like it was really cool to learn that type of stuff again. And 7 in VR was also very fucking
Feel like
awesome.
a really lived in space.
Yeah.
Did you play through it in VR?
Not fully.
Oh, you
yeah,
just-
actually, no, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. No, I didn't. I bought it on PS4 again when I bought PSVR. Blew through it once, and then I loaded up in VR to do some of it, and then I did more in
Yeah,
Texas. That's
yeah,
what it was.
that's
I
what
got through a
okay,
big chunk
right.
of it. But playing through that game, if you watch me play in VR, is I've already played through it, so I know like this not speed run, but like I know where I'm going. So it's a lot of me like waving my head around, like okay, I'm going in this direction. I know it's okay. I'm
A
in
little
the,
bit of the VR spookiness is
yeah.
gone.
And
Yeah.
but if somebody's watching, they're seeing my head wave around. You're like, I can't
can't
fucking
do
look at
this.
this. Like this is because especially looking is how you aim. Anyway, that's 2017. Separate from this. 2018, we've got Sea of Thieves, which I want to mention because sure it's kind of had issues.
that water.
The water,
Oh.
That
the look,
water.
and it may not be the best. it may not be the best thing, but fuck me, man. When you get 4 people of you, like all friends on a boat, and you have that awesome time where everything works really good. You're going out in a fucking storm to get to an island. You find shit and you make it back, even though you get chased or fought. Like when you have that crazy
I would like
experience,
to try it and have that experience
I-
once.
I feel like I was gonna think about putting it on my list, but as much as you're getting at me for things where it's just like you're saying it's kind of on your list, but you're not sure. This was one of those games where it's just like
I want to play more of it so much.
I was
like,
on the verge of having that experience where it could have been my game of the year, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
Shout out
So
to
it's just-
shout out to Addy again. Every time
Addy
he
and Red
streams,
Dead.
his like fiance is always playing Sea of Thieves in the background, and through his mic you're hearing her like get super excited and shit. And I'm like, man, I want to play some fucking Sea of Thieves, dude. I want to play some Sea of Thieves.
The new content they've added is kind of just like, oh, that's
They finally did
it's
some
fun,
structured story stuff, and
but
like
it's still like the base stuff. It's kind of like
yeah, the base stuff, like that's the thing is everything works good. It's really fun to go through. But then when if you happen to get like shitty people doing PvP stuff that happen to arrive at the worst time, where like your high
But is that
point
not a
becomes
part of the experience?
It is, but like
yeah.
as much as it becomes a story, it also fucking sucks if you're like just bringing like you've spent 2 hours getting like 12 chests or something. It's probably a very low number to people who've played this, but like you're finally going back to bring it back, and then it gets sunk like right as you're getting to the port town, or people are already there, and then they start stealing your chest as you're and. There can be some low moments that suck, but yeah, it's still.
But I mean, it's pirates.
Pirates,
The sea of
yeah.
thieves.
Yeah.
When you get stuff
But
stolen
that,
from
but
you,
that game is one of the games that I want to play so much more of. Like that's
I can't believe
as
I
much
went
as
to
it's on-
Murder Island and got killed.
Yeah, I
What the
know.
hell?
Refund me.
But as much as it's not on my top list, it's also something that I always think about
Yeah.
and always want to play more of, but I just never do it.
Okay.
And I already said Celeste soundtrack.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Celeste as a whole. Grease or Gris,
Gris.
Gris, is
Didn't the developer say Gris?
Gris. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maya.
Okay, our cat's knocking over some shit.
Being
Um,
Is that
upset.
keyboard plugged into anything?
No.
It is, but it's not
Oh.
on.
Okay.
It's on to my main PC, but it's off.
Okay. All right.
Cat's going wild, dude. Yeah, that game looks really amazing. Soundtrack's awesome, absolutely beautiful. I feel like sometimes you're looking at it and it's like everything that's going on looks so insane that it almost gets like an emotional response out of you because of like it's like a dumb thing where it's art. You're like, oh wow, like that game was so fucking good, and it's yeah.
It was pretty. It was enjoyable. I don't think any tracks really stuck in my head because a lot of it's kind of just like,
It's not a
But-
soundtrack that you listen to
No.
out of the game.
maybe
or
if I was
works with
looking
the
for
game.
like a ambient kind of like humming, but then Transistor.
I think-
Transistor would always
Yeah.
like.
Gris was weird because it was the first time that I looked it up after to see what the art was based on and
Yeah.
saw like who I can't remember who it was, but the artist is like he does a bunch of paintings and stuff, and it was like the one time that was like, oh my god, like if I'm gonna ever buy art, it's
You know
probably
what we
gonna
should have done
buy
instead of games of the decade?
what?
Game soundtracks of the decade.
Oh boy, we could
that
do
would have been
that'd be easy
a
peasy,
nuts
dude.
list.
That'd be easy peasy.
Yeah,
No, it
probably
wouldn't be-
a
it
little
wouldn't be,
shorter
actually.
than this
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
Maybe
But we're
next
all
time.
we're right there at the end. So
yeah. But
next year,
Yeah.
game soundtracks of the decade
Gris
+1.
was dope.
It's gonna be near for me.
All right, 2019, y'all.
2019. We got there. Kind of wish we didn't, but that sounded
How many
really
how many games are on your 2019?
enough.
Oh boy. Okay.
What does that
Rattle.
mean?
Go.
So I'm sad I missed RE7, but RE2.
Yeah.
DMC 5, which 50-50. I need to play it. But watching it was so fun. But I do also want to play it. Mother freaking Days Gone.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere
yeah.
became
Is that
a
on your list
game.
too, Rich?
So here's the thing. I was thinking about
Yeah.
Days Gone. Days Gone from 20. If I had to make a list,
Okay,
of,
wait a minute. Is it a game of the year or is it a game of the decade?
it's a game of the year for
Yeah.
me. So here's
So
the thing.
why is it on this
Because
list?
it's under the year.
No.
So hang on. So I want to explain. So Days Gone is a game that I thought was going to be way worse because of how it was received. Loading it up, I think Days Gone.
We can do a quick game of the year after this.
Yeah. So
Game of the decade right now. Let's finish it up.
So Days Gone is something that I think is one of my favorite games of 2019. Way up there, even like up to Resident Evil 2 and like a lot of other crazy stuff that I've
Yep.
played. But I think Days Gone, if we look 2030 and we're making a list of another decade, Days Gone is gone in my mind. Like
Yeah.
it's just, it doesn't do anything special, but it was exactly what I needed this year. Like it's that type
Yeah.
of thing where when I was
Yep.
going through this list of all these releases, there's so much stuff that I played in this decade that just kind of
There's
came
those
and went.
games that, like, you know, I don't think that a lot of people highly regard Assassin's Creed Odyssey in the way I
No.
do, but
Yeah.
it hit at that right
Yeah.
time when you needed a game like
Yeah.
that. And
like it's a personal like yeah.
Yeah.
And Days Gone was that for me this year, like that past year. It was good.
Without saying too much, if they make a second game,
Oh, I'm in.
I'm really looking forward to
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
And that's kind of the crux of like it's a good game.
Yeah.
Because I need
Days Gone ends in certain ways
yeah.
with
that-
certain storylines that are fucking nuts, so that I
Yes.
can't wait
Yeah.
to see whatever comes next.
they're never making another Assassin's Creed Odyssey. They'll make another Assassin's Creed. But the way that Assassin's Creed Odyssey ends, there's some wild shit at the end of the storylines. in that
You know what I
game.
hope they show in the next Assassin's Creed is remember how Ubisoft canceled the game? There was like some space game that they were showing.
Yeah.
I hope they bring back that footage, and it's just somebody looking at like a circle bit on like a space station thing, like a shitty circle window, and they go to an airlock and they open it, and then the airlock just has a stick on it, and then the person like it's in first person. They're walking along that like stick arch, and you hear a bird sound. And then they just fucking jump off and like speed burn down into the atmosphere and like land, and it's just like some fucking future.
But there was a bale of hay.
Yeah, there's a bale of hay that they landed. That's fine. No parachute or anything. It looks like the fucking Red Bull drop from space thing and just land in a thing, and then it just goes like, that's it. Then they just show like Assassin's Creed, and it's just a written perfectly thing. It doesn't even matter like what era it's gonna be.
It's
but
just called Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, at
That's
some
it.
point you're in the future
The
as well.
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, the Assassin's Creed.
I feel
yeah.
like
Yeah.
this
Creed
discussion
of
has
Assassins.
given me IBS. Like
Inspirational brotherhood.
remnant.
Super good. Super good.
Remnant.
Remnant would have been good if the...
Is it a game of the decade or is it a game of the year?
It honestly could have been up there with Dark Souls.
Could have
it
been.
could have
Okay.
been.
Remnant and Ashen are two games that I would have put as some of the best games of this decade, but they both fuck up the boss fights at the
Yeah.
end, which means anybody you recommend this to comes with like a, dude, the game's really good. You might not be able to beat it though, but you know what I mean? So it's like, oh, okay. So Ashen and Remnant for me drop off the list entirely, though did have a lot of fun co-oping. Remnant, Ashen was just fun.
I feel like I'm just realizing that I don't think much of the story was kind of like there's an end to Remnant. Nothing's really properly like explained as in like, is this...
No, it's definitely like there needs to be further resolution to the story that got set up at the start of that.
Even just
Yes.
the teleporting and going places is just like, what?
No, that's fine. They
Remnant
the
feels-
guy in the tower explains that.
But it's just like...
Remnant
to
team
explain
feels
this.
like it's opening it up into being like you're jumping into Remnant and there it feels like the world's already established and there's a bunch of stuff to learn, but you don't learn enough about it. So I'd be
That's-
down for like another
that's kind
Remnant
of what I mean.
or
Like,
an
there's...
expansion or
I feel like there's not much closure to the game, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, there
Yeah.
not but that's, they'll make another one.
I guess
Nothing
well,
ends these days.
We'll see.
yeah. There's
Nothing
no time
ends
to
these days.
explain
Yeah.
what I don't have time to explain. Let's
Yeah.
get to the
Let's get to
taking
the
Kane.
Plants vs Zombies was kind of one where it's like it's enjoyable, and I enjoy watching people play it. It hit worse than
Is it a game of the decade?
I will always go back to it. I think.
I think
So yes,
Plants vs. Yeah, I think you're specifically talking about Garden Warfare,
no,
like the original Plants vs Zombies.
no, into the what is it?
Oh,
Something
Naperville?
for the Naperville. Like,
So I think out of those ones, I think Garden Warfare, the first one, is the only one I truly
Yeah.
enjoyed. The second one had some like balance stuff, which made it not fun. And Naperville has had a plethora of issues.
but the franchise
still
is
fun.
it's enjoyable.
The first one
It's
is,
fun. It's colorful. It's
if it somehow still felt like the first Garden Warfare, I think that would actually be
Stop
some.
it.
I think
Stop it.
I think if it still was as good as the first Garden Warfare, I think it would be better than Overwatch and stuff
Yes,
for me.
exactly.
For the like classes and all that stuff. Like that first Garden Warfare was actually amazing. Like top not competitive, but like
Yeah.
multiplayer fun times. Like Garden Warfare 1, in the short time that I played it before it kind of I did something else I was streaming, like matched some of the fun with friends times that I had, like even in like Halo 3 and stuff.
Mm.
Like it was just a fun thing that there was no hate when you played it, and there was just fun, and there was everything kind of it just meshed all good that it was such a fun multiplayer. But it never matched that in the other ones yet for me.
Control.
Yeah.
Enjoyable. There was other like SCP games that came out, and I think I don't know if you played any of the other SCP
I've
games.
seen them, yeah.
I enjoy SCP, and I've wanted an SCP game. Control wasn't what I thought would be the SCP game I wanted, but it came out and it was
it's
like
stunning.
stunning.
It's when you put a team of actual writers
yeah.
on making an SCP game instead of
And
just
not one that looks
what
like a Gary's
Wikipedia
mod.
yeah, exactly.
But yeah.
You know what's weird is that I realized I didn't really put anything from 2019 in my list. I feel
Really?
like I
have
had
two
that
things
other.
from
Am I giving
2019
them
on
to
my
you
list.
now?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, good.
I can see Control on Game of the Decade
Yeah,
list,
absolutely.
but I don't know about Plants vs Zombies or
I think
what were some of these other completely
summed it up
ones
pretty
that I've
well,
forgotten already.
Where
out
it's
this
like
year?
if Plants vs Zombie,
Based
especially
on-
this one, had been better and like I'm not struggling to
Yeah.
play it at times, I wouldn't have gone back to Overwatch.
I accept
I
this
would've
talk of
played-
like potential, but like
Alexa, no.
it wasn't.
I know, but it's a thing that could have been, and that's kind of like that's where a lot of my games are like they're not unfortunately perfect. And
Yeah,
if-
no, I'm not claiming that any
but
game is
if they
perfect,
were
but
better,
yeah.
I would have possibly had this on my list.
Mm.
Because it's something I don't look forward to a lot of games. I mean, yeah, I get that it doesn't look like that, but
I feel like a lot of the things that I wanted to bring up on my list was like the reason I wouldn't bring up stuff like Plants vs Zombies, Garden Warfare, the first one, is because a lot of this list that I liked was things that I could recommend now that somebody could load up and play. If you were to tell someone to play the first Plants vs Zombies, Garden Warfare, the servers are probably fucked. Like
Yeah.
everything is busted. There's no telling someone that, hey, go load this up, you'll have a good time.
I
It's
think
probably-
everything on my list except maybe Hearthstone, I could tell somebody to load up and like play now, and
Yeah.
they would have a good time with it.
Yeah.
but For me, it's games I enjoyed.
Yeah.
That's what my lists
Yeah.
are. And yeah, sometimes it comes with kind of a small print of, but it could have been better. But
I definitely axed a bunch of stuff, like for example, like Remnant being like, yeah, the game was fucking phenomenal the entire way through. Literally 99% of the game. Got to the final boss. Okay, cool, off my list.
But that's the
I
thing.
fucking hated it.
Like Remnant came out of nowhere, and I was just like, yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
we played that game
But
through
then
all together, and
the
that was
end shat itself,
a
and it's
hell
like,
of an experience.
wow, never doing this again. Okay.
The nice thing, at least, about Remnant is the replayability of that game. You never have to fight that final boss
Yeah.
ever
Oh, yeah,
again.
for sure.
This is
Yeah.
true. Yeah. Good.
Yep.
Detroit Become Robo Bays is what I put here.
Yeah.
That
okay.
came out in 2019.
I believe so. Yeah.
I think it's 2018.
Did I miss that?
I
Yeah.
thought it was like 2016 or something.
No,
I think it's
that was
20.
quite recent.
I
Maybe
think
it might
came
have
out
been
on
2018.
PC on
but-
Epic. It came out.
Okay, maybe that's it. But still,
Oh.
Detroit Become Human was, maybe it's because I wasn't expecting much from David Cage, but it's for me up there as one of the
Yeah, I think
best
the writing
narrative
in that
games.
is
better.
Yeah.
Then-
fine.
Yeah.
Like a solid 5 out of 10.
Mm.
I
Like
think-
it's not garbage.
No.
But it's not actually
I think the
Good.
characters and the story and your choices
I
is
think
always a
that
thing that I enjoy.
the
What are you trying to say?
Hello?
The game, a name, or what are you?
I cannot remember any character names from the game.
Oh, me
I
neither.
played the entire thing through. What's the guy that dresses up at conventions and stuff? That actor.
Brian Whale.
What's that character's name?
Oh, he's Connor.
Connor.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Connor's a good character.
He's excellent.
I think that Kara.
Yeah.
Kara?
Is that,
yeah.
I think she's like
She's the,
average, whatever.
for me, she's one of the worst, but
it's like, and then I think Marcus.
Marcus, yeah.
Marcus, I think.
I think out of all the David Cage
it's all
games,
like really heavy-handed.
Mm.
Like
I think out of all the David
Word,
Cage
there's
games that
rights.
I think it's an okay
Very on the nose sometimes.
of like Heavy
Yes.
Rain and Beyond and all those. I think it's the better one,
Mm.
especially because there was a lot of different ways that this one could actually end.
Yeah.
But I think if I had to choose something like story based, I mean, I'd probably recommend other stuff before it, but it was still really good. I don't know. I think it's really good for now, but it's the type of thing that you look back later and it's
Like I
was
feel
fine.
like in exactly the way that once we have some more distance from it, we'll look back on it like we look at Heavy Rain
Heavy
right
Rain.
now,
Yeah.
where it's
Heavy
like,
Rain was phenomenal.
that was
when I played.
phenomenal at the time, but like now it's like
This
it's just
isn't-
kind of like holding some buttons,
Yeah.
and the story's not that great, and
I'm-
the voice acting's weird, and
I'm going to be honest with you. I've hated nearly every David Cage game. I don't really like Heavy Rain. I don't
Beyond is
really-
whatever.
I
like,
can't. I
yeah.
can't.
Yeah.
No.
Every one of them is just a laugh fest for me. Even like going back to his like Omnicron and Fahrenheit.
Heavy Rain was never
Fahrenheit
totally
was
serious
nuts.
for me either. Like it's,
Fahrenheit is
half of
top
it is
of all
that
these.
like
Jason.
what's the Nam and Jaden?
Nam
Yeah.
and Jaden.
Yeah, he's like a goofy, weird
Yeah.
detective character. Like it's not totally good, serious story. That's not why I enjoyed that game.
Mm.
But like
I think I take it
I
back.
don't think there's other than some of Connor's
Mm.
stuff and his like I think Clancy Brown's really good in that game.
Yeah.
Connor's
Cop guy?
partner, the cop. Yeah.
Mm.
But like other than that, I don't think that game is like actually very good.
I think weirdly enough, if we had to choose a David Cage game, I think over Beyond and all that stuff, or not
Okay.
Beyond, Detroit, Become Human, and Beyond, and Heavy Rain, because it was all 10 that came out this decade. I'd still choose Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit was like the best over the top.
Fahrenheit came out this decade.
No, I'm saying like out of all his
Oh,
games, like if I had to
you'd just be like,
recommend
"Ah, fuck
one,
it."
yeah, just go play Fahrenheit. It's so fucked up and dated now, but it's like that's a game.
I
it's
feel like I would
the
recommend Heavy
characters for
Rain
me.
because
Yeah.
Heavy Rain's like campy and funny and yeah.
I think because of the twist or whatever in Heavy Rain, I hate it, but
I mean, whatever. It's a mystery game. Like I don't.
yeah,
it's-
I'm fine with the twist. I'm just don't like how they. Somebody's off screen for 10 seconds. Like this. Yeah.
This is cheating, but Omicron would be the one
Oh,
I put
fuck
up
that.
there
That's, like,
because
unplayable.
I watched best friends play through it.
Is
And
that
the-
the one like before Fahrenheit or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the playthrough was called Suffer Through. And it's the most enjoyable thing to watch 3 people go slowly insane. It's so good.
Yep.
But
Okay.
yeah. Last 2, Kingdom Hearts 3.
Fuck that.
And Kingdom Hearts. Okay, I looked back and I realized
I've been
like,
shit talking you.
I
This
know,
is
right?
like hatred.
I looked back and I tried to remember
Let's
how
see.
I was so happy through a lot of that game though.
Oh yeah, no.
Like, and Kingdom Hearts is a franchise I absolutely adore, but it's
It's never one that I could get into because I don't like the gameplay.
that understandable and
It's,
Gameplay in this
it's
one actually
meshing of some
looked
like
the
turn-based
funnest.
menus with real-time combat.
Yeah.
It's just too much
It's-
what they're doing.
the best way I can put it now is that it's so anime that it's too anime at times. And I'm too old and jaded to really be around these characters anymore because they're like, oh, we're friends and we have connections.
Right, like this
and
played in
the light.
this played in 02.
And it's just like
Yeah.
I'm not young enough or Asian enough to let this be
Well, I
a
don't
game.
think it has
No,
anything to
I
do
do
with
think
race.
I think this is an anime thing. So therefore that's why I'm saying Asian.
Oh,
but
like actually
it's-
uses like anime tropes and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
it's I can't
There's a portal that I'm leaving in. I'm gonna try to run for it for the 15th time that it never works.
Every time, Sora, if you're gonna run for the portal that's going to close and you know it's gonna run before they've left.
Let's
Don't
see.
run at it afterwards. And yes, the characters saying the same things over and over again. Oh my god. But oh my god, the game was so much happiness while I was
Let's see.
playing it at times. And maybe I'll go back to it. Maybe I'll try and like
When the
get
DLC comes
things
out in
done.
like 2
Yeah.
weeks, 2-3 weeks, maybe.
But Kingdom Hearts in general is just a franchise where it's just like
Kingdom Hearts, just like Monster Hunter Iceborne.
Yeah.
There's DLC for those games. Iceborne and Kingdom Hearts DLC, I have a perpetual state of I have no idea if it's come out or it's coming out.
So Iceborne is the first time Monster Hunter's had like a DLC.
But some people talk about it like it was out, and some people talk about like it's coming out soon and they're getting
Oh,
prepped for it.
Okay, because Capcom did a weird thing where Monster Hunter World came out on PS4 and Xbox, and
Okay.
then 7 months or 6 months later it came out on PC.
Okay.
And then everyone's like, cool, it'll be all at the same time. And then it's like, no, we had events during the start of the year that now we're restarting on PC, so everything's off-centered. And then Iceborne comes out in September for the PS4 and Xbox, but no, let's not put them together yet. We're still putting the PC version because it's 6 months late. It'll come out in 6 months, which it just came out this
Oh.
week. So
Okay.
Iceborne and all of its events have already happened kind of on console, but now the PC version's starting at a delay, and it's
As someone not playing that
Oh, it's-
game,
it's confusing.
and
confusing.
Kingdom Hearts 2. Has there been DLC for that game come out already?
Kingdom Hearts
3?
2?
Okay, 3, sorry.
Oh, 3.
it's coming out January 28th, like the same.
But it hasn't been out already? Some people have talked about that. Like, there's more story
They keep,
stuff
they
that's
keep
happened.
showing they keep showing videos for it or whatever.
Oh my god.
Also, the way
Okay.
that game came out, the ending wasn't in the game. They patched it in a week later so that you couldn't spoil it for
Okay,
people.
so there was actually like more.
cutscene.
Okay, wow. All right.
A cutscene that you could get from the main menu if you played enough.
I'm I don't wish I had casted the game because I feel like I don't think anyone would want to watch that. But
Let's see.
if I could take anything away from that game, and you won't necessarily get it because you guys obviously didn't see it, but Riccio did. When I use the roller coasters or the rocking boat or
That'd be the best reason to watch you play
you have
it.
like finishes and stuff in it, and I think that's the
They're just
happiest.
Disney World rides that
Yeah.
happen that fought people.
And there was teacups that
Is it
you
a
go
finisher?
around. Basically, yeah. That's the happiest I felt playing a game in a long time. Just like spinning in
Dan,
teacups and just
imagine that
jumping
you're in the
and-
middle of a fight and it says, "Oh, you're about to do the water rapids thing," so you pop into like a rapids boat and then you just jump around
Mm-hmm.
and wherever you're going leaves a trail of water, and after like the 15 seconds it just goes, "Okay, the ride's starting," and then you fast forward through it as high speed to like knock everybody that you went through as, or you just have the carousel and you're tapping in time so it spins and everybody who's around it is just taking damage. Or the teacup thing that's just spinning around bouncing off enemies as if you're doing the teacup bouncing things.
It's
like that.
liquid happiness.
It's just
Wow,
wild.
in a
It's
game.
just,
Weird
it's just
game.
wild.
I know, right? Out of nowhere. But absolutely the
ugh.
funnest thing
Yeah.
this decade for me.
Also, you'd
And
say
that's
that
why I had to put it
you have
in.
to take
That's
pictures.
fine. I'll accept Kingdom Hearts 3 on Game of the Decade. I
You have
have
to
issues with
Also take
other things like Days Gone.
Well, Borderlands 3 is also one there, but I'm going to just ignore
No,
we're
that.
not
no,
even
you're
fucking-
fucking.
because it's fucking Borderlands 3, dude.
it's-
no.
Fucking Borderlands, dude. Sorry.
No.
Okay.
No.
And
Borderlands 3's gameplay fantastic now. Everything else about the game
That'd be cool if it didn't keep fucking deleting stuff in the
in the vault.
the
Yeah.
vault, or
Yeah.
like just
And I think everyone knows about Anthem, so no one needs to talk
Why
about
is that
that.
even on?
Why are you talking about Anthem?
I'm saying disappointing games.
Oh my god, I keep forgetting that your lists have this.
I don't think it's disappointing. I think it is largely in the end game, but I think if they actually patch it up, that thing's still gonna be
And I think,
worthwhile,
did I
but
talk about Jump Force before, after
way
we started
earlier.
talking?
Yeah,
Jump
that
Force
was at the
on there.
start of the podcast.
And I think I mentioned Risk of Rain too. My one that's up there that I'm annoyed with myself with is Sekiro.
Disappointing?
I
Okay.
don't even know. There's something about it that I don't want to play, and watching Riccio have a hard time with it as well.
It's
Well, I don't know
probably up there for the reason as you put Bloodborne
It's-
on
I
disappointing,
love
right?
Dark
Because-
Souls,
Yeah, because
and-
there are shakeups to the formula in a way
Yeah.
that didn't click with you.
and
Yeah.
I want to get, but I can't, and
Yeah.
it's just
I feel like I just need
Yeah.
to jump in and say that my first playthrough, that the reason I had a hard time with it is I was forcing myself to brute force a lot of this stuff and not learn from my mistakes.
Mhm.
Loading that up a second time earlier in 2019 or later in 2019 to give it another try, and sitting down and be like, okay, I'm gonna restart. I'll see what happens, and then accidentally playing 12 hours straight in that single day, not even on stream, just in my own time, being like, fuck, okay, how far am I? Start the next day, and it's like, oh, I'm at the final boss or whatever. Like that game was really good, except for I didn't like the final boss, but
and that's me.
yeah.
Here's my 2019 list. We talked about Bloodstained already.
Mhm.
I've only played 12, 13 hours of it or something. And there's still tons to go, I think. I don't think I've even scratched the surface of that game. But those 10, 13 hours,
Yeah.
fantastic.
I keep hearing a lot of good stuff about it.
Yeah. I'm also playing the Switch version, which I understand is, let's say, graphically compromised.
Okay.
It's crashed on me only once so far
Okay.
when I tried to read a book at a bookcase. So I mostly avoid bookcase books now. I hope I'm not missing
Yep.
anything. My other game is Slay the Spire.
Okay. Yeah.
Slay the Spire is the best roguelike game I have ever played. It is a fantastic card deck building thing.
Did you ever play Dicey Dungeons though?
I did.
You did? Did that match? I didn't play it, but I heard
Slay
you.
the Spire if you like dice instead of cards.
Okay, cool.
Literally just same thing. Like has the different characters that
Yeah?
are
Okay.
fundamentally different. Has different challenges to get you through like different yeah.
I think I really liked Slay the Spire for what I played, but it was good,
Yeah.
but it wasn't.
Slay the Spire
I knew
is
it was good, but it didn't-
almost like my Desert Island game. Like
Yeah.
just if I
Yeah.
had to pick one game to play for the rest of my fucking life, Slay the Spire. Like, the real answer to that is Destiny, but I don't think they have internet on the Desert Island. So,
Or patches that keep coming out.
yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, yeah, Slay the Spire is the real answer because the deck building that game and it's just everything hits me just right.
Yeah.
And it's fantastic, and I highly recommend it to anybody that's vaguely interested in card-based anything.
I find it funny. I did put Bloodstained on mine, but reviewing what I went through in that game, it kind of hit me not great towards the end.
Okay.
That's all I'll say. I don't want to say much else because I'm guessing you're going to go through it. Maybe we'll talk about this at a different point.
Like I would ask a dumb question. Like
Okay.
I'm not gonna look at you when I say this because your facial expression will give it away.
Yeah.
It's like, is there an inverted castle? And and now you can finish reacting to this.
Okay.
That's the kind of dumb stuff that I would ask. That then you would then be like, yeah, of course there is, or like, no, they didn't do it in this one because it's silly.
Whether there is or isn't, that's not. I think casting the game made it an experience that wasn't as great.
Well, especially when you got to the battle royale part at the end. I'm just kidding.
There was a lot of people.
100 Miriams drop into a castle.
100 inverted spires. Drop it. I don't even know how that makes sense.
There was enough people backseat gaming me that left a bitter taste in my mouth towards that game.
Yeah.
How can you backseat game someone?
Exactly.
I think it's the type of thing where like you'll
It's
use an
just
ability.
like a weird everything. Like
Yeah.
there's like tons of stuff in this game that I'm just ignoring because there's so much of it.
I think
like,
I managed
what does
to
it
get.
matter?
I
Like
managed
Dark
to
Souls,
get.
like you'll load into like, oh, you're not using a shield. Oh, you're trying two hand. No, use
Yeah.
this weapon. No, this
Yeah.
armor's better or whatever. And it's the type of thing where like, oh,
I guess
use
this
this
is an
skill.
experience that I don't understand because I don't play games on
I managed to
stream.
get a person or people who were screaming what they did at me.
Where to
and
go next.
When I didn't do what
you
they
missed.
did, it was like, oh wow, you can't do this. You're not doing this, and it's just like, oh my god. That was only part of it. I would say the game itself is still really good, but I think Symphony of the Night, nothing can also trump that for me, and that's kind of not Bloodstained's fault, but it's still like successor or a it's an homage.
The interesting thing about Bloodstained is I feel like it's definitely like a Symphony of the Night sequel.
Yeah.
Like you can see so much of Symphony of the Night in that game,
Mm.
but in a like thematic sense almost, not in like a like exact referential stuff. Aside from you know, there's a few things there, like Alucard's voice actor is in it as a library guy. Like that's silly, and he's still sitting on like a weird little hole in the ground, and that's but like that game, I could see it being like maybe that's what I play instead of Symphony when I want to like play
I can see
Symphony,
that.
right? Like because you know, this is new and there's still so much to explore into it for me. And
whereas if I was to go back to one, I'd probably go back to Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
yeah, I mean, but the thing is that Symphony's almost like weird comfort food. Like you can just play
is,
that game and just be
yeah.
like, yeah, I know where everything is,
Yeah.
and
It's also one of my games of all time, so
yes,
it
it is for me as well.
It's unfair to Bloodstained.
Yeah.
But yeah. And
But this is Bloodstained is the most like it's like if you're rating Castlevania games of all time, it's like Symphony of the
second.
Night, Bloodstained, right? Like it's none of the other ones even come close. Like the Sorrow games maybe like
Lord
are
of
3 and
Shadow,
4.
yeah.
I feel like Circle
Right
of
at
Moon.
the bottom, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like Circle of Moon was for some reason the one that I liked a lot on Game Boy Advance. I think.
I came to that one late,
Oh.
so I didn't enjoy it too much because I already played like Sorrows and DS ones and stuff like that. And, yeah, so makes me want to go back and play like Order of Ecclesia and stuff that I never actually finished. Yeah, that's it. I just had Slith Spire and Bloodstained.
Okay.
Cool.
What do you got, Riccio?
Me 2019 was already mentioned about Resident Evil 2.
Mhm.
But to talk a bit more about it, since we talked about 7 a little bit more, as 2 was really good because it also had the like mapping out the locations, especially with the whole Mr. X things, that big dude who'd chase you around and stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Um,
Mr. X.
trying to map your path and being like, okay, he's wandering here, so okay, there's another way I can get around if I go through like this
Yeah.
stuff or whatever. That stuff was really fun.
Incredible map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, incredible map. Yeah, it was actually spooky again, and it went back to zombies, and it all felt like it was good. It was just really good.
While being like an incredibly looking game.
Yeah.
And like
Yeah. No, that game was awesome. Other than Resident Evil 2, we've got Outer Wilds, which is nuts in terms of look, exploration, seeing things for the first time, like just everything about Outer Wilds.
I have a spot in my heart for Outer Wilds, but I got bored with the repetitiveness of it, and I'm sad
I think
because I love everything that I've played of that game, but I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
I ended up just reading about the rest of it because I was like,
that's fine. That's fine. I think as long as you have that initial enjoyment of learning stuff and exploring and being mind blown with a few things, like that's the feeling. Like that, if you get that feeling, then even if you don't finish it, I recommend finishing it. But it's so nice to feel that in a game. And just
absolutely. Like if I had more patience for the repetitiveness of it, I would. There's specific answers I want to certain like puzzles and problems in that game that I would like to see, but you know, it's okay. I read about everything about it. And it's fine.
Okay.
Other than Outer Wilds, there's Control, obviously, which I loved. I can't believe that game incorporates a bunch of stuff from other Remedy games as well, which is really wild. And just the look of it, the style of like when you walk into a new area and the big bolded text of the name of the locations,
It's real good.
the music, some of the end game stuff, the combat, just the only thing I didn't like about Control.
It's a game that I'm going to play at some point when all the DLC's out and I can get it for cheap.
Yeah, I can't wait for the DLCs. I think that would be the one reason I wouldn't put it on my list yet, is because I'd want to see what the DLCs do with it. Because I feel like there's loot in that game and it's kind of used really weirdly, and that would be my one down part of it or whatever. But
it looks like a fun just shooter and ability game though.
Yeah.
Like there was a speedrun of it. I don't know
Yeah,
if you ended
I
up
didn't watch
watching
it.
it.
No, I
Okay,
missed
it's
it.
actually I think the best speedrun they did on the GDQ
Really?
this year. Yeah,
Okay.
I think if there's one speedrun you go watch
Okay.
from the whole thing, it's the
I'd watch
Control-
it. Yeah,
it's the Control
I'd-
run. Yeah,
Do they do any like out of bounds crazy stuff, or is it?
there's a couple things.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd be curious to see, especially
It's
with the
still
floating.
the thing is it's a new game, so
Yeah.
there's
Stuff that
still
hasn't been-
there's a lot of new things and the stuff people still don't understand. Like maybe there's additional time that could be saved in places, but it's great to watch.
I'm just
Really
gonna say-
impressive skill from because you have to do those combat sections and there's no difficulty changing or anything in the game,
Yeah.
so he still plays them impressively as well.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I think the only thing I'd say about the game, and it's not really a insult or a, like, oh, it didn't really do this well. The combat kind of gets slightly repetitive, I guess. The fact you're getting new stuff is cool.
So-
I wish it was bigger, almost.
The
I
thing
wish you had more.
You say that, but I feel like every time I see someone float up and grab something and whip it down into
Yeah.
somebody, I'm like, yeah.
so here's the thing, and it's kind of my fault for maybe making it look like that, is that the game has multiple weapons, has like a pistol, shotgun, a sniper, an SMG type thing.
I had no
bu-
idea that game had a
bu-
sniper.
a bunch of like a laser thing.
Yeah.
It has throwing, it has taking over people. Like there's a bunch of abilities and stuff, but it's because the difficulty is maybe not really there, and depending on how you get upgrades, it's really easy to just be like, oh, I just like using the pistol. I'm just gonna keep putting upgrades into that. I'll just use the pistol the whole game. Like there's no reason you have to use the other stuff. I could have changed it up. Like towards the end of my playthrough, I started taking over people and then keep building like an army in a fight and stuff, and that was really fun. But so there's other things you can do. You just don't need to.
I feel like you gave every gun a
Shot one dude.
try.
I don't need it.
If not,
Rocket launcher. I'll just use sniper.
like you at least tried it and you saw it and it was like, yeah, that's cool. I mean more the ability stuff more than the guns. That I wish there was, like, considering it's supposed to be like SCPs
The
or
throwing and stuff was so
objects
good
of
though.
power. Like I kind of wish there was just more.
Mhm.
It's like it's levitation and it's telekinesis and it's like
Building up a shield wall. And
yeah, but
grab
it's like
people.
I've seen these things before. I wanted something more obscure or like something I've never seen before, and
Right.
I don't know what that would be, but I just
Yeah, you don't have an answer for it
Yeah.
because
You
it's like
float into the air
Yeah.
and then you become a cup from Disney, and you.
you wanted more than a
No.
single infamous
Yeah.
power
Yeah.
set, basically.
Dude, if there was
Yeah.
a prey power where you turn people into objects, like even that would have been cool. Like just anything, like. But yeah,
Other than Control, there was some stuff I want to mention from 2019, which is pretty nuts.
Mhm.
Probably not on my list because I fall off of it and I played a lot
Mm-hmm.
and on and off or whatever. But Apex is really awesome because
yeah.
as much as I've played Fortnite or PUBG or just a bunch of random battle royale stuff, it's nice to be able to play something that has that type of pinging system that more games use. Like even Borderlands uses it. Like there's a lot of games that even Gears had like a point out thing. Like there's the pointing out pinging system is so nice for games
Hasn't
where
Gears always had that ping? thing?
maybe. Well, I think it was marking enemies, but you could like mark guns and stuff now too. Like
Yeah.
just games that use that point out and do that, because I feel like a lot of time when I play games online, I don't like using microphones with random people and stuff.
Yeah, no.
And
who does really?
Especially
Except
recent
jerks.
Yeah, recently playing Apex where you have everybody fully muted and you're able to be like request what guns you want or bullets what you need and go through an entire game without ever needing to really talk to people. I know it sounds really weird and maybe antisocial, but like that pinging system thing was so awesome in Apex, and may not like a lot
That's
of
the
the
one thing.
monetization.
They put it into Fortnite, didn't they?
Yeah, they put it.
Yeah,
in.
they
So
did.
that's a very heavily influential thing
Yeah.
that they did that's already being used
Oh, yeah.
elsewhere.
And
Apex
I hope
is
it does.
fun. I can't. The shooting just rubs me away that I just can't. You think you're hitting something and it's like, well, I didn't see damage numbers. So I guess I'm not.
I think
Yeah.
I think it suffers from that. Like, is it built in the same engine as Battlefield?
Apex?
Is
No.
it Frostbite?
No.
No, it's not. Oh,
I
okay.
think it's like a Source Engine type weird thing that like Titanfall 2 had.
Because that game is like, it's cat.
Cats crawling over stuff.
I'm trying to give her what she wants, but she's just like, well, I'm gonna go to this desk now and cause havoc.
Yeah.
No, that shooting in that game feels to me like the Battlefield shooting, where it's like almost too realistic. That like,
Oh.
like there's like crazy
Oh,
bullet
it's-
fall off and
It's,
like
For some of the snipers.
Yeah.
Titanfall.
What?
It's the same engine. No?
Yeah,
It's
yeah, it's a
Titanfall.
yeah, I know.
Source-
and
Source
that's-
engine.
Yeah, but it
Okay.
feels like Battlefield for some
Okay.
reason. Yeah, but that's what I'm agreeing with your
Okay,
weird
so,
shooting
yeah.
thing. Yes.
But
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
Other than that, there is two other games that are indie things that are just, I think, worth mentioning a little bit. One that I didn't really hear about much until recently that was called Kind Words, which is like a $5 game you can buy on Steam where people,
Is that the lo-fi?
yeah,
Yes.
that beats you can
beats
write to or whatever.
Yeah. Okay.
You could just like write messages if you're having like a rough time, and then people can respond to them and like give you encouragement or give you
Yes,
advice
anonymous
or
chat
advice
simulator
yeah,
thing.
Yeah. And that game I think is really neat. As long as it's not being abused and like bad stuff, which apparently does happen sometimes. But like, I just like the idea of, I don't know, people being awesome to each other. And I guess that's a cool thing. Yeah.
Sharing kind words.
And the other one was one that we played for very little amount of time because maybe the gameplay wasn't the greatest. But one interesting thing they did was really awesome was Blackout Club. Blackout Club is an indie game that you kind of just can co-op with friends and sneak around a town as kids, and you're kind of doing stuff where there's like ritual shit happening. You're trying to sneak and knock people out and tase, and all that stuff is fine. It's a fun enough game, but it's not really great.
I had no idea what you were talking about at the start of the
Yeah.
sentence, but then
But
I
the
remember
really
watching you play it, and
the really interesting thing that's, I guess, semi-spoilery, but not really. I don't know if they're still doing it because it's a small indie game, and I don't know if they have like the resources for it to keep it going or whatever. But what would happen is the way the story is told in that game is there's like a Discord and I guess like a blog or some place that people can try to amalgamate all their experiences together. But the story is somewhat in the game, but it's told through you're doing the missions with your buddies, and a voice can come into your game, which is a paid voice actor connecting to your session live, because there's an option in the main menu or in the options menu to have your mic always be able to be heard by the devs if you want, which they only hear when they connect. So what they'll do is, when it happened to us where you're playing and they'll kind of you don't know about it, but they'll kind of listen in to like hear you guys saying your names to each other or something, or they know how to pronounce it or whatever, and then out of nowhere they start talking directly to you, and they can tell you things as like there's like 8 or 10 different gods in the game, and a specific god or unknown entity will pop in and talk to you and kind of deliver info to you and change your level and teleport you to somewhere else and change what you're doing. And then when you have your experience, people try to record it and they go into the Discord like, okay, like sees no teeth or something, whatever, just goes like, this god talked to me, they were talking about this type of shit, and someone's like, okay, in my session they connected and they were talking, it sounds like you can summon them by doing this stuff, and they like this type of thing, and then people would pick like, I like this god more, and then whenever you get certain things, you can like devote yourself to certain stuff or like cause chaos. And there's like this weird over thing that like there's a voice actor for each one they can connect and say and do crazy shit to you, and there's like things between them, and like there's all this nutso shit.
That's crazy.
It's really cool. I don't know if you or if I ever showed you, there's different ways that they contact you. Like there's a, I should have showed you the video. There was a caster who actually had like notes on screen, but it's live messages being like typed at him.
You can blink and close your eyes, because when your eyes are closed you'll see stuff differently, and when you close your eyes they can have text on your screen, which that person doesn't communicate via voice. Maybe they'll just do that, and then you got to figure out like what, like there's all this nutso shit happening. Some people got like teleported to a fucking moon, and it's just a big glowing white orb that's talking to you, and like sometimes they'll talk to you and be like, okay, your teammate over there, like you should probably like fuck him over or something, do some weird shit, and then they'll talk to them and they'll say some weirder stuff, and then but they'll do it to multiple sessions, so that hoping at some point someone's going to share that, and then okay, the lore for this god is now like, this thing, and then it's just this fucking wild thing, and it's,
I think the stupidest thing is obviously like, okay, people don't necessarily know how to say my name Yalinca, but I go by Guru. Everyone can say that. Red Dead, I think, was called Red. Yeah. Or Red Dead. No one
ever says Riccio.
No one says your name properly. Even if they pronounce your name like it's Riccio, where there's too much of a ch, or Riccio. Yeah. Or Rocco, Rico, Rachel. The fact that the person who came in spoke and said your name perfectly.
Yeah, there's something about just
was the most terrifying, and like cold sweat. I'm crying because I'm scared. Cold shivers.
Something otherworldly has just happened.
So I think I never told you guys about that weird stuff could happen when we loaded up. Like I was aware because I knew, but I didn't read what it was. Yeah. So to just be, it was like a stealth game. So you're kind of like being like, okay, we'll go down this ladder, we'll go down whatever, and you're just talking there, nowhere. You just hear like someone say my name super clearly, like Riccio, you're gonna black out, and I'm like, are you guys hearing shit too? And it's like, no. And then Red Dead's like, okay, something just fucking talked to me and they said my name. And then then we're hearing each other. And then it's like a person who teleported us to a different world that is dark, but you close your eyes and you can kind of see like tracks on the ground. And then they start telling you like, okay, go straight. Okay, stop. Because you can't see what's in front of you. And it might be like a monster or something. It's like, don't look right. And then if you start doing it, like they're aware of your sessions, like like they start getting real with it. And you're like, okay,
wow,
okay.
It's the praising.
I can watch some videos about this.
You should. It was the praising that got to me when they were just like, I was just like, oh, it's obviously a pre-recorded thing or something. But they said our name, so that's weird. Yeah. But then they were like, oh, go forwards. Stop right there. Perfect.
You're doing great. Yeah.
I don't know what's happening. In a game that you're already on edge because it's like weird things happening to kids and stuff, like Dreamscape, whatever, I don't know, but it's just like, I want to get out, dude. This is terrifying. Like, it was really fun.
It was
really good.
absolutely wild.
I didn't put it
And-
on my list, but it's a good game.
And the cool thing you could do is whenever you finished a mission,
Is
you
it
could,
still? Do you know if
It's
stuff's still
playable.
happening?
I don't know.
Like-
I'd have to
okay.
check. I have to check. I saw them in their Discord, and they're still doing patches and stuff. So I'm sure people are
Okay,
playing.
yeah, wow.
But the cool thing is that whenever you finish certain levels, you can get a thing to give to the gods, and you can go to like you're like in a train. It's like your hideout or whatever, and you can go and you can give something, and then close your eyes and sit in front of it. And whenever you close your eyes, like it activates your mic, so you can ask a question or just say something, and in somebody else's game, your question will get heard by them. So every time you finish a mission, you're blacked out, it's giving your score tally, and then you'll hear someone's message that was recorded, and then a reply from one of the gods. So you can ask some weird shit or say some stuff
But
to either
someone
further the
else
lore.
will get the
Yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
So you don't ever necessarily hear the answer to your question,
Oh,
but
Well, at least
you'll
I
hear-
never did. But
yeah, but
but,
you'll
like,
hear other people's.
it's just wild because you'll like go to sleep and then like you'll hear someone ask like either a question that's like kind of lore based, and then you'll get the answer for you're like, oh, I guess I'm supposed to share this, or someone's gonna say something super dumb, and you'll just have like one of the gods cackling or something, and you're just like, okay, that's I don't know who the fuck that is, but I don't like that shit. And
yeah.
it's dude, Black. I know that game was wild. That was absolutely wild.
You know, that's the most interesting thing that came out of the whole list, and it was the very
Last thing.
Yeah. Blackout Club was pretty dope. So
yeah, that's something.
yeah, I think that's like a lot of the other stuff, except for that one was fresh, but it's one of the stuff that like years will go by. Maybe it wasn't the greatest game to actively play, and I dropped off it pretty quick after like 10 or so hours. Still a lot of time. That experience is always going to stay with me of like someone joining our session and calling out our names and telling us what to do, and like that was
I love the story of your name being pronounced correctly and
Yeah.
that sending you
yeah.
into a fight or flight panic.
even
Yeah.
all of us just like hearing it, and then you're just like this has to be a real person, like. Because the options there actually it tells you to learn your names and stuff, and like you think like, oh, it's an AI and it'll be like some fucked messages and words put together,
Yeah.
and then it's gonna be like the Google voice or something. Then you're like, no, this is
It was
This is
literally
something
it was your
new.
name that made it so weird because like Red Dead is red. You
Yeah.
can say red.
And
You
Guru.
can say Guru.
Yeah.
Riccio, no fucking way. Get the fuck out my game, dude. Like
it was fun.
exactly.
Oh
yeah.
man.
I think that comes.
What a decade.
Yeah.
Do we actually have like a top 10 or anything?
No,
Let's not list
I
anything.
couldn't. That's why my list was short
Mm.
because it was all games that I would give the
That's
award
what,
to.
That's what that was.
Yeah.
And then the rest was just
Oh God.
Yeah.
You should have just
Yeah,
had
should've
that
slipped
top list. What the fuck?
that's why I didn't want to show you guys.
Oh my God.
But yeah, for those of you who've made it this far, I guess the podcast won't always be this long and
No.
only video
Well,
game
you have to
related.
make up for the last week.
Yeah,
that we
it's
got
been
missed.
that
Yeah,
we're
we
pretty-
foolishly thought that we might record over the holidays. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got
Didn't
sick
happen.
and then
Yeah.
family stuff and
Yes.
whatever holidays.
Yeah.
So
It was
Yeah.
games of the decade, and I really wanted to talk about all the games of the decade.
Hey,
for
we
me.
talked about them.
we did.
Yeah.
Yes.
We did.
yeah, I'm sure there's stuff we missed in this list. We didn't
Oh,
bring things up.
definitely. Yeah.
We scrolled through so many
My
lists.
brain just did a thing when you said, "Oh, definitely." I was like, Destiny."
Destiny.
yeah.
Like I'm surprised you didn't put like DJ Max or something up there. But
Yeah.
it's just a whatever game. I guess.
They're good. They're junk food. They're good times. But yeah, there's a lot of other indie games I'm sure I forgot about that have been absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
But like, there's a lot of stuff I also cut because it was good at the time, and then going back to it,
Same
like,
dude.
Yeah.
would I play it again or really like if someone had to ask me like,
Oh,
dude?
you cut games? Holy moly!
But I feel pretty confident in most of the games that are on my list that if somebody were to ask me like, oh, I'm into like this type of game that like, but I don't know what to play next. Like these would be easy. Like, okay, you like action games that are so and so like, okay, this is like, you'll, no matter what, I know you're going to come out of this enjoying it. So not like, that's what I'm saying. Like Remnant would have been something I'd suggest or Ashen, but like knowing that the ending could also ruin it for somebody is like I don't want to recommend that to somebody because I know
You know, it's funny that you bring that up because especially over the last few weeks, you have had like it really out for games that cannot fucking end properly.
oh dude
It's
so many games fuck
you
it up,
can
dude.
you can go back over the years and be like, this one is shit at the end. This one is shit at the end. Like it's never
boss
ending.
fights are some of the fucking worst things. I hate whenever a game will teach you a whole bunch of mechanics.
And of Witcher 3 and the DLC. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Give you that. You should maybe experience it for yourself.
When a game shows you a bunch of mechanics along the way and you learn how to play the game and everything, and then the final boss is just like, yeah, no, that's all separate. Just this was now like in my mind for some reason I'm thinking like a Sly Cooper game or something where like you're like sneaking around and doing platforming. And it's like, yeah, you're in a plane. It's a shooter now, and fuck everything about sneaking and everything.
Oh, you went melee? Fuck off, dude. Fuck off, Dan.
Yeah, so it's I hate when bosses do that. Or
That's true. That last
Yes.
boss, if
Yeah.
I was totally spec'd in melee, which I was, couldn't deal with it.
similar to for example like Sekiro, I really liked except for the final boss. It was really difficult, and I could have put the hours in to beat it, but then like for example fighting a boss and it pulls out like a fucking pistol, and I'm like,
Do you have that
excuse me?
gif I sent you
No.
still?
Oh yeah, no, I don't. I probably have it somewhere.
Okay, all right.
But anyways,
That is
Yeah.
our games of the year.
the next one's
Decade.
Yeah.
It's always going to be wrong. It's always going to be wrong.
Yeah. a wild list of just talking about a bunch of stuff. But
Yeah.
I know next podcast is probably going to be more closer to the beginning of the month, possibly.
Yeah.
Hopefully, if we nail it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
probably
yeah.
not 4 to 5 hours. I don't know why I looked at my wrist like I had a watch, but
That's a wild thing. If you
I
guys
mean,
made
look,
it this far, this is dope.
It's a monthly podcast.
Yeah.
This is an hour a week. It's
Yeah,
fine.
dude. Yeah, listen to it an hour a week.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more. But
Anyways, we hope you've enjoyed this trip
Yeah.
down memory lane for all of us. I guess we talked heavily about games and not so much what
Other
we were
stuff.
doing at the time during
Yeah.
it, whatever, which I thought would happen, but
there was too many.
I
I
didn't
feel like the
expect the two of you to have, 50
well,
games
my
on
second
your list.
my second list was supposed to be just a rattle off funny parts of random things that reminded of us stuff, but I feel like when we went not decade wise, year by year, it just kind of broke that second
Yeah,
list up
pretty much.
entirely. I should have just kept the end bit and just went like 1, 2, 3, 4.
I would apologize. Ain't gonna fucking do it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
But
You created more hashtag content.
Probably could have done with less, but hope you guys enjoyed listening. I guess, to this 5-hour podcast.
Yeah.
4.5.
I don't know. I
We're
can't
pretty
quite
close.
read the
Okay.
time from here. It's a
Alright.
lot of digits.
yeah,
Oh, we did it. No one can say we didn't do it because we did it.
we did it.
So
Why would anyone say?
I
we
don't
did it?
know,
Okay.
Dan.
What are we doing?
Thanks for listening, everyone.
Thank you.
Tune in next time to the Super Ultimate Podcast.
Yeah.
Love you guys.